I never should have agreed to house sit for my aunt. The isolation, the creaking noises, the shadows that seemed to move on their own. It all felt wrong from the moment I stepped through the door. But it wasn't until the third night that I realized just how much danger I was in. The day had been uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of caring for my aunt's sprawling country home while she vacationed in Europe. I'd watered her prized orchids, fed her temperamental cat, and spent hours curled up on the porch swing, losing myself in a book as the sun dipped below the tree line. As darkness fell, I locked up and headed to the guest room, my footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The house settled around me, its old bones creaking and groaning in the cooling night air. I was just drifting off to sleep when a sharp crack jolted me awake. My heart raced as I sat up, straining my ears. There it was again, a distinct snap, like a twig breaking underfoot. It was coming from outside. I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor as I crept to the window. The full moon cast an eerie glow over the expansive lawn, throwing long shadows across the overgrown grass. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye. A dark figure darted between the trees at the edge of the property. I rubbed my eyes, certain I was seeing things. But when I looked again, I saw not one but two shadows moving with purpose along the tree line. They were too large to be animals, their movements too deliberate. My mouth went dry. I was alone, miles from the nearest neighbor, watching strangers prowl the grounds. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Should I call the police? But what would I tell them? That I saw shadows moving in the moonlight? They'd laugh it off, tell me to get some sleep. I needed more proof. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and crept downstairs. Each step on the old staircase felt like a thunderclap in the silence. I made my way to the kitchen, keeping low and away from windows. The back door was there, leading out onto a small patio. If I could just get a better look. I eased the door open, wincing at the slight creak of its hinges. The cool night air raised goosebumps on my skin as I stepped outside. I could see more of the yard from here, the moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and black. Minutes ticked by as I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining in the darkness. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Then I saw them. Two men dressed in dark clothing slipping from behind a large oak tree. They were heading towards the house. I ducked back inside, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This was real. This was happening. I had to do something. I rushed to the front door, checking that it was locked. Same with all the windows on the ground floor. As I secured the last one, a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, expecting to come face to face with an intruder. But the hallway was empty. It was just the house settling, I told myself. Just the house. Back in the kitchen, I grabbed the largest knife I could find. Its weight in my hand was reassuring, even as my palm grew slick with sweat. I needed to call for help. I reached for my phone only to find the screen black and unresponsive. Dead battery. Of course, the landline. There had to be a landline. I searched frantically, trying to remember where I'd seen a phone. Study? Living room? My panic was making it hard to think straight. Another noise stopped me in my tracks. A scraping sound like metal on metal. It was coming from the front door. They were trying to get in. I pressed myself against the wall, knife clutched to my chest. My options were limited. I could try to run, but where? The dense woods surrounding the property would only give them more places to hide, to ambush me. I could fight, but against two men? The odds weren't in my favor. The scraping stopped, replaced by hushed whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was clear. Frustration. The lock was holding. I had to use this time. Had to find a way to contact someone. Anyone. Moving as quietly as I could, I made my way to my aunt's study. There, on the antique desk, was an old rotary phone. I'd thought it was just for show, a quaint relic from a bygone era. Now it was my lifeline. I picked up the receiver, nearly sobbing with relief when I heard the dial tone. My fingers shook as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The calm voice on the other end was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. There are men trying to break into the house, I whispered, afraid they might hear me. I'm alone. Please, you have to send someone. Stay calm, ma'am. Can you give me your location? I rattled off the address, my eyes darting to the study door every few seconds. Officers are on their way, the dispatcher assured me. Is there a safe place you can hide until they arrive? Before I could answer, a loud crash echoed through the house, the sound of shattering glass followed by heavy footsteps. They're inside, I gasped into the phone. Oh God, they're inside. Ma'am, find somewhere to hide. Don't confront them. Help is coming. I dropped the phone and looked around wildly. The study had no lock, no closet, nowhere to conceal myself. But there, behind a heavy bookcase, was a small door, a crawl space, a secret room. I didn't know and didn't care. It was my only option. I squeezed behind the bookcase, my hands slick with sweat as I fumbled with the tiny doorknob. It opened with a soft click, revealing a small, dusty space beyond. I crawled inside just as I heard footsteps approaching the study. Curled up in the darkness, I tried to control my breathing. Each inhale sounded deafening to my ears. Surely they would hear me. Surely they would find me. The study door creaked open. Heavy footsteps entered the room. Check everywhere, a gruff voice commanded. The boss wants those documents, and he wants them tonight. Documents? What documents? My confusion momentarily overshadowed my fear. What could my aunt possibly have that these men wanted so badly? I heard them rummaging through the desk, pulling out drawers, shuffling papers. Books thudded to the floor as they searched the shelves. Nothing here, one of them grunted. You sure this is the right place? Has to be. Keep looking. They were getting closer to my hiding spot. I could see slivers of light through the cracks in the door as they moved around the room. My grip tightened on the knife. If they found me, I'd go down fighting. A beam of light swept across the door, a flashlight. They were right on the other side. Hey, what's this? My heart stopped. Had they found the door? But the footsteps moved away towards the desk. Looks like some kind of safe behind this painting. Jackpot. Their excitement was palpable. Whatever they were looking for, they thought they'd found it. I allowed myself a small spark of hope. Maybe they'd take what they wanted and leave. The sound of sirens in the distance shattered that hope. Shit, cops! Grab what you can, we gotta go! The room exploded into frantic activity. I heard the sound of tearing paper, hurried footsteps, muffled curses. Then, as quickly as they come, they were gone. I stayed frozen in my hiding spot, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The sirens grew louder, then stopped. Car doors slammed. Voices called out, "Police! Is anyone inside?" Tears of relief streamed down my face as I pushed open the tiny door. I crawled out from behind the bookcase, my legs shaky, my whole body trembling. "In here," I called out, my voice hoarse. "I'm in here." The next few hours passed in a blur. Police swarmed the house, taking my statement, dusting for fingerprints, photographing the mess left behind. I learned that the men had escaped, disappearing into the woods before the police arrived. But they'd left evidence behind. Muddy footprints, a dropped burner phone, and the torn documents they'd been so desperate to find. As dawn broke, I sat on the porch steps, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders. A kind-faced detective sat next to me, his notebook open. "You did good," he said softly. "Real good. Not many people would have kept their cool like that." I managed a weak smile. I didn't feel very cool, I was terrified. "That's natural. But you stayed smart, stayed hidden. That's what matters." He paused, flipping through his notes. "Now about these documents they were after. Your aunt ever mentioned anything about them? Anything that might be valuable or sensitive?" I shook my head. "No, never. I'm just house-sitting. I don't know anything about her business or whatever this was." The detective nodded, jotting something down. "We'll need to speak with her, of course. This may be part of something bigger." As he stood to leave, a thought struck me. "Detective? Do you think... will they come back?" He looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "We'll have officers patrolling the area just in case. But honestly, my gut says no. Whatever they were after, I think they got it. Or at least enough of it." His words were meant to be reassuring, but as I watched him walk away, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Because deep down, I knew he was wrong. They would be back. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But someday when we least expected it, they would return, and next time they might not leave witnesses behind. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and solitude. But on that crisp autumn day, as the leaves crunched beneath my boots, I stumbled upon a scene that would haunt me for the rest of my life. In the span of a heartbeat, my solo hiking trip turned into a desperate fight for survival. I'd set out early that morning, eager to tackle a new trail I'd discovered in a remote corner of the national forest. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and pine. I'd been hiking for hours, relishing the quiet and the gentle exercise, when I heard voices in the distance. At first I thought nothing of it. Other hikers, probably. But as I got closer, the tone of the voices made me pause. They were hushed, urgent, with an undercurrent of tension that set my nerves on edge. Curiosity got the better of me. I moved forward carefully, stepping lightly to avoid making noise. The voices grew louder and I could make out snippets of conversation. "Hurry up, we need to finish this before anyone comes around. It's deep enough. Just do it already." I crouched behind a large oak tree, peering around its trunk. What I saw made my blood run cold. 5 men stood in a small clearing surrounding a freshly dug hole. 4 of them were dressed in dark clothing, their faces hard and expressionless. The 5th man, older than the rest, was on his knees at the edge of the hole. Even from a distance, I could see the terror in his eyes. One of the standing men pulled out a gun. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. This couldn't be happening. Not here. Not now. I had to be imagining things. But the sharp crack of the gunshot left no room for doubt. The kneeling man slumped forward, toppling into the hole. The others quickly began shoveling dirt over him. My mind reeled. I'd just witnessed a murder. These men were burying a body right in front of me. I needed to get out of there, to find help, to do something. But I was frozen in place, terror rooting me to the spot. As the men worked, one of them glanced up, scanning the trees. For a heart-stopping moment, his gaze seemed to lock onto mine. I ducked back behind the tree, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. "Did you see something?" I heard one of them ask. Thought I did. Probably just an animal. "Check it out. We can't take any chances." Panic surged through me. I had to move now. Staying low, I began to creep away from the clearing, trying to put as much distance between myself and the killers as possible. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like an explosion in the quiet forest. I heard footsteps behind me, getting closer. They were coming. They knew someone was here. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran. Branches whipped at my face as I tore through the underbrush, my lungs burning with each desperate breath. I could hear them shouting now, their voices filled with anger and alarm. "Over there, I see someone." A gunshot rang out, splintering the bark of a tree inches from my head. I changed direction, zigging and zagging through the trees, trying to make myself a harder target. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment I lay there, dazed and gasping for air. The sound of approaching footsteps jolted me back to reality. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and limped forward. I needed to find somewhere to hide, somewhere they couldn't find me. Up ahead, I spotted a dense thicket of bushes. It wasn't much, but it was my only option. I dove into the bushes, thorns scratching my skin as I burrowed deeper. Through the leaves, I could see the men spreading out, searching methodically through the area. "Find them," one of them barked. "Whoever it is, they can't have gotten far." I held my breath as one of the men passed within feet of my hiding spot. He paused, looking around carefully, his gun held ready. I could see the cold determination in his eyes. If he found me, he wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My muscles cramped from holding still for so long, but I didn't dare move. The slightest rustle could give me away. Eventually, their voices grew more distant. They were moving away, expanding their search area. I allowed myself a tiny sigh of relief, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I had to get out of these woods and find help. Slowly, painfully, I extracted myself from the bushes. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bleeding, but I was alive. That was what mattered. I tried to orient myself, to figure out which direction would lead me back to the trailhead. But in my panic, I'd lost all sense of direction. The trees all looked the same, the landscape unfamiliar and threatening. My phone. I could use it to call for help or at least check my GPS. I pulled it out of my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. No signal. Of course, I was too deep in the wilderness. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing, just the wind in the trees. But the sound galvanized me into action. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving. I picked a direction and started walking, trying to move as quietly as possible while still covering ground quickly. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. The forest that had once been so welcoming now felt oppressive and dangerous. As I walked, my mind raced. What would happen if they caught me? Would they kill me too, bury my body next to their other victim? Or would they try to take me alive, to find out what I'd seen and who I might have told? The thought spurred me on, pushing me to ignore the pain in my ankle and the burning in my lungs. I had to survive. I had to tell someone what I'd witnessed. The sun was starting to dip below the tree line when I finally heard the sound of running water. A river. If I could find it, I could follow it downstream. Rivers often led to roads or towns. I changed course, heading towards the sound. The terrain became steeper, more treacherous. I had to climb over fallen logs and skirt around deep ravines, but the sound of water grew louder, spurring me on. Finally, I broke through the tree line and saw the river below. It was wide and fast-moving, its waters dark in the fading light. Relief flooded through me. I'd found a way out. I was so focused on the river that I almost missed the sound of voices coming from upstream. My blood ran cold. They were still out there, still searching. I looked around frantically for somewhere to hide. There, a few yards away, was a small overhang created by erosion under the riverbank. I hurried towards it, my feet slipping on the damp earth. I just ducked under the overhang when I saw them, two of the men from the clearing, making their way along the riverbank. They were moving slowly, carefully scanning the area. I pressed myself against the dirt wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. They were going to walk right past me. If they looked down, if they decided to check under the overhang, I was done for. My whole body trembled as they approached. I could hear their footsteps, could smell the acrid scent of cigarette smoke. One of them paused right above me. "See anything?" he called to his companion. "Nah, you..." There was a long pause. I didn't breathe, didn't move, didn't even blink. "Nothing. Come on, it's getting dark. Boss wants us back." Their footsteps receded, but I stayed frozen in place. It wasn't until the forest had been silent for several minutes that I finally allowed myself to move. I crawled out from under the overhang, my legs shaky and weak. The reality of how close I'd come to being caught hit me like a physical blow. I sank to my knees, my whole body shaking with delayed shock and fear. But I couldn't stay there. Night was falling, and I was still in danger. I forced myself to my feet and began following the river downstream, staying close to the tree line in case I needed to hide again. I walked through the night, jumping at every sound, terrified that at any moment I'd hear footsteps behind me. But slowly, gradually, the sounds of civilization began to reach me. The distant hum of traffic, the bark of a dog. As dawn broke, I stumbled out of the forest and onto a road. A passing driver, seeing my battered and disheveled state, stopped to help. Within hours, I was sitting in a police station recounting my harrowing experience to a room full of grim-faced officers. They believed me. Search parties were sent out, and eventually they found the clearing and the freshly dug grave. The men were caught. A vast criminal operation exposed and dismantled. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that day. The crack of the gunshot, the cold eyes of the killers as they searched for me, the overwhelming terror of being hunted. I don't go hiking anymore. The forest, once my sanctuary, has become a place of nightmares. But sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if a part of me is still out there, still running, still hiding, forever trapped in that endless, terrifying chase. The night shift at Joe's Diner was usually quiet, filled with nothing more exciting than the occasional drunk trucker or insomniac college student. But on that foggy Tuesday night, as the clock ticked past 2 a.m., 5 men walked in and turned my world upside down. I never imagined that pouring coffee could be a matter of life and death. I'd been working at Joe's for about 6 months, picking up the graveyard shift to help pay for nursing school. The pay wasn't great, but the tips were decent, and I liked the solitude. Most nights it was just me, the cook in the back, and a handful of regulars. That night started like any other. I was wiping down the counter, half listening to the local news droning on the ancient TV mounted in the corner. The bell over the door jingled, and I looked up, plastering on my best customer service smile. 5 men sauntered in, laughing and talking loudly. Something about them set me on edge immediately. They were dressed too nicely for our little diner, all expensive suits and shiny shoes. Their eyes darted around the place, taking in every detail, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were sizing us up. "Evening, gentlemen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What can I get for you?" The one in front, a tall man with a scar running down his cheek, fixed his gaze on me. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Coffee," he barked, "and keep it coming." I nodded and turned to grab the coffee pot, grateful for the chance to compose myself. As I poured their cups, I watched them out of the corner of my eye. They were huddled close, speaking in low voices, occasionally glancing towards the door. There were only 2 other customers in the diner, an elderly couple in a booth near the window. They were regulars, always came in for a late-night slice of pie. I could see them eyeing the newcomers nervously. As I set down the last coffee cup, the man with the scar grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Sarah," I said, trying to pull away. His grip tightened. "Sarah," he repeated, drawing out the syllables. "Pretty name for a pretty girl. You work here often, Sarah?" Before I could answer, one of his companions let out a harsh laugh. "Leave her alone, Jack. We ain't here for that." Jack released my wrist, but his eyes lingered on me in a way that made my skin crawl. I retreated behind the counter, my heart pounding. For the next hour, I tried to go about my duties as normally as possible, but the atmosphere in the diner had changed. The men grew louder, more aggressive. They made crude jokes, threw sugar packets at each other, and kept demanding refills. I noticed the elderly couple finishing up their pie, looking increasingly uncomfortable. As they stood to leave, one of the men blocked their path. "Leaving so soon?" he sneered. "Why don't you stay a while? We're just getting started." The old man tried to step around him. "Please, we'd like to go home now." "Home?" Another of the men chimed in. "What's the rush? Night's still young." I saw the fear in the old woman's eyes and knew I had to intervene. "Gentlemen," I said, forcing cheerfulness into my voice, "how about some more coffee? On the house." It worked, momentarily distracting them. The couple hurried out, the bell jingling their departure. But now the men's full attention was on me. Jack sauntered up to the counter, leaning in close. "That was real nice of you, Sarah. But now we're going to need something stronger than coffee." "I'm sorry, we don't serve alcohol here," I said, taking an involuntary step back. His eyes narrowed. "That's not what I heard. Word is old Joe keeps a special stash for his favorite customers, and we're feeling real special tonight." I shook my head. "There's no alcohol here, just coffee and food." Jack's hand shot out, grabbing my shirt and pulling me close. "Don't lie to me, girl. We know all about this place. Now you're going to get us that booze or things are going to get real unpleasant." Fear coursed through me. I could smell the alcohol on his breath, see the dangerous glint in his eyes. These men were trouble, and I was alone with them. "Let her go," a gruff voice called out. I turned to see Mike, our cook, standing in the kitchen doorway. He was holding a large knife, his face set in grim determination. Jack released me, turning to face Mike with a smirk. "Well, look at this, the knight in shining armor. You gonna stop us, old man?" Mike stepped forward, the knife steady in his hand. "I'm calling the cops. You boys need to leave. Now." For a moment I thought they might listen. Then Jack lunged forward, knocking the knife from Mike's hand. The other men sprang into action, overturning tables and throwing chairs. I ducked behind the counter, fumbling for my phone. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? "Please help," I whispered. "Joe's Diner on Highway 5. There are men here, they're violent. They're attacking the cook. Please hurry." I ended the call just as a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me up. It was one of Jack's friends, his face twisted in anger. "Calling for help, are we?" he snarled. That wasn't very smart. He dragged me out from behind the counter. The diner was in chaos. Tables were overturned. Broken glass littered the floor. Mike was on the ground, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Jack stood over him, grinning. "Looks like your backup didn't work out so well," Jack said, turning his attention back to me. Now, about that alcohol. I knew I had to stall. The police were on their way, but who knew how long it would take them to arrive? We were pretty isolated out here on the highway. Okay, I said, my voice shaking. Okay, I'll show you where it is. Just don't hurt anyone else. Jack's grin widened. Smart girl. Lead the way. I moved slowly towards the back of the diner, my mind racing. There was no secret stash of alcohol. Joe ran a clean place, but maybe if I could get them into the storeroom, I could lock them in. As we reached the storeroom door, I heard sirens in the distance. Jack heard them too. His face darkened. You little bitch, he growled. You called the cops. He raised his hand to strike me, but at that moment the diner's front window exploded in a shower of glass. Red and blue lights flooded the restaurant. Police. Hands where we can see them. Everything happened so fast after that. The men tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. Officers swarmed in, weapons drawn. I saw Jack being slammed against a wall, handcuffs clicking into place. Someone wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, led me outside. The cool night air hit me, and suddenly I was shaking uncontrollably. The adrenaline that had kept me going was wearing off, leaving me weak and terrified. I gave my statement to a kind-faced officer, watching as the men were loaded into police cars. Mike was being tended to by paramedics. He caught my eye and gave me a weak thumbs up. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the battered diner, I sat on the curb, clutching a cup of truly awful police station coffee. The officer who had taken my statement approached, squatting down beside me. You did good in there, he said softly. Real good. Not many people would have kept their cool like that. I managed a weak smile. I was terrified. That's natural. But you stayed smart, kept your head. You probably saved lives tonight. He paused, flipping through his notebook. Turns out these guys are wanted in connection with a string of robberies across 3 states. They've been hitting isolated places, terrorizing people. Thanks to you, we caught them. I nodded, not really processing his words. All I could think about was how close we had come to real tragedy. How different things could have been if I hadn't made that call, if the police hadn't arrived when they did. The sun was fully up by the time I finally left the diner. Joe had shown up, his face pale with shock as he surveyed the damage. He hugged me tightly, thanking me over and over for my quick thinking. As I drove home, exhausted and still shaken, I realized that my quiet nights at the diner were over. The world suddenly seemed a lot darker, a lot more dangerous than it had just hours before. But I also felt a strange sense of pride. I had faced true danger and come out the other side. I had protected myself and others. Maybe, just maybe, I was stronger than I had ever given myself credit for. I never worked another night shift at Joe's, but every now and then I stop by for a slice of pie and a cup of coffee. And as I sit in that familiar booth, I remember the night that changed everything. The night I learned that sometimes the most ordinary places can become battlegrounds, and the most ordinary people can become heroes. I never thought a cheap motel room key could be a death sentence, but as I stood there staring down the barrel of a gun, I realized how quickly a simple road trip can turn into a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a routine drive across the country. I'd been on the road for days, making my way from California to New York for a new job. The monotony of endless highways and fast food stops had become my new normal. So when I saw the flickering neon sign of the Pinewood Motel just off the highway in rural Kentucky, I didn't think twice about pulling in. The place was a dump, if I'm being honest. Peeling paint, a pothole-riddled parking lot, and a sign missing a few letters. But after 12 hours of driving, it looked like the Ritz-Carlton to my tired eyes. The manager barely looked up from his ancient TV as I walked in. He was a burly guy with a thick beard and even thicker accent. "Room for the night?" he grunted. I nodded, stifling a yawn. "Just passing through." He slid a key across the counter, an actual metal key, not one of those modern key cards. "Room 7, checkout's at 11. I trudged to my room, the key feeling heavy in my hand. The door creaked open, revealing a space that had last been updated sometime during the Carter administration. But it had a bed and a shower, and that's all I cared about. I was just about to collapse onto the musty comforter when a sharp knock at the door made me jump. Confused, I opened it, expecting to see the manager. Instead, I found myself face to face with three men I'd never seen before. The one in front, a tall guy with a scar running down his cheek, smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Evening, friend. Mind if we come in?" Before I could respond, they pushed past me into the room. The door slammed shut behind them, and I felt my heart rate skyrocket. The tall one pulled out a gun, pointing it casually in my direction. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to the bed. "We need to have a chat." I sank onto the bed, my legs suddenly feeling like jelly. "Look, I don't want any trouble. If it's money you want, I don't have much, but..." The man with the gun cut me off with a harsh laugh. "We don't want your money. We want information. Now tell us who you're working for." I blinked, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. "Working for? I'm just passing through. I'm on my way to New York for a new job." The second man, shorter but built like a linebacker, stepped forward. "Don't play dumb. We know you're involved." "The boss has been expecting you." My mind raced. They clearly thought I was someone else. Someone involved in... what? Some kind of criminal activity? "I swear you've got the wrong person. I'm just a regular guy on a road trip. Check my ID, my car, anything." The third man, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Maybe he's telling the truth, Jack. He doesn't look like the type." Jack, the one with the gun, shook his head. "Can't take that chance. Boss said someone would be coming through, staying at this motel. Said they'd have sensitive information." "That's you, pal." I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my back. "It's not me. Please, this is all a huge misunderstanding." Jack's eyes narrowed. "We'll see about that. Get up. You're coming with us." They marched me out to a waiting van, keeping the gun pressed against my back. As we drove away from the motel, my mind raced with possible escape scenarios, each more unlikely than the last. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 30 minutes, we pulled up to an old warehouse. They blindfolded me before leading me inside, the smell of dust and mold filling my nostrils. When they removed the blindfold, I found myself in a dimly lit room tied to a chair. Jack loomed over me, his scarred face twisted into a sneer. "Last chance," he growled. "Tell us what you know, or things are going to get real unpleasant." I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've told you everything. I'm not who you think I am. My name is David Larson. I'm 28 years old. I'm moving to New York to start a job as an accountant. I have no idea what information you're talking about." Jack exchanged glances with his companions. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of doubt in their eyes. But then Jack's face hardened. "If that's how you want to play it, fine. We've got ways of making you talk." The next few hours were a blur of fear and pain. They asked me questions I couldn't answer, demanded information I didn't have. I lost track of time, my world narrowing to the small, dusty room and the relentless interrogation. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, the door burst open. A new man entered, his expensive suit a stark contrast to the dingy surroundings. The others immediately straightened up, a mix of respect and fear on their faces. "What the hell is going on here?" the newcomer demanded. Jack stepped forward. "Boss, we caught the guy you told us about. He was at the motel just like you said. But he won't talk." The boss's eyes narrowed as he looked me over. "This isn't him, you idiots. This guy's nobody." A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of anger. "That's what I've been trying to tell them," I shouted, my voice hoarse. The boss turned to Jack, his voice dangerously quiet. "You grabbed the wrong person. Do you have any idea what you've done? The real courier will be long gone by now." Jack's face paled. But you said..." "I said to watch for someone suspicious, not to kidnap the first person who checked in." The boss ran a hand through his hair, clearly agitated. "This is a mess, a big, fucking mess." He turned back to me, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Larson, is it? I apologize for this misunderstanding. My associates were a bit overzealous in their duties." I almost laughed at the absurdity of his polite tone. "Overzealous? They kidnapped me, tortured me." The boss nodded, looking almost embarrassed. "Yes, well, that presents us with a bit of a problem. You see, we can't exactly let you go now that you've seen our operation." My momentary relief evaporated. But I don't know anything. I couldn't identify any of you. I don't even know where we are." "I'm afraid that's not good enough," the boss said. shaking his head. He turned to Jack. "Take care of this. Make it clean." As they untied me from the chair, my survival instinct kicked into overdrive. I knew if they got me out of this room, I was as good as dead. With strength born of desperation, I shoved Jack as hard as I could the moment my hands were free. He stumbled backwards, caught off guard. I didn't wait to see if he'd recover. I ran, barreling past the shocked men and out into a larger warehouse space. Shouts echoed behind me as I weaved between stacks of crates and old machinery. I had no idea where I was going, just that I needed to get out. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I kept running. I spotted a window, grimy but large enough to fit through. Without hesitation, I grabbed a nearby piece of metal and smashed it. The sound of breaking glass was like a starting gun. I could hear my pursuers getting closer. I dove through the window, feeling shards of glass scrape my skin. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me, but I couldn't stop. I scrambled to my feet and ran into the night. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a dense patch of woods. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I strained my ears for any sign of pursuit, but all I heard was the normal sounds of the night crickets, rustling leaves, my own pounding heartbeat. When I felt I could move again, I carefully made my way through the woods. I had no idea where I was, but I knew I needed to find help. After what felt like hours, I saw lights in the distance, a gas station. The attendant looked alarmed when I stumbled in, covered in dirt and blood. But when I begged him to call the police, he didn't hesitate. The next few days were a whirlwind of police statements, hospital visits, and phone calls to my worried family. The police found the warehouse, but it had been cleaned out. No trace of the men who had held me captive. They never caught them. Sometimes I still look over my shoulder, half expecting to see Jack's scarred face in the crowd. But mostly, I've tried to move on with my life. I made it to New York eventually, started that new job. But I've never been able to shake the memory of that night. How quickly normalcy can shatter. How a simple misunderstanding can spiral into a nightmare. These days, I avoid motels. I don't take road trips anymore. And I always double-check the locks on my doors. Because I know now how thin the line is between safety and danger. And how easily one can cross over to the other side. The crackling of the fireplace should have been comforting. Instead, it only served to mask the sound of our captors' footsteps as they paced outside the cabin door. What had started as an idyllic family getaway had turned into a hostage situation, with my wife, 2 kids, and I caught in the crosshairs of desperate fugitives. We'd been planning this vacation for months. A week in a secluded cabin, nestled deep in the mountains, away from the bustle of city life and the constant ping of email notifications. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just us, nature, and quality family time. It was supposed to be perfect. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked trails, roasted marshmallows, and spent evenings playing board games by lamplight. Our kids, Tommy and Sarah, aged 10 and 8, were having the time of their lives, free from the usual distractions of tablets and TV. It was on the 3rd night that everything changed. We'd just finished dinner and were settling in for a game of Monopoly when we heard it. The sound of a car engine growing louder as it approached the cabin. I frowned, exchanging a puzzled look with my wife, Lisa. We weren't expecting visitors, and the rental company had assured us we'd have complete privacy. "I'll check it out," I said, moving towards the window. But before I could reach it, the front door burst open with a resounding crack. 3 men rushed in, brandishing guns. My heart leapt into my throat as I instinctively moved to shield my family. "Don't move," the leader shouted, his wild eyes darting around the cabin. "Nobody make a sound." Tommy let out a frightened whimper, and Sarah clung to Lisa, burying her face in her mother's shirt. I held up my hands, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. "Please," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the fear coursing through me. "We don't want any trouble. Take whatever you want and go." The leader, a tall man with a scraggly beard, let out a harsh laugh. "Ain't that simple, friend. We need a place to lay low, and looks like you folks are going to be our gracious hosts for a while." As the reality of our situation sank in, I felt a cold dread settle in the pit of my stomach. These men weren't simple burglars. They were on the run, desperate and dangerous. Over the next few hours, we learned bits and pieces of their story. They'd robbed a bank 2 states over and had been fleeing ever since. Our remote cabin was the perfect hiding spot while they waited for things to cool down. They herded us into the main bedroom, binding our hands with zip ties and ordering us to sit on the floor. I winced as the plastic cut into my wrists, but I was more concerned about my family. Tommy was trying to be brave, his jaw set in a determined line, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Sarah had gone eerily quiet, her small body trembling against Lisa's side. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We'll get through this." Lisa nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. We both knew the statistics, the grim outcomes of many hostage situations. But we had to stay strong, for the kids. The night stretched on endlessly. The men took turns keeping watch, their low voices and occasional laughter a constant reminder of our predicament. I tried to keep track of time to formulate some kind of plan, but my thoughts kept scattering like leaves in the wind. As dawn broke, casting pale light through the bedroom window, I heard the men arguing in the living room. Their voices were hushed but intense, clearly disagreeing about their next move. "We can't stay here forever," one of them hissed. "The cops will find us eventually." "And what do you suggest?" the leader shot back. "We're in the middle of nowhere with no transportation. We leave now, we're sitting ducks." "What about them?" a third voice chimed in. My blood ran cold, knowing they were talking about us. "We can't just let them go when we leave. They'll talk." There was a long pause and I held my breath, straining to hear their response. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," the leader finally said. "For now, we sit tight." As the day wore on, a strange sort of routine developed. The men would allow us bathroom breaks one at a time, always under close supervision. They gave us water and some of the snacks we brought for the trip, but it did little to ease the gnawing fear in our stomachs. I tried to engage them in conversation, hoping to humanize us in their eyes. I talked about our jobs, our lives back home, anything to remind them that we were people, not just obstacles. Sometimes they'd respond, even sharing bits of their own stories. But then they'd catch themselves, their expressions hardening as they remembered the roles we were all playing in this dangerous game. It was during one of these conversations that I noticed something, a flicker of doubt in the youngest captor's eyes. He couldn't have been more than 25, and it was clear this wasn't the life he'd envisioned for himself. I filed that information away, hoping it might be useful later. As night fell again, I knew we had to do something. We couldn't just wait for whatever grim fate our captors had in store for us. I caught Lisa's eye, tilting my head slightly towards the kids. She nodded, understanding my unspoken message. We needed a plan. When they took me for my next bathroom break, I decided to take a risk. As the young captor led me back to the bedroom, I stumbled deliberately, falling against him. "Sorry," I mumbled, using the moment of confusion to whisper quickly. "You don't have to do this. Help us, please." He stiffened, shoving me roughly back into the room without a word. But I saw the conflict in his eyes. The seed was planted. Hours passed, and I was beginning to lose hope. But then, in the dead of night, I heard soft footsteps approaching our door. The handle turned slowly, and the young captor slipped inside. "Be quiet," he whispered, pulling out a knife. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought this was the end. But then he moved behind me, sawing through the zip ties binding my wrists. "Why?" I breathed as he freed Lisa and the kids. "Because you're right," he said, his voice barely audible. "This isn't me, but you have to hurry. They'll realize I'm gone soon." We crept through the cabin, our hearts pounding so loudly I was sure the others would hear. As we reached the front door, a floorboard creaked beneath Tommy's foot. "Hey!" a shout came from the other room. "What's going on?" "Run!" our unlikely ally yelled, shoving us out the door. We sprinted into the darkness, the cool night air a shock after the stuffy cabin. I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit behind us, but we didn't dare look back. We just ran, crashing through underbrush, our lungs burning with each desperate breath. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that we had to keep moving, had to find help. Finally, through the trees, I saw lights, a highway. We stumbled onto the road, waving frantically at the approaching headlights. The car screeched to a halt, and a startled couple leaned out the window. "Please," Lisa gasped. "We need help. Call the police." The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and paramedic checkups. We learned later that our captors had been apprehended trying to flee the area. The young man who helped us was arrested too, but his cooperation led to a reduced sentence. As we sat in the police station, wrapped in scratchy blankets and sipping lukewarm coffee, the reality of what we'd been through began to sink in. We were safe. We had survived. Tommy looked up at me, his eyes wide. "Dad," he said, his voice small, "can we go home now?" I pulled him close, feeling Lisa and Sarah press in on either side. "Yeah, buddy," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "Let's go home." In the days and weeks that followed, we dealt with the aftermath of our ordeal. There were nightmares, therapy sessions, and a lingering jumpiness that took months to fade. But there was also a new appreciation for life, for safety, for the simple joy of being together. We never did finish that game of Monopoly. But somehow I don't think any of us mind. We found new ways to spend our evenings, talking, laughing, simply being present with each other. Because if our experience taught us anything, it's that life can change in an instant. And sometimes the most precious moments are the quiet ones, when you're surrounded by the people you love, safe in the knowledge that you're home. The soft hum of servers was usually a comfort, a white noise that filled the quiet nights at the data center. But on that fateful evening, as the lights flickered and died, that comforting hum gave way to an eerie silence that made my skin crawl. I never imagined that my boring night shift would turn into a fight to protect some of the world's most sensitive information and my life. I'd been working at Secure Data Solutions for about 2 years. It was a cushy gig, if a bit monotonous. My job was simple: monitor the systems, perform routine maintenance, and make sure nothing went wrong with the servers that housed data for some of the biggest corporations and government agencies in the world. Most nights, the hardest part of my job was staying awake. That night started like any other. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m., nodded to the day guy as he left, and settled into my chair in the control room. Surrounded by monitors displaying various system metrics, I began my usual rounds of checks and updates. It was around 2 a.m. when things went sideways. I was halfway through a system diagnostic when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then darkness. The emergency generator should have kicked in immediately, but the room remained pitch black. My heart rate spiked as I fumbled for the flashlight I kept in my desk drawer. This wasn't just a power outage, something was very, very wrong. As the beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, I heard a noise that didn't belong, footsteps coming from the server room. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Nobody else had clearance. I should have called for help right then. Should have hit the silent alarm or used the secure line to contact our security team. But curiosity and a misplaced sense of duty got the better of me. I had to see what was going on. Slowly, quietly, I made my way to the server room door. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling out. I peered through the crack, and my blood ran cold. 4 men, dressed in black, were methodically working their way through the server racks. They moved with purpose, clearly knowing exactly what they were looking for. This wasn't some random break-in. This was a targeted attack. I watched, paralyzed, as one of them inserted a device into a server. A few keystrokes later, and I knew they were copying data. Stealing it. My mind raced, trying to figure out which client's information they might be after. The implications were staggering. A voice crackled over a radio, making me jump. "Team 2 report, have you secured the package?" One of the men responded, his voice low. "Almost there. Another 5 minutes and we'll have everything." I had to do something. These guys were professionals and I was just an IT geek with a flashlight. But I couldn't just stand by and let them walk out with God knows what kind of sensitive information. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. The silent alarm. If I could just reach the control room, I could alert the authorities without them knowing. It was our best shot. I turned to creep back down the hallway and my heart nearly stopped. There, at the other end, was a 5th intruder. Our eyes met, and for a split second the world seemed to freeze. Then he shouted, "We've got company," and all hell broke loose. I ran. I'm not proud of it. But in that moment, self-preservation kicked in and I bolted. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footsteps echoing off the walls. I ducked into a side corridor, hoping to lose them in the maze-like layout of the facility. My lungs burned as I ran, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly. I could hear them shouting, spreading out to search for me. I needed a plan fast. I found myself in the backup generator room. The massive machines loomed in the darkness, silent and useless. Whatever these guys had done to knock out the power, they'd thought of everything. As I caught my breath, trying to think, a crazy idea began to form. These servers, they generated a lot of heat. That's why we had such an extensive cooling system, a system that right now wasn't running. If I could restart the generators and turn on just the cooling system without powering up the rest of the facility, the sudden temperature change might trigger the fire suppression system. It would buy me some time, maybe even drive the intruders out. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I made my way to the control panel, thanking every deity I could think of for those boring training sessions that had drilled the startup procedures into my head. My hands shook as I flipped switches and turned dials, praying I was remembering the sequence correctly. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low groan, the generators rumbled to life. I quickly shut down every system except the cooling. Cold air began to blast through the vents. Now, I just had to wait and hope. I didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, I heard the first shouts of confusion. Then, the ear-splitting wail of the fire alarm. I allowed myself a small smile. It had worked, but my relief was short-lived. I heard footsteps approaching fast, and I knew my luck had run out. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything to defend myself. My hand closed around a wrench just as the door burst open. Two of the intruders stormed in, their faces masks of fury. "You," one of them snarled. "You're gonna pay for that." I raised the wrench, trying to look braver than I felt. "Stay back," I warned, my voice shaking. "The authorities are on their way." They laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Nice try, kid. But we've got at least 10 minutes before anyone shows up. Plenty of time to finish the job and deal with you." They advanced slowly, like predators cornering their prey. I backed up until I felt the cool metal of a generator against my back. This was it. I was out of options, out of clever plans. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But then, a new sound cut through the chaos. Sirens growing louder by the second. The intruders' heads snapped towards the sound, their faces suddenly unsure. "Shit," one of them muttered. "How did they get here so fast?" I didn't waste the opportunity. With all my strength, I swung the wrench, catching the nearest guy on the side of the head. He went down hard. The other one lunged for me, but I ducked, years of high school wrestling finally paying off. As we grappled, I could hear more sirens, shouts, the sound of breaking glass. The cavalry had arrived. "Police! Hands where we can see them!" The intruder shoved me away, his face a mask of desperation. For a moment, I thought he might try to fight his way out. But then his shoulders slumped in defeat. He raised his hand slowly. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police swarmed the facility, securing the scene and rounding up the intruders. I gave statement after statement, my voice growing hoarse as I recounted the night's events over and over. As dawn broke, I found myself sitting on the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders. A detective approached, notepad in hand. "Mr. Chen," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I've got to say, you did one hell of a job tonight. Your quick thinking probably saved millions of dollars worth of data, maybe more." I managed a weak smile. "Just doing my job, I guess." He chuckled. "Well, your job just helped us catch a group of cyber terrorists we've been after for months. You should be proud." As he walked away, the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I had faced down professional criminals, outsmarted them, and lived to tell the tale. It didn't feel real. My boss arrived shortly after, his face a mix of concern and relief. "James," he said, gripping my shoulder. "Are you all right?" When we got the alert, I feared the worst. I nodded, too exhausted for words. He smiled, shaking his head in disbelief. "I don't know how you managed it, but you saved us. You're a hero. Hero." The word echoed in my mind as I was finally allowed to go home. As I drove, the first rays of sunlight painting the sky, I thought about how differently the night could have gone. How close I had come to failure, to much worse. I'm not sure I'd call myself a hero. I was just a guy doing his job, facing an extraordinary situation. But I do know this. I'll never look at my boring night shift the same way again. Because now I know that sometimes the difference between a normal night and a life-changing event is just one flicker of the lights. The bass pulsed through my body, a rhythm that once felt exhilarating, but now only amplified my growing panic. As I scanned the sea of unfamiliar faces, searching desperately for my friends, I realized how quickly a night of celebration could spiral into a nightmare. I never imagined that accepting help from a stranger would lead me into the darkest corner of the festival grounds, and possibly my life. It was supposed to be the highlight of our summer. 3 days of music, freedom, and memories at Sunset Sound, one of the biggest festivals in California. My best friends and I had been planning this trip for months, saving every spare dollar and coordinating our outfits with an enthusiasm that bordered on obsessive. The first day was everything we dreamed of. We danced until our feet ached, belted out lyrics to our favorite songs, and basked in the electric atmosphere that only comes from being surrounded by thousands of like-minded music lovers. As the sun set on day one, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I remember thinking that life couldn't get any better than this. Day two started just as promising. We arrived early, eager to catch some of the smaller acts on the side stages. The crowds were thicker than the day before, and we had to hold hands to stay together as we navigated through the masses of people. It was during one of these migrations between stages that it happened. One moment I was gripping Megan's hand tightly as we pushed through a particularly dense crowd. The next, a surge of people separated us, and I found myself alone in a sea of strangers. I called out their names, Megan, Aisha, Tyler, but my voice was swallowed by the music and the chatter of the crowd. Panic began to set in as I realized I couldn't see any of them. I pushed my way to the edge of the crowd, hoping to spot them from higher ground. My heart raced as I stood on my tiptoes, craning my neck to search for any familiar face. But all I saw was an endless ocean of festival goers, each lost in their own world of music and revelry. I reached for my phone only to remember with a sinking feeling that the battery had died hours ago. We had all agreed to meet at the main stage if we got separated, but that was clear across the festival grounds. With no way to contact them and no idea which direction they might have gone, I felt utterly lost. That's when he appeared. Tall, with kind eyes and an easy smile, he seemed to materialize out of nowhere. "You look a little lost," he said, his voice cutting through my rising panic. "Everything okay?" I hesitated for a moment, years of stranger danger, warnings flashing through my mind. But something about his demeanor put me at ease. Maybe it was the festival wristband on his arm, marking him as one of us, or maybe it was just my desperation for any kind of help. "I got separated from my friends," I explained, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "We were supposed to meet at the main stage if this happened, but I'm not sure how to get there from here." His smile widened. "No problem, I know a shortcut. It can get pretty confusing in here if you're not familiar with the layout. I'm Jake, by the way." "Emma," I replied, relief washing over me. "Thank you so much, you're a lifesaver." Jake started leading me through the crowd, navigating the maze of tents and stages with the confidence of someone who knew the place like the back of his hand. He kept up a steady stream of conversation as we walked, asking about the bands I'd seen and sharing his own festival experiences. It wasn't until we'd been walking for about 10 minutes that I started to feel uneasy. The crowds were thinning out and the music was growing fainter. We seemed to be heading towards the outskirts of the festival grounds, away from the main stages. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. Jake glanced back at me, his smile never wavering. "Trust me, it's much quicker this way. Avoids all the main crowds." I wanted to believe him, but a nagging voice in the back of my mind was screaming that something was wrong. We were now in an area I didn't recognize at all, surrounded by storage containers and parked vehicles. The festive atmosphere had completely disappeared, replaced by an eerie quiet broken only by the distant thump of bass. "I think maybe we should head back," I said, stopping in my tracks. "This doesn't look right." Jake's demeanor changed in an instant. The kind smile vanished, replaced by a hard look that sent chills down my spine. "We're almost there," he said, his voice low and menacing. He reached out and grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. "Keep moving." Terror washed over me as the reality of my situation became clear. This wasn't a helpful stranger. This was a predator, and I had walked right into his trap. My mind raced, searching for a way out. I could scream, but would anyone hear me over the music? I could try to run, but to where? I didn't even know where I was anymore. Jake started pulling me towards one of the storage containers. My feet moved mechanically, my body on autopilot while my mind screamed in panic. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not now, not to me. We were just a few feet from the container when I heard it. A shout, followed by running footsteps. Jake's head snapped up, his eyes widening in surprise and anger. "Hey, get away from her." I turned to see a group of people running towards us. Festival security, their yellow jackets like beacons of hope in the gathering darkness. Jake's grip on my arm loosened for just a moment, and I seized the opportunity. I wrenched my arm free and ran towards the security guards, my legs shaking so badly I thought I might collapse. The next few minutes were a blur. Security surrounded Jake, who was now trying to play it off as a misunderstanding. I babbled out my story to a kind-faced woman in a security jacket, my words tumbling over each other in my haste to explain. They took Jake away in handcuffs, and I learned later that he was part of a group that had been targeting solo festival goers. The thought of what might have happened if security hadn't shown up when they did made me feel sick. The security team escorted me back to the main festival area where I was reunited with my friends. They had been frantically searching for me, and the relief on their faces when they saw me was palpable. We hugged and cried, the fear and tension of the past hour finally breaking. As we sat in the medical tent, sipping water and trying to process what had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation, not just of my personal safety, but of the entire festival experience. What should have been a weekend of joy and music had been tainted by this brush with danger. But as I looked at my friends, saw the concern and love in their eyes, I felt a different kind of strength growing within me. We had come here together, and together, we would get through this. The festival wasn't over, and I refused to let one evil person ruin it for me. The next day, our final day at Sunset Sound, we stuck together like glue. We danced, we sang, we laughed. But there was a new awareness in our enjoyment. We looked out for each other and for those around us with a vigilance born from experience. As the final notes of the closing act faded into the night, I stood with my arms around my friends, tears in my eyes. But they weren't tears of fear or sadness. They were tears of gratitude for the music, for the safety I now felt, and for the unbreakable bond between us that had only grown stronger through adversity. I learned a lot of lessons that weekend, about trust, about instincts, about the importance of true friendship. But perhaps the most important lesson was this: even in our darkest moments, there is light to be found. Sometimes it comes in the form of a security guard's yellow jacket. Sometimes it's in the unwavering support of friends. And sometimes it's in our own resilience, in our ability to face our fears and come out stronger on the other side. The festival may have ended, but its impact on me will last a lifetime. Every time I hear the songs we danced to that weekend, I'm reminded not of the fear I felt, but of the strength I discovered. And that, I think, is the real music that will play on in my heart forever. The stench of copper hit me before I even opened the door. In that moment, standing on the porch of the old farmhouse, I knew my routine home visit as a social worker had just become anything but routine. What I discovered inside would haunt me for years to come, and turn a simple check-in into a desperate fight for survival. I'd been a social worker for about 5 years, specializing in child welfare cases in rural areas. It wasn't an easy job by any means, but I found it rewarding. Most days, anyway. This particular case had been on my radar for a while. The Collins family, living on an isolated farm about an hour outside of town. There had been reports of neglect, but nothing concrete enough for immediate action. Just concerns from teachers about the kids coming to school hungry, or neighbors mentioning raised voices late at night. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I pulled up to the farmhouse. The place looked run down, paint peeling and shutters hanging askew. But that wasn't unusual for the area. Times were tough for a lot of families out here. I knocked on the door, plastering on my most reassuring smile. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. A sense of unease began to creep over me. I'd called ahead to let them know I was coming. They should be expecting me. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Collins? Mrs. Collins? It's Sarah from Child Services. I'm here for our scheduled visit." Silence. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a whimper. It sounded like it came from inside the house. My heart started to race. Something was wrong, very wrong. I tried the doorknob, surprised to find it unlocked. As I pushed the door open, the coppery smell intensified. I knew that smell. Blood. "Hello?" I called again, my voice shaking slightly. "Is anyone hurt? Do you need help?" I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim interior. The living room was a mess, furniture overturned, pictures knocked off the walls. And there, on the worn carpet, a dark stain that could only be blood. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out and call the police. But that whimper I'd heard. If someone was hurt, if a child was in danger, I couldn't just leave. I moved deeper into the house, my heart pounding so loud I was sure anyone hiding could hear it. The kitchen was in a similar state of disarray, drawers pulled out, broken dishes littering the floor. Then I heard it again, a soft, frightened sob coming from upstairs. "It's okay," I called out, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. "I'm here to help. You're safe now." I climbed the stairs slowly, hyper-aware of every creak and groan of the old wood. At the top, I saw 5 doors. 4 were open, revealing bedrooms and a bathroom, all showing signs of a violent struggle. The 5th door was closed. The sob came again, definitely from behind that closed door. I approached cautiously, every nerve in my body on high alert. "I'm going to open the door now," I said softly. "It's okay. You're safe." I turned the handle slowly and pushed the door open. It was a small bedroom, clearly belonging to a child. Crayon drawings covered the walls, and a small bookshelf overflowed with well-worn picture books. And there, huddled in the corner, was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. "Hi there," I said, kneeling down to her level. "My name's Sarah. I'm here to help. Can you tell me your name?" She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Emily," she whispered. "Hi, Emily. Can you tell me what happened? Where are your parents?" Her lower lip trembled. "The bad men came. They hurt Mommy and Daddy. They said they'd hurt me too if I made a sound." My blood ran cold. "Bad men? Emily, are they still here?" She shook her head. "They left. But they said they'd come back. I needed to get us out of there. Now." "Okay, Emily, we need to leave. Can you come with me? I promise I'll keep you safe." She nodded hesitantly and reached out her hand. I took it, marveling at how small and fragile it felt in mine. We made our way downstairs, Emily clinging to me tightly. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. A car engine, growing louder as it approached the house. Emily's grip on my hand tightened painfully. "They're back," she whispered, terror evident in her voice. I looked around frantically, searching for a way out. The front door was out of the question. They'd see us immediately. The back door was our best bet, but we'd have to cross the kitchen to get there. And there was no guarantee they wouldn't come in that way. Making a split-second decision, I scooped Emily up and dashed for the basement door. It was our best chance at hiding until I could figure out a plan. We descended into the darkness, the musty smell of damp earth filling our nostrils. I set Emily down gently and fumbled for my phone, using its dim light to survey our surroundings. The basement was cluttered with old furniture and boxes, providing plenty of hiding spots. "Emily, I need you to be very brave," I whispered. "We're going to play a quiet game, okay? We need to stay very, very quiet, no matter what we hear." She nodded, her eyes wide in the phone's glow. I led her to a large old wardrobe and helped her inside, then squeezed in beside her. Just as I pulled the door closed, I heard the sound of the front door opening above us. Heavy footsteps moved across the floor overhead. Muffled voices drifted down, angry and impatient. Emily pressed closer to me, trembling. I wrapped my arm around her, silently praying that they wouldn't think to check the basement. "Where the hell is she?" a gruff voice shouted. "You said she'd be here." "She has to be," another voice replied. "The brat couldn't have gone far on her own. Search the place again." My mind raced. They were looking for Emily. But why? What could they possibly want with a little girl? Whatever the reason, I knew I had to get her out of here and to safety. The footsteps moved upstairs, and I seized the opportunity. Slowly, carefully, I eased the wardrobe door open. "Emily," I whispered, "we're going to run now. As fast as we can. Don't look back, okay? Just run." She nodded, her face set in determination despite the fear in her eyes. I took her hand, and we crept out of our hiding spot. We had just reached the bottom of the basement stairs when a floorboard creaked overhead. They were coming back down. There was no time to hide again. I scooped Emily up and ran for the small basement window. It was our only chance. I set her down and tried to push it open, my hands shaking. It was stuck, years of paint sealing it shut. The basement door opened. "Hey!" a voice shouted. "There they are!" In desperation, I grabbed a nearby tool, a rusty hammer, and smashed the window. The glass shattered, and I quickly cleared away the shards. "Go, Emily," I urged, helping her through the narrow opening. As she scrambled out, I felt a hand grab my ankle. I kicked back hard, hearing a satisfying grunt of pain. Using every ounce of strength I had, I pulled myself through the window, feeling glass cut into my palms. We ran across the overgrown yard, the shouts of the men behind us spurring us on. The trees of the surrounding forest loomed ahead, offering the promise of cover. Just as we reached the tree line, I heard the distinctive sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past, splintering the bark of a nearby tree. Adrenaline surged through me. I picked Emily up again, ignoring the burning in my muscles, and plunged deeper into the forest. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, but I didn't slow down. I could hear them crashing through the undergrowth behind us, getting closer. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, when my legs felt like they would give out, I spotted a dense thicket. It would have to do. I set Emily down and quickly ushered her into the bushes, following close behind. We huddled there, hardly daring to breathe as the men's voices grew closer. "Where'd they go?" "They can't have gotten far. The girl's just a kid, and the woman was bleeding." I looked down, realizing for the first time that my shirt was stained with blood from my cut hands. I pressed them against my legs, trying to stem the flow. Minutes passed like hours as we waited, frozen in fear. Gradually, the voices faded into the distance, but I didn't move. I couldn't risk it. It was full dark by the time I felt it was safe enough to leave our hiding spot. Emily had fallen into an exhausted sleep, and I gently woke her. "We need to go now," I whispered. "It's safe." We made our way slowly through the forest, every snapping twig making me flinch. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we emerged onto a road. A passing driver, seeing our battered state, stopped to help. Within the hour, we were safe at the police station, Emily clinging to me as I recounted our harrowing escape. The full story came out in the days that followed. Emily's parents had witnessed a crime, a murder committed by a local gang. They were killed for their silence, and Emily was to be taken to ensure no one talked. As for me, I was hailed as a hero. But I didn't feel like one. I just felt lucky. Lucky that I had followed my instincts. Lucky that we had escaped. Lucky to be alive. I still work as a social worker, but now every time I approach a new house, I remember that day. I remember the smell of blood, the sound of gunshots, the feel of Emily's small hand in mine as we ran for our lives. And I'm reminded that in my line of work, routine can turn to danger in the blink of an eye. But I'm also reminded of the lives we can save, the children we can protect, and that makes it all worth it. The moment his thumb jutted out from the shadows, I knew I'd made a mistake. But by then it was too late. The stranger was already climbing into my truck, and with him came a terror that would turn my simple act of kindness into a nightmarish fight for survival. It had been a long day on the road. I'd been driving since dawn, hauling a load of electronics from Reno to Salt Lake City. The monotony of the desert landscape had started to blur, each mile of highway indistinguishable from the last. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers. Years on the road had taught me to be cautious, but something about this guy made me pause. Maybe it was the lateness of the hour, or the desolate stretch of highway. Whatever it was, I found myself easing off the gas and pulling onto the shoulder. As my truck ground to a halt, I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I expected, probably in his mid-20s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. A worn backpack hung from one shoulder. "Where you headed?" I called out, rolling down the passenger window. "Just down the road a bit," he replied, flashing a grateful smile. "Thanks for stopping, man. It's been a long day." I nodded, gesturing for him to hop in. As he climbed into the cab, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. "Name's Mike," I said, extending a hand. "What brings you out to the middle of nowhere?" He shook my hand, his grip firmer than I expected. "Jake. And just trying to get home. Car broke down a few miles back." I pulled back onto the highway, the familiar rumble of the engine filling the silence. Jake seemed content to stare out the window, and I didn't push for conversation. The miles ticked by, the darkness outside broken only by the occasional passing car. It was Jake who finally broke the silence. "So, Mike, you've been driving long." "About 15 years now," I replied, glancing over at him. "It's a good life if you don't mind the solitude." He nodded, still staring out the window. "Must see a lot of interesting things out here." "Sometimes," I chuckled. "Though mostly it's just road and more road." Jake shifted in his seat, and that's when I saw it. Just a flash, really, as his jacket rode up. But there was no mistaking the glint of metal tucked into his waistband. My heart rate spiked, but I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road. Maybe I was seeing things. Maybe it wasn't what I thought, but deep down I knew. I'd just let an armed stranger into my truck. "So, Jake," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "where exactly is home for you?" He turned to look at me, and the easy smile from earlier was gone. His eyes were hard now, calculating. "Pull over," he said, his voice low and dangerous. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble. If you want me to let you out, I can—" I said, "Pull over," he shouted, and suddenly the gun was in his hand, pointed directly at me. My mind raced as I eased the truck onto the shoulder. This couldn't be happening, not to me, not out here in the middle of nowhere. All right, I said, raising one hand in a placating gesture while the other stayed on the wheel. "Just take it easy. Whatever you want, it's yours." Jake's laugh was harsh and humorless. What I want is for you to shut up and drive. We're taking a little detour." He gestured with the gun, indicating I should get back on the road. As I merged onto the highway, my mind was in overdrive. I needed to find a way out of this, and fast. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "You'll find out when we get there," Jake snapped. "Just keep driving and keep your mouth shut." The next hour was the longest of my life. We drove in tense silence, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the occasional crackle of my CB radio. I thought about trying to signal for help, but Jake's eyes never left me. One wrong move, and I knew he wouldn't hesitate to use that gun. Finally, he directed me to turn off onto a narrow dirt road. It wound through the desert, away from the highway and any hope of rescue. After a few miles, a ramshackle building came into view. It looked like an abandoned gas station, long since left to rot in the unforgiving desert sun. "Stop here," Jake ordered. I brought the truck to a halt, my hands shaking slightly on the wheel. Jake got out, keeping the gun trained on me as he walked around to my side. "Out," he barked, yanking open my door. As I climbed down from the cab, my foot slipped on the running board. I stumbled, nearly falling. It was just the distraction I needed. In that split second, I lunged at Jake, catching him off guard. We grappled for the gun, the cold metal burning in my grip as we struggled. Jake was stronger than he looked, but desperation lent me strength. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the quiet desert night. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then Jake crumpled to the ground, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. I stood there panting, the gun heavy in my hand. I couldn't believe what had just happened. Part of me wanted to run, to get back in my truck and drive as far and as fast as I could, but I knew I couldn't leave him there. With shaking hands, I checked for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. The bullet had grazed his side, painful but not immediately life-threatening. I grabbed some rope from my truck and tied Jake up as best I could. Then I got on my CB radio and called for help, praying someone would hear me out here in the middle of nowhere. It felt like hours before I saw the flashing lights of approaching vehicles. Police cars and an ambulance appeared on the horizon, kicking up dust as they sped down the dirt road. The next few hours were a blur of questions and statements. I learned that Jake was wanted in connection with a string of armed robberies across 3 states. He'd been targeting lone truckers, forcing them to drive to isolated locations where his partners would be waiting to unload the cargo. As the sun began to rise, painting the desert in shades of pink and gold, a detective approached me. He looked tired but satisfied. "Mr. Thompson," he said, extending his hand, "I want to thank you for your bravery. You've helped us crack a case we've been working on for months." I shook his hand numbly, still trying to process everything that had happened. "I was just trying to survive," I mumbled. He nodded understandingly. "That's often when true bravery shows itself. You'll need to come down to the station to give a formal statement, but after that, you're free to go. Your cargo's safe, and your company's been notified." As I climbed back into my truck, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. I looked older somehow, the lines on my face deeper than I remembered. The events of the night had left their mark, not just physically, but deep inside me. I started the engine, the familiar rumble bringing a small measure of comfort. As I pulled back onto the highway heading towards Salt Lake City to finally deliver my cargo, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly life can change. One moment, you're just another trucker on a long haul. The next, you're fighting for your life against an armed criminal. It was a stark reminder of the unpredictability of life on the road, and the dangers that can lurk behind a simple outstretched thumb. But as the miles rolled by and the sun climbed higher in the sky, I felt something else alongside the lingering fear and shock. A sense of pride, perhaps, or resilience. I had faced the unthinkable and come out the other side. I had survived. From that day on, every time I saw a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I'd feel a twinge of that old fear. But I'd also remember the strength I found within myself on that desert night. And I'd keep driving, eyes on the road ahead, ready for whatever it might bring. The creak of the floorboard outside our room shouldn't have been ominous. It was an old house after all. But when I heard the hushed whispers that followed, I knew our quaint bed and breakfast getaway had just become a waking nightmare. My wife and I had unwittingly checked into a den of secrets, and our hosts had plans that didn't include a complimentary breakfast. Sarah and I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. Both of us were buried in work, barely seeing each other despite living in the same house. This little getaway to a charming B&B in the countryside was supposed to be our chance to reconnect, to remember why we fell in love in the first place. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the gravel driveway crunching under our tires as we pulled up to the Victorian-style house. It was picture perfect, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. An older couple, who introduced themselves as Martha and George, greeted us warmly at the door. "Welcome to Willow Creek Bed and Breakfast," Martha said, her smile wide and inviting. "We're so glad you could join us." George took our bags, insisting, despite my protests, that it was no trouble at all. As we followed them inside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace wash over me. The interior was just as charming as the exterior, with antique furniture and the smell of freshly baked cookies in the air. Our room was on the second floor, a spacious suite with a four-poster bed and a view of the sprawling gardens behind the house. Sarah squeezed my hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For the first time in months, I saw the stress melt away from her face. We spent that evening exploring the grounds, walking hand in hand through the well-tended gardens. We talked about everything and nothing, rediscovering the easy conversation that had been lost in the chaos of our daily lives. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the landscape, I felt truly happy. Dinner was a quiet affair, just us and one other couple in the cozy dining room. Martha served us herself, each course more delicious than the last. The wine flowed freely, and by the time we retired to our room, we were both feeling warm and content. It was the middle of the night when I first heard it. A floorboard creaked, followed by hushed voices. In my half-asleep state, I initially dismissed it, but then I heard Martha's voice unusually sharp. "We have to do it tonight, George. We can't wait any longer." George's reply was too low for me to make out, but the urgency in Martha's next words sent a chill down my spine. "I don't care if you think it's too risky. If we don't act now, we'll lose everything." I lay there, fully awake now, straining to hear more. But the voices faded, followed by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. I turned to Sarah, relieved to see she was still asleep. My mind raced with possibilities. What were they talking about? What did they have to do tonight? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having financial troubles. Maybe they were planning to sell the B&B. But something in Martha's tone, the hidden edge beneath her earlier warmth, told me it was something far more sinister. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every creak, every distant sound had me on edge. When Sarah woke up, I debated whether to tell her about what I'd heard, but seeing her relaxed smile, I couldn't bring myself to shatter the peace of our getaway. Not yet, not without more information. At breakfast, I watched Martha and George closely. They seemed normal, cheerful even, as they served us homemade waffles and fresh fruit. But now that I was looking for it, I could see the strain around Martha's eyes, the tightness in George's smile. "Did you sleep well?" Martha asked, refilling my coffee cup. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Like a log. It's so quiet out here." Was it my imagination, or did her hand shake slightly as she set down the coffee pot? After breakfast, Sarah wanted to go for a hike on one of the nearby trails. I agreed, glad for the chance to get out of the house and clear my head. But as we were preparing to leave, I made an excuse to run back up to our room. Once there, I quickly but thoroughly searched the space. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. A hidden camera, a listening device, anything to confirm my growing paranoia. I found nothing, but that didn't ease my anxiety. The hike was beautiful, the spring air crisp and invigorating. Sarah chatted happily about the birds we saw, the wildflowers blooming along the path. I tried to engage, to lose myself in the moment, but my mind kept wandering back to the overheard conversation. We returned to the B&B in the late afternoon. As we approached, I saw George hurriedly closing the doors of a shed behind the house. When he saw us, he waved a bit too enthusiastically. "Enjoy your hike," he called out. "It was lovely," Sarah replied. This whole place is just magical. If only she knew the dark undercurrent I'd sensed. That evening, Martha announced that she and George had to run into town for supplies. They'd be gone for a couple of hours, but we were welcome to help ourselves to anything in the kitchen if we got hungry. As soon as their car disappeared down the driveway, I turned to Sarah. "We need to talk," I said, my voice grave. I told her everything. The midnight conversation, my suspicions, the odd behavior I'd noticed. To her credit, she listened without interrupting, her expression growing more concerned with each word. "What do you think they're planning?" she asked when I finished. I shook my head. "I don't know. But whatever it is, it's happening tonight. And I don't think we should be here when it does." Sarah bit her lip, clearly torn. "But what if we're overreacting? What if it's nothing?" "And what if it's not?" I countered. "I'd rather feel foolish for leaving early than risk whatever they've got planned." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Okay, let's pack up and go." We moved quickly, throwing our belongings into our suitcases. I kept an ear out for the sound of a returning car, my heart racing with each passing minute. We were just about to head downstairs when we heard it, the crunch of gravel under tires. They were back, much earlier than expected. "Quick," I whispered. "Back to the room. Act natural." We had just managed to shove our packed bags under the bed when a knock came at the door. I opened it to find Martha, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "I hope we didn't disturb you," she said. "We forgot a few things, had to come back early." "No problem at all," I replied, hoping my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Wonderful. Oh, and I wondered if you might help George with something in the shed? Just a bit of heavy lifting." My blood ran cold. The shed, where I'd seen George earlier, acting suspiciously. "Of course," I heard myself say. "Happy to help." As I followed Martha downstairs, I caught Sarah's eye. The fear I saw there mirrored my own. George was waiting by the shed, a shovel in his hand. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure they could hear it. "Right this way," George said, opening the shed door. I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the gloom, and that's when I saw it, a hole in the dirt floor about the size of a grave. I turned to run, but George was blocking the doorway. "I'm sorry," he said, raising the shovel. "We really didn't want it to come to this." What happened next was a blur. I remember shouting, the sound of splintering wood as I charged at George. I remember running, Sarah's hand in mine as we sprinted for our car, the screech of tires as we peeled out of the driveway. We drove for hours, not stopping until we were several states away. Only then, in the harsh fluorescent light of a highway rest stop, did we finally break down. The reality of what we'd escaped, of how close we'd come to God knows what fate, hit us like a physical blow. We went to the police, of course, told them everything, but by the time they investigated, Martha and George were long gone. The B&B stood empty, no evidence of foul play except for that ominous hole in the shed floor. To this day, I don't know what their plan was. Maybe we interrupted some long-standing criminal enterprise. Maybe we were intended to be their next victims. Whatever the case, our idyllic getaway had turned into a brush with unimaginable danger. Sarah and I are closer now, bonded by our shared ordeal, but we've never stayed at another B&B. Some wounds, it seems, take longer to heal than others, and some quaint country inns hide secrets darker than we could ever imagine. The gentle rocking of the ferry had lulled most passengers to sleep, but for me, it was the calm before the storm. As I stood on the dimly lit deck, watching a group of men huddled in hushed conversation, I realized that this routine night crossing was about to become a fight for survival on the open sea. I hadn't planned on taking the midnight ferry. My day trip to the island was supposed to end with the 7 p.m. sailing, but a missed bus and a series of unfortunate delays left me sprinting onto the last ferry of the night, breathless and grateful just to be heading home. The ferry was larger than I expected for a late-night crossing, a behemoth of steel cutting through the dark waters. There weren't many passengers, a few truckers catching some sleep in their cabs, a handful of locals, and a group of men who seemed out of place in their crisp business attire. I found a quiet corner in the passenger lounge and settled in for the 3-hour journey. The gentle hum of the engines and the rhythmic slap of waves against the hull were soothing, and I felt my eyelids growing heavy. It must have been about an hour into the trip when I jolted awake, my bladder protesting the large coffee I'd downed earlier. Groggy and disoriented, I made my way to the restrooms near the rear of the ship. As I was returning to my seat, a snippet of conversation caught my attention. 2 of the men in suits were standing near the stairwell, their voices low but intense. "Can't wait any longer. It has to be tonight." "Are you sure everyone's in position?" "Positive. Once we reach the halfway point, we make our move." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. I quickened my pace, trying to appear nonchalant as I passed them. Their conversation ceased abruptly, and I could feel their eyes on me as I walked away. Back in my seat, my mind raced. What had I just overheard? It sounded like they were planning something that was going to happen on this ferry. But what? I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that I had misheard or misunderstood, but the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. I'd always prided myself on my intuition, and right now every instinct was screaming that something was very, very wrong. I decided to do a casual lap around the ferry just to ease my mind. As I walked, I counted the men in suits. There were 6 of them in total, spread out across the ship, but always within sight of each other. They seemed to be watching the few other passengers, their gazes calculating and cold. Near the life rafts, I overheard another fragment of conversation. "Disable the communications first. Can't risk them calling for help." My heart began to pound. This was real. These men were planning to take over the ferry. I needed to alert someone, but who? I hadn't seen any security personnel on board, and I was afraid to approach the captain directly in case one of the men saw me. I made my way to the purser's office, trying to appear calm. The purser, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, looked up as I entered. "Can I help you?" I leaned in close, keeping my voice low. "I think there's something wrong. I've overheard some men talking about disabling communications and taking control of the ship." Her eyes widened, but to her credit, she maintained her composure. "Are you certain?" I nodded emphatically. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm sure. There are 6 of them, all in suits. They're spread out across the ship." She reached for the phone on her desk, but before she could dial, the lights flickered and went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a moment later, casting an eerie red glow throughout the ship. "It's starting," I whispered, fear clutching at my throat. The purser's face had gone pale. "We need to get to the bridge. Now." We left the office, moving as quickly as we dared, but we'd only made it halfway down the corridor when 2 of the men in suits appeared, blocking our path. "Going somewhere?" one of them asked, his voice menacing. The purser stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear I could see in her eyes. "I need to check on the electrical systems. If you'll excuse us." "I don't think so," the other man said, pulling out a gun. "Both of you, turn around and start walking." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. They marched us to the cargo hold, where we found the rest of the passengers and crew already gathered, fear evident on every face. One of the men, clearly the leader, stood before us. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. We've taken control of this vessel for our own purposes. Cooperate, and no one needs to get hurt." A murmur of panic rippled through the group. I scanned the faces, counting quickly. With a sinking feeling, I realized the captain and several crew members were missing. What had happened to them? The leader continued. "We'll be making a slight detour. Once we've reached our destination and completed our business, you'll all be free to go. Until then, I suggest you make yourselves comfortable." As he spoke, I noticed one of the other men fiddling with what looked like a signal jammer. That explained why no one had been able to call for help. Hours passed in tense silence. The ferry changed course, heading deeper into open waters. I tried to keep track of our captors' movements, looking for any weakness in their plan, any opportunity to act. It was nearing dawn when I saw my chance. Two of the men were arguing in hushed tones, distracted. The one guarding the door to the cargo hold looked drowsy, his eyes heavy-lidded. I leaned over to the purser, who had stayed close to me throughout the ordeal. "I think I can reach that life raft release lever," I whispered, nodding towards the mechanism near the door. "If I can deploy it, it might create enough of a distraction for someone to get to the bridge and call for help." She looked at me, fear and determination warring in her eyes. "It's risky, if they catch you." "We can't just sit here and wait," I insisted. "Who knows what they're planning?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Okay, I'll try to create a diversion. When I do, make your move." I watched, my nerves on edge, as she made her way towards the guard. She stumbled, falling against him with a cry of distress. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I've twisted my ankle." As the guard bent to help her up, I saw my opening. I darted towards the life raft release, my hand closing around the lever. With all my strength, I pulled. The klaxon blared, startlingly loud in the confined space. Shouts of confusion filled the air as the life raft deployed, splashing into the sea. In the ensuing chaos, I saw the purser slip out the door. Gunshots rang out, but in the confusion, their aim was wild. I dove behind a stack of crates, my heart pounding. Had the purser made it to the bridge? Would help come in time? The next few minutes were the longest of my life. The hijackers shouted orders, trying to regain control of the situation. I could hear them searching, getting closer to my hiding spot. Then, miraculously, new voices joined the fray. "This is the Coast Guard. Drop your weapons and surrender." Relief flooded through me, so intense it made me dizzy. As the sound of boots thundered down the stairs, I finally allowed myself to believe that we were saved. The aftermath was a blur of statements and medical checks. I learned that the hijackers had been part of an international smuggling ring, using passenger ferries to transport illegal goods. The purser had managed to reach the bridge and send out an SOS, guiding the Coast Guard to our location. As I finally stepped off the ferry, hours later than planned and utterly exhausted, a Coast Guard officer approached me. "Your quick thinking saved a lot of lives today," he said, shaking my hand. "You should be proud." I managed a weary smile. "I'm just glad it's over." But as I watched the ferry, now crawling with law enforcement, I knew it wasn't really over. The memory of that night would stay with me forever. The fear, the uncertainty, but also the knowledge that ordinary people can find extraordinary courage when it matters most. I've taken many ferry rides since then. Each time, as I feel the engines rumble to life and the shore begins to recede, I'm reminded of that harrowing night. But I also remember the strength I found within myself, the bonds forged with strangers in the face of danger. And I know that whatever rough waters lie ahead, I have the resilience to weather the storm. The sound of breaking glass shattered the quiet night, and in that moment I knew the children weren't safe. What had started as a routine babysitting job had suddenly become a desperate struggle to protect two innocent lives from a danger I never saw coming. I'd been babysitting for the Seabrooks for about 6 months. They were a nice couple, David, a successful lawyer, and his wife Maria, a pediatrician. Their kids, Emma, 8, and Jake, 6, were sweet and well-behaved. It was an easy gig and the pay was good. Perfect for a college student like me trying to make ends meet. That Friday night seemed like any other. The Seabrooks were headed to a charity gala in the city, dressed to the nines. As Maria rattled off the usual instructions, Emergency numbers on the fridge, bedtimes, no sugar after 8 p.m. I nodded along, having heard it all before. But then David pulled me aside, his expression unusually serious. "Listen, Sarah," he said in a low voice. "If anything seems off tonight, anything at all, I want you to call the police immediately. Don't hesitate." I blinked, taken aback. "Is everything okay, Mr. Seabrook?" He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, it's probably nothing. Just keep an eye out, okay?" Before I could press further, Maria called for him, and they were out the door with a flurry of goodbye kisses for the kids. I stood there for a moment, unsettled by David's warning. What could he possibly be worried about? I pushed the thought aside and focused on the kids. We had dinner, played a few board games, and then settled in for a movie. As the credits rolled, I ushered them upstairs for bed. Emma went down easily, but Jake was being fussy. "Can you leave the hall light on?" he asked, his big brown eyes pleading. "Sure, buddy," I said, ruffling his hair. "Any particular reason?" He hesitated, then whispered, "I saw a scary man outside my window last night." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered David's warning. "What do you mean, Jake? What did the man look like?" "He had a beard," Jake said, pulling the covers up to his chin. "And a hat. He was just standing there, watching." I tried to keep my voice calm. "It was probably just a shadow, Jake. But tell you what, I'll double-check all the doors and windows, okay? Nothing to worry about." He nodded, seeming reassured, and I tucked him in. But as I walked downstairs, my heart was pounding. Was this what David had been worried about? I did a thorough check of the house, making sure every door and window was locked. The Seabrooks lived in an upscale neighborhood, their large house set back from the street and surrounded by well-manicured gardens. It should have felt safe, but now every shadow seemed menacing. As I settled onto the couch with a book, trying to calm my nerves, I heard a noise from outside, a soft scraping sound, like someone trying to be quiet but not quite succeeding. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, coming from the back of the house. My mouth went dry. I stood up slowly, my mind racing. What should I do? Call the police? But what if it was nothing? I'd feel like an idiot if cops showed up for a raccoon in the trash cans. I crept to the kitchen window, peering out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye. A figure dressed in dark clothing was crouched by the back door, fiddling with the lock. My heart leapt into my throat. This was really happening. Someone was trying to break in. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking as I pulled out my phone. Just as I was about to dial 911, I heard it. The sound of breaking glass, followed by a muffled curse. They were inside. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. The kids. I had to protect the kids. I raced upstairs, taking the steps two at a time. I burst into Jake's room first, clamping a hand over his mouth as he startled awake. "Shh," I whispered. "We need to be very quiet. We're going to play a hiding game, okay?" His eyes were wide with fear, but he nodded. I scooped him up and hurried to Emma's room. She was already sitting up in bed, alerted by the noise. "Sarah, what's going on?" she asked, her voice trembling. "We need to hide," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Remember the secret place your dad showed you? In the attic?" Emma nodded, suddenly looking very young and scared. I ushered them towards the hidden panel in the hallway that led to a small attic space. It was meant as a fun hideout for the kids, but now it might save their lives. As I helped them climb up, I heard heavy footsteps downstairs. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. "Stay here," I whispered to the kids. "Don't make a sound, no matter what you hear. I'm going to get help." Emma grabbed my arm. "Don't leave us," she pleaded, tears in her eyes. I swallowed hard. "I have to. But I promise I'll come back for you. You need to be brave now, okay? Take care of your brother." With a final look at their frightened faces, I closed the panel. It blended seamlessly with the wall. Unless you knew it was there, you'd never find it. I could hear the intruders ransacking the house below. They were speaking in low voices, but I couldn't make out the words. I had to get to a phone, call for help. Slowly, carefully, I crept down the stairs. My phone was still on the coffee table in the living room. If I could just reach it. I made it to the bottom of the stairs when a floorboard creaked under my foot. The voices stopped abruptly. "Check upstairs," a gruff voice ordered. Footsteps headed my way. I darted into the study, ducking behind the heavy oak desk. My breath came in short gasps as I heard someone enter the room. Come out, wherever you are," a voice sing-songed. "We know you're in here, babysitter. Just tell us where the kids are and no one has to get hurt." A chill ran through me. They were here for the children. But why? I stayed perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. The intruder moved around the room, checking behind curtains and closets. Just when I thought he was going to leave, I felt a hand grab my hair, yanking me up. "Found you," he sneered. I screamed, more in anger than fear, and drove my elbow back into his stomach. He grunted, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I ran, my only thought to lead them away from the kids. I made it to the kitchen before they cornered me. Two men, both wearing ski masks. One held a gun. "Enough games," the armed one said. "Where are the children?" I straightened up, meeting his gaze defiantly. "I don't know what you're talking about. The kids are at their grandparents' tonight." He laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Nice try. We know they're here. Now you're going to tell us where they are, or things are going to get very unpleasant for you." My mind raced. I needed to stall, to buy time. Surely someone must have heard the commotion by now. A neighbor, anyone. "Why do you want them?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "They're just kids." The man with the gun stepped closer. "That's none of your concern. Last chance. Where are they?" I opened my mouth, not sure what I was going to say, when suddenly the room was flooded with red and blue lights. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder by the second. The men looked at each other in panic. "Shit, we gotta go." They ran, shoving past me. I heard the back door slam, followed by the sound of a car engine roaring to life. Moments later, the house was swarming with police. As I gave my statement, still shaking from the adrenaline, I learned the truth. The Seabrooks were under witness protection. David had witnessed a high-profile crime, and the men were sent to kidnap the children as leverage. The kids were safe, thank God. The police found them still huddled in their hiding place, scared but unharmed. As I watched Emma and Jake reunite with their frantic parents, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly brought me to my knees. In the days that followed, as the story unfolded in the media and the Seabrooks prepared to move to a new safe location, I struggled to process what had happened. The fear, the anger, the overwhelming relief. It was all tangled up inside me. But mostly I felt a fierce pride. I had protected those children. When it mattered most, I had found a strength I never knew I possessed. I don't babysit anymore. The experience left me with nightmares that took months of therapy to address. But it also left me with something else. A deep-seated knowledge that when pushed to the limit, I'm capable of more than I ever imagined. And that's a lesson I'll carry with me always. The click of my camera shutter echoed through the abandoned building, but it wasn't the only sound I heard. As I lowered my camera, the unmistakable noise of hushed voices and shuffling feet reached my ears. In that moment, I realized my urban exploration had led me straight into the middle of something far more dangerous than decaying architecture. I've always been drawn to forgotten places. There's something hauntingly beautiful about abandoned buildings, the way nature slowly reclaims what humans have left behind. As a freelance photographer, I've made a name for myself capturing these decaying urban landscapes, but nothing in my years of urban exploration could have prepared me for what I encountered in the old Blackwood factory. The factory had been on my radar for months. Once the economic heart of our small Midwestern town, it had stood empty for nearly 2 decades, a hulking reminder of better days. Rumors swirled about why it had closed so suddenly. Everything from financial mismanagement to toxic contamination. Whatever the reason, it had become an irresistible target for my lens. I arrived just before dawn, the soft light perfect for the moody shots I had in mind. The factory loomed before me, its broken windows like vacant eyes staring down at the overgrown parking lot. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but I easily found a gap to slip through. The interior was a photographer's dream. Shafts of early morning sunlight pierced through holes in the roof, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. Rusted machinery stood silent, nature slowly claiming them with creeping vines and moss. I lost myself in my work, moving from room to room, documenting the haunting beauty of decay. I must have been there for hours, completely absorbed in my photography. It wasn't until I entered what must have been the main production floor that I realized something was off. The layer of dust that coated everything else was disturbed here, footprints crisscrossing the floor. And there, in the corner, a pile of empty food wrappers that couldn't have been more than a day old. My heart rate picked up. Had I stumbled upon a homeless encampment? It wasn't uncommon to find people seeking shelter in these abandoned places. I was debating whether to call out a greeting when I heard it, voices coming from somewhere deeper in the building. Curiosity overcame caution. I moved closer, my footsteps silent on the dusty floor. The voices grew clearer as I approached a partially open door. "Shipment comes in tonight. We need to be ready." "Are you sure this place is secure? I thought I heard something earlier. Probably just rats. No one comes here anymore." I froze, my blood running cold. This wasn't a casual conversation. These people, whoever they were up to something illegal, and I was an unwitting witness. I started to back away slowly, praying the old floorboards wouldn't betray me. But in my haste, I knocked against a piece of machinery. The metallic clang seemed to echo forever in the cavernous space. The voices stopped abruptly. "What was that?" "Check it out. Now." Panic surged through me. I looked around frantically for somewhere to hide. There, an old locker, its door hanging open. Without thinking, I dove inside, pulling the door closed behind me. Through the slats, I watched as two men entered the room, guns drawn. "I swear I heard something," one of them said, his eyes scanning the area. "Spread out, check every corner." My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure they'd hear it. I tried to control my breathing, painfully aware of how the slightest sound could give me away. The men moved methodically through the room, checking behind machinery and in dark corners. One of them was getting dangerously close to my hiding spot. I pressed myself further back into the locker, feeling cobwebs brush against my face. Just when I thought discovery was inevitable, a phone rang. The man nearest to me cursed, fishing a cell phone out of his pocket. "Yeah?" he answered gruffly. He listened for a moment, then said, "Understood. We'll be ready." He turned to his partner. "Boss says the shipment's been moved up. We need to prep the loading dock now." The other man nodded, casting one last suspicious look around the room before they both left. I waited several agonizing minutes before daring to emerge from the locker. My legs were shaky, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. I needed to get out of here fast, but as I moved towards the exit, a thought struck me. I had evidence of whatever criminal operation was going on here. My camera was full of photos that could help the police shut this down. Could I really just walk away? The smart thing would be to leave immediately, call the cops from a safe distance. But something made me hesitate. If I could just get a photo of these guys or whatever shipment they were talking about, it could make all the difference. It was a stupid, reckless decision. But I found myself moving deeper into the factory instead of towards safety. I followed the sound of activity to a large loading dock area. Peering around a corner, I saw a group of men busy preparing the space. They were clearing debris, setting up lights, and unloading equipment from a van. Whatever was coming, it was big. With shaking hands, I raised my camera. The telephoto lens would let me capture clear images from this distance. I started snapping photos, trying to get clear shots of faces and the equipment they were setting up. I was so focused on documenting the scene that I didn't notice someone approaching from behind until it was too late. A hand clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around. I found myself face to face with a burly man, his eyes cold and angry. Well, well," he growled. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little spy." Before I could react, he'd wrenched the camera from my hands. "Hey," I protested, reaching for it instinctively. He shoved me hard, sending me stumbling backwards. "Boys," he called out, "looks like we've got company." The men from the loading dock rushed over. I was quickly surrounded, a sea of hostile faces glaring at me. One of them, a tall man with a scar running down his cheek, stepped forward. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Who sent you?" No one," I stammered. "I'm just a photographer. I was taking pictures of the building. I didn't mean to." "Shut up," Scarface snapped. He turned to the man holding my camera. "What's on it?" The burly man was scrolling through my photos. "Lots of artsy bullshit," he reported, "but also some clear shots of our operation. This guy's been busy." Scarface's expression darkened. You've seen too much, friend. That's very unfortunate for you. My mind raced, searching for a way out of this nightmare. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know what's going on here, and I don't want to know. Just let me go. I'll delete the photos. You'll never see me again. Scarface laughed, a chilling sound devoid of humor. I'm afraid it's not that simple. We can't risk you talking to anyone about what you've seen. One of the other men spoke up. We should just kill him now. Dump the body in the river. Terror coursed through me. This couldn't be happening. I was going to die here in this abandoned factory, all because of my stupid curiosity. But then, a miracle. In the distance, sirens began to wail. The men looked at each other in panic. Cops? One of them asked. Doesn't matter, Scarface snapped. We need to move. Now. In the chaos that followed, as the men rushed to pack up their equipment, I saw my chance. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my life. I heard shouts behind me, maybe even a gunshot, but I didn't stop. I burst out of the factory and kept running, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, collapsing on the sidewalk as police cars sped past, headed towards the factory. Later, after giving my statement to the police and identifying the men from mugshots, I learned the full story. The group had been using the abandoned factory as a distribution center for a major drug trafficking operation. My accidental discovery had led to the biggest drug bust in the county's history. My camera was never recovered, likely destroyed by the criminals before they fled. But the memory card I had instinctively pocketed when I first heard the voices provided enough evidence to ensure convictions. In the weeks that followed, as I dealt with the trauma of what I'd experienced, I found myself questioning everything about my urban exploration hobby. The thrill of discovering forgotten places suddenly seemed hollow compared to the very real dangers I'd faced. But as time passed, I realized that this experience, terrifying as it was, had shown me something important about myself. When faced with a moral choice, to run or to gather evidence that could stop criminals, I had chosen to act, despite the risk. It wasn't smart, and I wouldn't recommend anyone else make the same choice, but it showed me a courage I didn't know I possessed. I still take photos of abandoned places, but now I'm much more careful. And every time I step into a decaying building, I remember that day in the factory. It serves as a constant reminder that sometimes the most dangerous things lurking in forgotten places aren't the crumbling walls or rusty machinery, but the secrets they hide. The first gunshot shattered more than just the peaceful night air. It splintered our sense of security, turning what should have been a fun weekend camping trip into a desperate fight for survival. As I huddled with my friends in the darkness, I realized that the true predators in these woods walked on 2 legs, not 4. It had started as a typical getaway for our group. There were 5 of us: me, my best friend Mike, his girlfriend Sarah, and our college buddies Tom and Lisa. We'd been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the city and spend a few days hiking, fishing, and enjoying nature. We chose a remote campsite in the national forest, about a 4-hour drive from home. It was the kind of place that promised solitude and stunning views, far from the crowded campgrounds closer to civilization. As we set up our tents and gathered wood for the campfire, the air was filled with laughter and the excitement of adventure. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked trails that wound through dense forests and along crystal-clear streams. We spotted deer, a family of raccoons, and even caught a glimpse of a black bear in the distance. At night, we sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories under a sky full of stars. It was on the 3rd night that everything changed. We were sitting around the fire, passing around a bottle of whiskey and trying to outdo each other with increasingly outrageous ghost stories. Mike had just launched into a particularly gruesome tale when we heard it, a branch snapping in the darkness beyond our campsite. Probably just a deer, Tom said, but there was an edge to his voice that betrayed his unease. We fell silent, straining our ears. For a moment, all we could hear was the crackling of the fire and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then, unmistakably, the sound of footsteps. Heavy footsteps, moving with purpose. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response. Just more footsteps, closer now. Mike stood up, grabbing a flashlight. "I'm going to check it out," he said. Are you crazy? Sarah hissed, grabbing his arm. What if it's a bear? Bears don't walk like that, Mike replied, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Before we could argue further, a figure emerged from the darkness into the edge of our campfire's light. It was a man, tall and wiry, with a scraggly beard and clothes that had seen better days. But what caught my attention was the rifle he was carrying pointed directly at us. Well, well, he drawled, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Looks like we've got ourselves some city folk out for a little adventure. As if on cue, 2 more men stepped into the light, both armed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. We don't want any trouble. If this is your land, we're sorry. We'll pack up and leave right now. The first man laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. Oh, you're not going anywhere. You see, we've been watching you folks. All that fancy camping gear, those nice cars you drove in. I bet you've got all sorts of valuable things in those tents of yours. I saw Mike tense, ready to do something foolish. I shot him a warning look, silently pleading with him not to make any sudden moves. Take whatever you want, Sarah said, her voice trembling. Just please don't hurt us. The man with the beard, clearly the leader, seemed to consider this for a moment. Then he nodded to his companions. Search the tents. Anything valuable, take it. As the other 2 men started rummaging through our belongings, the leader kept his rifle trained on us. Now, he said, empty your pockets, watches, wallets, phones, all of it. With shaking hands, we complied. I felt a surge of anger as I watched them pocket our possessions, but I knew resistance would only make things worse. Once they had gathered everything of value, the leader spoke again. All right, now here's what's going to happen. You're all going to start walking that way. He gestured towards a dark trail leading deeper into the forest. Don't try to run. Don't try to be heroes. Just walk. My blood ran cold. They weren't just robbing us. They were going to take us somewhere. And I had a sickening feeling we wouldn't be coming back. As we started down the trail, I frantically tried to think of a way out. But with guns at our backs and unfamiliar terrain all around us, our options were limited. We had been walking for about 10 minutes when it happened. Tom, who had been at the back of our group, suddenly stumbled and fell. In the confusion that followed, Mike saw an opportunity. He lunged at the nearest gunman, tackling him to the ground. Run! He shouted. Everything exploded into chaos. Sarah screamed. Lisa took off into the woods. I hesitated for a split second, torn between fleeing and helping Mike. That's when the first shot rang out. The muzzle flash lit up the night, followed by Mike's cry of pain. That decided it for me. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for the branches that whipped at our faces. Behind us, I could hear shouting and more gunshots. But we didn't stop. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, unable to go any further, we collapsed behind a fallen tree. As we lay there, gasping for breath, the reality of our situation began to sink in. We were lost in the woods, in the middle of the night, being hunted by armed men, and we had no idea what had happened to our friends. We need to find help, Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse. I nodded, trying to think through the panic clouding my mind. We passed a ranger station on our way in, I said. It can't be more than a few miles from here. But which direction? Sarah asked, and I could hear the desperation in her voice. I looked up at the sky, searching for the North Star like my dad had taught me years ago. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. This way, I said, pointing. I think. We moved as quickly and quietly as we could through the dark forest. Every snapping twig made us freeze. Every distant sound had us ducking for cover. The adrenaline coursing through our veins kept us going, but I knew we couldn't keep this up forever. After what felt like hours, we saw a faint light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind, but as we got closer, my heart sank. It wasn't the ranger station. It was a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Should we risk it? Sarah asked. I hesitated. For all we knew, this could be where those men lived, but we were exhausted, lost, and running out of options. We have to, I said. We approached cautiously. The cabin looked well maintained, with a truck parked outside. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. For a long moment, there was no response. Then we heard movement inside. The door opened, revealing an older man with a weathered face and kind eyes. He took in our disheveled appearance with a raised eyebrow. "Good Lord," he said. "What happened to you two?" The words came tumbling out of me. The campsite, the armed men, our friends. As I spoke, the man's expression grew increasingly grave. "Come inside," he said when I finished. "I'm John, by the way. I'm a retired park ranger." As we stepped into the warmth of the cabin, I felt the first glimmer of hope since this nightmare began. John immediately went to his radio, calling for help. "I know those woods like the back of my hand," he told us. "And I know about the men you encountered. They've been causing trouble in these parts for years." Over the next few hours, as we waited for help to arrive, John kept us calm with cups of strong coffee and stories of his years as a ranger. When we heard the sound of approaching helicopters, I thought I might cry with relief. The rescue operation was a blur of activity. Park rangers and state police swarmed the area. They found Lisa hiding in a hollow tree, frightened but unharmed. Tom had a nasty bump on his head but was otherwise okay. Mike had been shot in the shoulder, but the wound wasn't life-threatening. He was already being treated in a nearby hospital by the time we were rescued. As for the men who attacked us, they were caught trying to flee the area. It turned out they were wanted for a string of similar attacks on campers across 3 states. In the days and weeks that followed, as we gave statements and attended court hearings, I found myself grappling with the aftermath of our ordeal. The fear lingered, making me jump at unexpected noises and eye strangers with suspicion. But there was something else too. A newfound appreciation for life, for friendship, for the kindness of strangers like John. We had faced unimaginable danger together and come out the other side. I still go camping. But now, every time I sit around a campfire with friends, I'm acutely aware of how precious those moments are. And I'm grateful, not just for the beauty of nature, but for the strength we found in ourselves and each other when it mattered most. The moment I saw the bruises on little Tommy's arms, I knew something was terribly wrong. What I didn't realize was that my discovery would unravel a web of corruption that ran deeper than I could have ever imagined, turning my quiet night shift at Millbrook General into a dangerous game of cat and mouse. I've been a nurse for over a decade, but nothing in my training prepared me for what I encountered that night. It was a typical Tuesday evening at our small-town hospital. The ER was quiet, just the usual minor injuries and routine check-ins. I was halfway through my shift when the ambulance brought in Tommy Miller, a 7-year-old boy with a broken arm. At first glance, it seemed straightforward enough. Kids break bones all the time, right? But as I helped the doctor examine Tommy, I noticed the telltale signs of abuse. Faded bruises in various stages of healing, a slightly older fracture that had never been treated properly, and the way Tommy flinched at even the gentlest touch. "What happened, Tommy?" I asked softly as I prepared to set up his IV. "I fell off my bike," he mumbled, not meeting my eyes. His father, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard and expensive watch, quickly interjected. "He's always been clumsy. Takes after his mother, God rest her soul." Something about Mr. Miller's tone set me on edge. It was too smooth, too rehearsed. I'd heard similar explanations from abusers before, but there was something else here. Something that didn't quite add up. As I continued to care for Tommy, I noticed more inconsistencies. The location and pattern of his injuries didn't match a bike accident. And then there was the way Mr. Miller kept glancing at his phone, as if waiting for an important message. I decided to trust my instincts. Once Tommy was settled and Mr. Miller stepped out to make a call, I approached Dr. Reyes, the attending physician. "I think we need to report this," I whispered, explaining my suspicions. Dr. Reyes frowned, glancing towards the door where Mr. Miller had exited. "Are you sure, Sarah? That's a serious accusation. And the Millers are, well, they're important people in this town." I was taken aback by his hesitation. Dr. Reyes had always been a strong advocate for his patients, especially children. "Since when does that matter?" I asked. "If a child is being abused? I'll look into it." He cut me off, his tone final. "For now, just finish up Tommy's treatment and discharge him. I'll handle the rest." Something in his eyes made me uneasy. It wasn't just reluctance I saw there, but fear. As if he knew something he wasn't sharing. I returned to Tommy's bedside, my mind racing. As I adjusted his IV, I noticed a small tattoo on his inner wrist, partially hidden by the hospital bracelet. It looked like a series of numbers and letters. "That's a cool tattoo, Tommy," I said casually. "Did you do that yourself?" Tommy's eyes widened in panic. He quickly covered his wrist with his other hand. "It's nothing," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Please don't tell my dad you saw it." Before I could respond, Mr. Miller returned. He seemed agitated, checking his watch repeatedly. "How much longer is this going to take?" he demanded. "We're almost done," I assured him, trying to keep my voice neutral. "I just need to go over some aftercare instructions with you." As I explained how to care for Tommy's cast, I couldn't shake the feeling that something much bigger than child abuse was going on here. The tattoo, Mr. Miller's behavior, Dr. Reyes' reluctance to report, it all pointed to something sinister. I finished my shift in a daze, my mind churning with possibilities. As I walked to my car in the dimly lit parking lot, a figure stepped out from behind a van. My heart leapt into my throat until I recognized Dr. Reyes. "Sarah," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We need to talk. Not here. Meet me at Riverside Park in an hour." Before I could respond, he was gone, melting back into the shadows. I sat in my car debating what to do. Every instinct told me to go home, to forget what I'd seen and heard. But the image of Tommy's frightened eyes kept me from turning the key in the ignition. An hour later, I found myself sitting on a bench in the deserted park, jumping at every rustle of leaves. Dr. Reyes arrived, looking haggard and nervous. "I'm sorry about earlier," he began. "I couldn't talk freely at the hospital. The walls have ears." "What's going on?" I demanded. "What aren't you telling me about Tommy?" Dr. Reyes sighed heavily. "It's not just Tommy. There are others. Children disappearing from the system, showing up months later with unexplained injuries and those tattoos." My blood ran cold. "Are you saying human trafficking?" He nodded grimly. "But it goes deeper than that. Local law enforcement, judges, even some hospital staff are involved. They use the hospital to patch up the kids and send them back out." I felt sick. "How long have you known about this?" "I started noticing patterns a few months ago. I've been gathering evidence, trying to find someone I can trust to take it to the feds, but they're watching me. I think they suspect I know something. We have to do something," I insisted. "We can't just let this continue." Dr. Reyes nodded. "That's why I needed to talk to you. I have a contact in the FBI, but I can't risk reaching out directly. I need you to take what I've gathered to him." He handed me a USB drive. "Everything I've found is on here. Names, dates, locations. Be careful, Sarah. These people are dangerous. They won't hesitate to silence anyone who threatens their operation." As I took the drive, the weight of what I was agreeing to hit me. This wasn't just about reporting child abuse anymore. This was stepping into a world of organized crime and corruption. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. I felt eyes on me everywhere I went. At work, I noticed certain staff members watching me more closely. Was I imagining things, or had Dr. Reyes' warning made me overly suspicious? I managed to make contact with the FBI agent, arranging to meet him at a cafe in the next town over. But as I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed a familiar car. Mr. Miller's sleek black sedan was parked across the street, and he was watching the cafe entrance. My heart pounding, I drove past without stopping. Somehow they knew. The meeting was compromised. I spent the next hour driving aimlessly, trying to shake off any potential tales. When I was sure I wasn't being followed, I headed to the one place I thought might be safe, my grandmother's old cabin in the woods. As I sat in the dusty living room, the USB drive feeling like it was burning a hole in my pocket, I realized the true gravity of my situation. I couldn't go home. I couldn't go back to work. I was in way over my head with information that could bring down a criminal empire. I thought about Tommy, about all the other children who might be suffering. I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to find a way to get this information to the authorities, no matter the risk. Using a prepaid phone I'd bought for emergencies, I called the FBI agent. "The original plan is blown," I said as soon as he answered. "But I have the information. I'll send it to you piece by piece from different locations. They can't watch every post office and internet cafe in the state. Be careful," he warned. "Once they realize what you're doing, they'll come after you with everything they've got." I ended the call, my resolve strengthening. I may have been just a small-town nurse, but I was now the key to unraveling a criminal conspiracy that had terrorized countless children. As I prepared to set out on my dangerous mission, I thought again of Tommy's frightened eyes, of the hidden tattoo on his wrist. I thought of all the other children like him, trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. "Hold on," I whispered, though they couldn't hear me. "Help is coming." I knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger. My life as I knew it was over. But as I stepped out into the cool night air, a strange sense of calm settled over me. For the first time in my life, I knew with absolute certainty that I was doing the right thing, no matter the cost. The quiet night shift that had started this journey felt like a lifetime ago. Now I was embarking on a new path, one that would test every ounce of courage and resilience I possessed. But I was ready. For Tommy, for all the children, I would see this through to the end. The day I found Mr. Johnson's dentures in my mailbox was the day I realized that uncovering the truth about my neighbor's disappearance might cost me my life. What started as innocent curiosity in our sleepy town of Millbrook had quickly spiraled into a dangerous game of cat and mouse, with me as the unsuspecting mouse. I'd moved to Millbrook 6 months ago, seeking a quieter life after years in the big city. The town seemed perfect. Picturesque houses lining tree-shaded streets, friendly faces at the local diner, and a sense of community I'd been craving. My next-door neighbor, Mr. Johnson, was a kind, elderly man who always had a smile and a wave for me. That's why his sudden disappearance 3 weeks ago had struck me as odd. One day he was tending to his prized roses, and the next he was gone. No note, no forwarding address, nothing. When I asked around, I got vague answers about him moving to be closer to family. But something didn't sit right. Maybe it was the investigative journalist in me, the part I thought I'd left behind in the city. Or maybe it was the way Mrs. Peterson from across the street averted her eyes when I mentioned Mr. Johnson's name. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong in Millbrook. I started asking questions, casually at first. Just a newcomer curious about town history and gossip. But the more I probed, the more I noticed a pattern. People would clam up, change the subject, or suddenly remember urgent errands when I brought up Mr. Johnson or any of the other handful of residents who had moved away in recent years. It was Officer Daniels who first made me feel like I might be poking a hornet's nest. I'd gone to the police station, ostensibly to report a lost cat. I didn't even own a cat, but really to see if I could glean any information about Mr. Johnson. "Look, Miss Walker," Officer Daniels said, his tone friendly but his eyes hard. "I know you're new here, but Millbrook values its privacy. People come and go. It's best not to pry into others' business." I nodded and smiled, playing the part of the chastised newcomer. But as I left the station, I caught sight of Officer Daniels making a phone call, his expression grim. That night, I found my first warning, if you could call it that. A dead rat on my front porch, its belly slit open. I told myself it was probably just a cat's handiwork, but the knot in my stomach said otherwise. I should have stopped then. Should have heeded the warning and gone back to my quiet life. But I couldn't. The mystery of Mr. Johnson and the others gnawed at me, demanding answers. I started digging deeper, using skills I'd honed as a journalist. I scoured public records looking for patterns in property sales, unusual financial transactions, anything that might shed light on what was happening in Millbrook. That's when I noticed it. A company called Millbrook Enterprises that seemed to be buying up properties all over town, always shortly after the occupants had moved away. The company traced back to a maze of shell corporations, but I was determined to unravel it. I was so engrossed in my investigation that I almost missed the signs that I was being watched. The same car parked across the street day after day. The way conversations would stop when I entered the local coffee shop. The hang-up calls in the middle of the night. But it was the dentures that really drove it home. I'd know Mr. Johnson's distinctive gold-capped tooth anywhere. Finding them in my mailbox, still stained with what looked horribly like blood, sent me into a panic. I ran inside, locking the door behind me, my heart pounding. This was no longer a game. This was a warning, a very clear one. They knew what I was doing, and they wanted me to stop. I spent that night huddled in my living room, jumping at every sound. By morning, I'd made a decision. I couldn't stop now, not when I was so close to uncovering the truth. But I needed help. I reached out to an old colleague from my reporting days, someone I trusted implicitly. I encrypted everything I'd found and sent it to her, with instructions to publish it all if she didn't hear from me in 48 hours. Then, I did the last thing anyone in Millbrook would expect. I went to the annual town festival as if nothing was wrong. I smiled, I chatted, I ate overpriced cotton candy. All the while I was watching, waiting for someone to make a move. It was Mayor Griffith who finally approached me, his politician's smile firmly in place. "Sarah, my dear," he said, placing a hand on my arm that felt more like a vice grip. "Why don't you join me for a chat in my office? There are some concerns we'd like to address." I knew this was it, the moment of truth. I followed him to town hall, my phone in my pocket, secretly recording everything. The mayor's office was packed. Officer Daniels was there, along with several prominent business owners I recognized. The air was thick with tension. "Sarah," Mayor Griffith began, his tone no longer friendly, "I'm afraid you've been making quite a nuisance of yourself lately, asking questions that don't concern you, digging into matters best left alone." "Where's Mr. Johnson?" I asked, deciding to cut right to the chase. The mayor's eye twitched. "Mr. Johnson decided to leave town, as have several others who found Millbrook unconducive to their lifestyles." "And Millbrook Enterprises? The company that seems to acquire property every time someone conveniently decides to leave town?" A flicker of surprise crossed the mayor's face, quickly replaced by anger. "You really don't know when to stop, do you? Do you have any idea what you're meddling with?" "Why don't you tell me?" I challenged, my heart racing but my voice steady. What followed was a confession that chilled me to the bone. Millbrook, it turned out, wasn't just a quaint small town. It was the center of a vast money laundering operation, funneling millions in drug money through real estate deals and local businesses. Those who discovered the truth or refused to play along, like Mr. Johnson, were given a choice: leave town and keep quiet, or face the consequences. "So you see, Sarah," the mayor concluded, "you have a decision to make. You can leave Millbrook tonight, forget everything you've learned, or..." The threat hung in the air, unspoken but clear. I took a deep breath, weighing my options. Then I smiled, reaching into my pocket. Everyone tensed, probably expecting a weapon. Instead, I pulled out my phone. "I've got a third option," I said, my voice surprisingly calm. "This entire conversation has been recorded and uploaded to a secure server. If anything happens to me, it goes public, along with all the evidence I've gathered over the past weeks." The room erupted into chaos. Accusations flew, voices raised in anger and panic. In the commotion, I slipped out, my legs shaky but my resolve firm. I'd love to say that was the end of it, that the bad guys were arrested, justice was served, and Millbrook returned to being the idyllic town it had pretended to be. But real life is rarely so neat. The truth did come out eventually. My recording, combined with the evidence I'd gathered, was enough to launch a federal investigation. But small towns have long memories, and not everyone believed the truth, even when faced with undeniable evidence. I couldn't stay in Millbrook, of course. There were too many people who blamed me for destroying their way of life, for exposing secrets long buried. I moved away, back to the city I thought I'd left behind for good. But I carry Millbrook with me in more ways than one. The lessons I learned there, about corruption, about the masks people wear, about the courage it takes to stand up for the truth, those will stay with me forever. Sometimes late at night, I still think about Mr. Johnson and the others who disappeared. I hope that someday they'll get justice. And I hope that my actions, as tumultuous as their consequences were, played some small part in making that possible. The quiet life I sought in Millbrook turned out to be anything but. Yet, in unraveling its dark secrets, I found a part of myself I thought I'd lost. The part that refuses to look away from injustice, no matter the personal cost. And in the end, isn't that worth more than any false peace could ever be? The moment I saw the wild, desperate eyes of the man I'd just pulled from the churning sea, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. My act of kindness in rescuing a shipwrecked sailor had invited a nightmare into my sanctuary, and as the storm raged outside, I realized the true danger was now locked inside the lighthouse with me. I'd been the keeper of the Crescent Point Lighthouse for nearly a decade, and I'd grown to love the solitude and purpose it provided. Perched on a rocky outcropping off the coast of Maine, the lighthouse was my home, my responsibility, and my refuge from a world that had often felt too chaotic and cruel. That fateful night started like many others. A nasty nor'easter had blown in, whipping the sea into a frenzy of white-capped waves and driving rain. I'd secured everything outside, checked the generator, and settled in for a long night of ensuring the light kept burning, a beacon of hope and warning for any ships caught in the tempest. It was nearing midnight when I saw it, a flare, bright red against the inky sky, not more than a half-mile out. My heart raced as I grabbed my binoculars and peered into the darkness. There, illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning, I saw a small boat being tossed mercilessly by the waves, and clinging to it a solitary figure. I didn't hesitate. I'd trained for this, knew the risks and the protocol. I called the Coast Guard immediately, but I knew they'd take at least an hour to reach us in this weather. By then, it might be too late. Donning my foul-weather gear, I rushed to the boathouse and launched the rescue dinghy. The moment I cleared the sheltered cove, the full force of the storm hit me. Waves crashed over the bow, the wind howled in my ears, and icy rain stung my face. But I pushed on, guided by my lighthouse's steady beam and the intermittent flares from the stranded boat. As I drew closer, I could make out the man more clearly. He was younger than I'd expected, probably in his early 30s, with wild, dark hair plastered to his face by the rain. His eyes were wide with fear and desperation. "Hold on," I shouted over the roar of the storm. "I'm going to throw you a line." It took 3 attempts before he managed to grab the rope. With strength born of desperation, he pulled himself to my boat and I helped haul him aboard. He collapsed in the bottom of the dinghy, coughing and gasping. "Thank you," he managed between ragged breaths. "I thought I was done for." The journey back to the lighthouse was arduous, but the sense of relief at having saved a life buoyed me. Once we were safely inside, I helped the man to the kitchen, wrapping him in blankets and pressing a mug of hot coffee into his trembling hands. "I'm Jack," I said, finally introducing myself. "What's your name? What happened out there?" He looked up at me, and for a moment I saw something flash in his eyes, something that made my blood run cold. But it was gone so quickly I convinced myself I'd imagined it. "Tom," he said. "My name's Tom, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you." I should have pressed him further. Should have noticed the way his eyes darted around the room, assessing exits, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon. But I was tired from the rescue, and my guard was down in the safety of my lighthouse. "Well, Tom," I said, "the Coast Guard is on their way. They'll be here in about an hour to pick you up and get you to a hospital to be checked out." That's when everything changed. Tom's demeanor shifted instantly, the gratitude in his eyes replaced by a cold, hard look. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Jack," he said, his voice suddenly steady and menacing. "You see, I can't have the Coast Guard finding me, or anyone else for that matter." Before I could react, he was on his feet, the blanket falling away to reveal a gun tucked into his waistband. He pulled it out, pointing it directly at me. "Now here's what's going to happen," Tom said, all pretense of the grateful survivor gone. "You're going to call off the Coast Guard, tell them it was a false alarm. Then you're going to help me figure out how to get off this god-forsaken rock without being detected." My mind raced, trying to understand how I'd gone from rescuer to hostage in the span of minutes. "Who are you?" I asked, my mouth dry with fear. "What do you want?" Tom laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm a man with nothing to lose and everything to gain by disappearing. And you, my friend, are going to help me do just that." The next few hours were a blur of tension and fear. I made the call to the Coast Guard, hating myself for every lie that came out of my mouth. Tom ransacked the lighthouse, looking for anything that could aid his escape. All the while, I racked my brain for a way out of this nightmare. As dawn approached, Tom grew increasingly agitated. "There has to be a way off this damn island," he shouted, pacing the small living quarters like a caged animal. "There isn't," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Not until the supply boat comes next week, or unless you want to try swimming to the mainland." He whirled on me, eyes blazing. "You're lying. There has to be another way. A radio, a hidden boat, something." I shook my head. "This is a lighthouse, not a marina. The rescue boat you came in on is the only one, and it's not designed for long trips." Tom's face contorted with rage. He raised the gun, pressing it against my forehead. "Then maybe I don't need you anymore." Maybe I should just take my chances on my own. I closed my eyes, certain this was the end. But then, a sound cut through the tension, the deep, resonant horn of a ship. We both rushed to the window. Through the lingering mist of the storm, we could make out the outline of a large cargo vessel passing dangerously close to the rocks. "That's it," Tom said, a manic grin spreading across his face. "That's my ticket out of here. You're going to signal that ship, tell them you have an injured man who needs immediate evacuation." "I can't do that," I protested. "It's too dangerous for them to attempt a rescue in these conditions. They could run aground." Tom's response was to cock the gun. "You'll do it or I'll kill you and signal them myself. Your choice?" With a heavy heart, I moved to the radio. But as I reached for the transmitter, an idea struck me. A desperate, dangerous idea, but one that might be my only chance. I began to send the signal, but not the one Tom had demanded. Instead, I used an old emergency code, one that any experienced sailor would recognize as a warning of imminent danger. "What are you telling them?" Tom demanded, his voice rising in panic. "Exactly what you asked," I lied, praying he wouldn't see through my deception. The ship's horn blared again, this time in a specific pattern. They had received my message and understood. They were alerting the authorities. Tom must have sensed something was wrong. He lunged for the radio, but I was ready. I ducked under his grasp and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time as I raced for the top of the lighthouse. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. I burst out onto the gallery that encircled the great lens, the wind nearly knocking me off my feet. Tom emerged seconds later, his gun trained on me, his face a mask of fury. "It's over," he snarled. "You're out of options." But he was wrong. As we stood there, the wind whipping around us, I saw another light on the horizon. The Coast Guard had arrived. In that moment of distraction, I made my move. I lunged at Tom, grappling for the gun. We struggled, teetering dangerously close to the railing. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the confined space. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder, but adrenaline kept me fighting. With one final surge of strength, I managed to wrench the gun from Tom's grasp. It went flying over the railing, disappearing into the churning sea below. Backup arrived minutes later, Coast Guard officers swarming the lighthouse. Tom was taken into custody, and I was rushed to the mainland for medical treatment. In the days that followed, I learned the full story. Tom was a fugitive, wanted for a string of violent robberies across 3 states. He had stolen the boat in a desperate attempt to flee the country. As I recovered in the hospital, my thoughts kept returning to that night, to the moment I'd seen that flare and made the decision to launch a rescue. I'd acted out of compassion, out of a deep-seated belief in the value of every human life. Did I regret it? In my darkest moments, when the pain in my shoulder flared or the nightmares jolted me awake, I wondered. But then I'd remember why I became a lighthouse keeper in the first place, to be a beacon of hope, a guide through treacherous waters. I returned to my lighthouse as soon as I was able. The first night back, as I watched the beam cut through the darkness, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, there was danger in the world. Yes, trust could be betrayed. But I couldn't let that change who I was or what I believed in. The lighthouse stood strong as it had for generations, and I would stand with it, ready to light the way for those in need, no matter the storm. The moment I saw the tattoo on his wrist, I knew I'd picked up more than just another lonely hitchhiker. There, etched in faded blue ink, was the unmistakable mark of the Southside Serpents, a notorious gang I'd thought I'd left behind in my rearview mirror years ago. But now, here I was, 70 miles an hour down a dark highway, with a potential killer riding shotgun in my rig. I've been driving trucks for nearly 2 decades, and I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road. Long nights, endless stretches of highway, and the occasional oddball passenger tend to blur together after a while. But this night was different from the start. It was a Thursday, just past midnight. I was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Kansas City, fighting to keep my eyes open as the white lines of I-55 stretched endlessly before me. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out, looking more desperate than dangerous. Now, I'm not usually one for picking up hitchhikers. Too many horror stories, too many risks in this line of work. But something about this guy made me pause. Maybe it was the defeated slump of his shoulders or the way he seemed to shiver in the cool night air. Whatever it was, I found myself easing off the gas and pulling onto the shoulder. As my rig ground to a halt, I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I expected, probably in his late 20s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. A worn backpack hung from one shoulder. "Where you headed?" I called out, rolling down the passenger window. "Just as far west as you're going," he replied, flashing a grateful smile. "Thanks for stopping, man. It's been a long night." I nodded, gesturing for him to hop in. As he climbed into the cab, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. "Name's Mike," I said, extending a hand. "What brings you out to the middle of nowhere at this hour?" He shook my hand, his grip firmer than I expected. "Jake. And, just trying to get a fresh start, leaving some things behind." I pulled back onto the highway, the familiar rumble of the engine filling the silence. Jake seemed content to stare out the window, and I didn't push for conversation. The miles ticked by, the darkness outside broken only by the occasional passing car. It was when Jake reached up to adjust the air vent that I saw it. His sleeve rode up just enough to reveal the tattoo, a coiled serpent, its forked tongue flicking out menacingly. My blood ran cold. I knew that symbol all too well. Years ago, in another life, I'd had run-ins with the Southside Serpents. They were bad news. Drug running, extortion, murder. You name it, they had a hand in it. And now I had one of them sitting next to me in my truck. I tried to keep my voice casual. "That's some ink you've got there. Means something special." Jake's hand immediately went to his wrist, pulling his sleeve down. His easy demeanor vanished, replaced by a wary, almost predatory look. "It's nothing. Just a mistake from a long time ago." But I knew better. You don't get that tattoo by mistake, and you don't just walk away from the serpents. Whatever Jake was running from, it was serious. The cab suddenly felt too small, the air too thick. I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, hyper-aware of every movement Jake made. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. Should I confront him? Try to drop him off at the next town? Or just keep driving and pray he really was looking for a fresh start? Jake must have sensed my unease. He shifted in his seat, his hand drifting towards his jacket pocket. "Something wrong, Mike? You're looking a little tense there." I forced a smile, keeping my eyes on the road. "Nah, just tired. Long haul, you know how it is." He nodded, but I could feel his eyes on me. The tension in the cab was palpable now, like a rubber band stretched to its breaking point. We drove on in silence for what felt like hours, though my watch told me it was only minutes. I was just starting to think maybe I'd overreacted when Jake spoke up. "Mike, I couldn't help but notice how you reacted to my tattoo," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Seems like maybe you know more about it than you're letting on." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble. Whatever you're involved in, it's none of my business. I'm just trying to get my load to Kansas City." Jake laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, but it is your business now, Mike. See, I'm not just leaving things behind, I'm running. And now, you're my ticket to freedom." In one fluid motion, he pulled a gun from his jacket pocket, pointing it directly at me. "Keep driving," he ordered. "And don't try anything stupid." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This was every trucker's nightmare come to life. Trapped in my own rig, a gun pointed at my head, miles from any help. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just keep driving west," Jake said. "I'll let you know when to stop." As the miles ticked by, my mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. I thought about my wife at home, about my kids. Would I ever see them again? The weight of the wedding ring on my finger felt suddenly heavy, a reminder of everything I stood to lose. We passed a sign for a rest stop coming up in 5 miles. An idea began to form in my mind. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. "Listen, Jake," I said, keeping my voice as calm as possible. "I need to stop at this rest area coming up. Truck's running low on fuel, and I need to log my hours. It's the law." Jake's eyes narrowed. "No stops. We keep driving." "Look," I insisted, "if we don't stop, we'll run out of gas in the middle of nowhere. And if I don't log my hours, we'll have highway patrol on our tail. Is that what you want?" He considered this for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. Fine, but make it quick, and don't try anything funny. As we pulled into the rest stop, I saw my chance. The place was fairly busy, even at this late hour. Truckers, families on late-night road trips, all potential witnesses or help. I eased the rig into a parking spot, my heart racing. I need to get out to fuel up, I said. You want to keep that gun trained on me in front of all these people? Jake hesitated, looking around at the other travelers. I could see the conflict in his eyes. Finally, he lowered the gun, but his voice was steel. Go fuel up. I'll be watching. Try to signal anyone, and I start shooting. I nodded, stepping out of the cab on shaky legs. As I began to fuel up, my mind worked overtime. I needed to alert someone, but how? Jake's eyes were on me constantly. That's when I saw her, a highway patrol officer walking back to her cruiser with a coffee in hand. My heart leapt. This was my chance. As I finished fueling, I deliberately fumbled with my wallet, dropping it near the officer's car. Excuse me, officer, I called out, moving towards her. I seemed to have dropped my wallet. I could feel Jake's eyes burning into my back as I approached the officer. As I bent to retrieve my wallet, I whispered urgently, I have an armed man in my truck. He's forcing me to drive him west. Please help. The officer's eyes widened, but to her credit, she didn't react outwardly. She nodded almost imperceptibly, then said in a normal voice, Here you go, sir. Drive safely now. I walked back to the truck, my heart in my throat. Jake's face was a mask of suspicion. What was that about? He demanded as I climbed back in. Nothing, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Just dropped my wallet. Didn't want to leave without it. Jake's eyes bored into me, searching for any sign of deception. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded. All right then, let's get moving. As we pulled out of the rest stop, I saw the highway patrol car pull out behind us, keeping a discreet distance. A mix of relief and terror washed over me. Help was coming, but what would Jake do when he realized he was trapped? The next few minutes were the longest of my life. I tried to drive normally, all too aware of the gun still pointed at me and the patrol car following behind. Jake was growing increasingly agitated, constantly checking the mirrors. Hey, he suddenly shouted. That cop has been behind us since the rest stop. What did you do? Before I could respond, the patrol car's lights flashed on, its siren wailing. Jake's face contorted with rage. You son of a... I didn't let him finish. In that moment of distraction, I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard to the right. Jake, caught off guard, lost his grip on the gun. It clattered to the floor as the truck screeched to a halt on the shoulder. What followed was a blur of shouted commands, flashing lights, and the cold bite of asphalt as I was ordered out of the truck with my hands up. I complied, relief washing over me as I saw Jake being pulled from the passenger side, hands cuffed behind his back. In the days that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, I learned the full story. Jake was wanted for a double homicide, on the run from both the law and his former gang. My truck had been his last desperate attempt at escape. The experience left me shaken. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every sound, eyed every stranger with suspicion. But slowly I found my way back behind the wheel. The open road called to me, as it always had. Now, when I pass a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I don't stop. But I do say a little prayer for them, and for myself. Because I know firsthand how quickly a simple act of kindness can turn into a fight for survival. And out here on the highway, with nothing but darkness and white lines stretching endlessly before you, sometimes all you have is your wits, your courage, and the hope that you'll make it home safely one more time. The moment his hand brushed against mine as he shifted gears, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What had started as an act of kindness, picking up a stranded motorist on a lonely stretch of highway, had morphed into a nightmare trapped inside my own car. As the miles ticked by, I realized that my Good Samaritan act might cost me my life. It was supposed to be a simple 4-hour drive from my small hometown to the city where I'd landed my first real job after college. I'd made the trip dozens of times before, usually uneventful save for the occasional deer sighting or slow-moving tractor. But this time was different from the moment I saw the stalled car on the side of the road. It was getting dark that dusky twilight when everything takes on a bluish hue. The car was an old model, maybe from the 90s, its hazard lights blinking weakly. A man was bent over the open hood, his frustration evident even from a distance. I should have kept driving. That's what my mom always told me. Never stop for strangers, Sarah. You call for help from a safe distance. But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the desolate stretch of road, no other cars in sight. Or maybe it was the memory of my own breakdown a year ago, and the kind older couple who had stopped to help. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling over, gravel crunching under my tires as I came to a stop a few yards behind the stalled vehicle. "Everything okay?" I called out, rolling down my window but keeping the engine running and the doors locked. The man straightened up, wiping his hands on his jeans. He looked to be in his mid-30s, with the kind of rugged handsomeness you'd see in a cowboy movie. "Battery's dead," he said, flashing a grateful smile. "You wouldn't happen to have jumper cables, would you?" I shook my head. "Sorry, no, but I can give you a ride to the next town if you'd like. There's a mechanic there who might be able to help." He hesitated for a moment, glancing back at his car. "That's real kind of you, miss. If it's not too much trouble, I'd appreciate that." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the doors. "Hop in." As he settled into the passenger seat, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke and something else, something vaguely chemical that I couldn't place. "I'm Sarah," I said, extending my hand. He shook it, his grip firm. "Tom, thanks again for stopping. Not many people would do that these days." I pulled back onto the highway, the darkness deepening around us. For a while we drove in silence, the radio playing softly in the background. I snuck glances at Tom when I thought he wasn't looking, taking in his profile, the way his fingers tapped restlessly on his knee. "So what brings you out this way?" I asked, trying to break the tension. Tom shrugged. "Just passing through. Had some business in the area." "Oh? What kind of business?" He turned to look at me, and something in his eyes made me wish I hadn't asked. "The kind that's best not talked about," he said, his voice low. A chill ran down my spine. I focused on the road ahead, my knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. The next town was still 20 miles away. 20 long, lonely miles. "Mind if I smoke?" Tom asked, already pulling out a pack of cigarettes. "Actually, I'd rather you didn't," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Asthma." He grunted, shoving the pack back into his pocket. As he did, his jacket rode up slightly, and I caught a glimpse of something tucked into his waistband. My breath caught in my throat. Was that a gun? Tom must have noticed my reaction. "Problem?" he asked, his tone casual but with an undercurrent of menace. No," I stammered. "Just realized I might have taken a wrong turn." He laughed, a harsh sound that made me flinch. "Oh, I don't think so, Sarah. I think you're exactly where you're supposed to be." My mind raced. What did he mean by that? Had he planned this somehow? I thought back to his stalled car, wondering if it had really broken down or if it had all been a setup. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "I don't want any trouble. Why don't I just drop you off here and—" "Keep driving," Tom interrupted, all pretense of friendliness gone. "In fact, take the next right. We're going on a little detour." I saw the turnoff he was referring to, a dirt road leading off into dense woods. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Please," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "I have family waiting for me. They'll know something's wrong if I don't show up." Tom's hand moved to his waistband, confirming my worst fears. "I won't ask again. Turn. Now." With shaking hands, I steered the car onto the dirt road. Branches scraped against the sides of the car as we bumped along the uneven surface. The headlights illuminated only a small patch of road ahead, the darkness of the forest pressing in on all sides. "Stop here," Tom ordered after we'd driven for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. I brought the car to a halt, my mind whirling with possible escape scenarios. Could I make a run for it? But where would I go in these woods? And even if I could outrun him, he had a gun. "Give me your phone," Tom demanded. I handed it over, watching helplessly as he rolled down the window and tossed it into the undergrowth. "Now here's what's going to happen," he said, turning to face me fully. "You're going to drive me wherever I tell you to go. You try to signal for help, you try to escape, you do anything I don't like, and things will get very unpleasant. Understand? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Good. Now let's get back to the main road. We've got a long drive ahead of us. As we merged back onto the highway, my mind raced. How had a simple act of kindness turned into this nightmare? I thought about my family, probably starting to worry by now. Would I ever see them again? The hours crawled by, each mile feeling like an eternity. Tom directed me onto smaller roads, then back to highways, a seemingly random pattern designed to confuse me and avoid major towns. He allowed only brief stops for gas, always keeping me in sight. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in pale pinks and golds, I felt a flicker of hope. Surely someone would notice something was wrong soon. A gas station attendant maybe, or a patrol car. But Tom was careful. He kept his gun hidden but always within reach, a constant, unspoken threat. At gas stations he stood close, his hand on my back in a gesture that might have looked affectionate to an outsider but was really a warning. It was at one of these stops, as I was pumping gas with trembling hands, that I saw my chance. A police cruiser pulled into the station, the officer stepping out to grab a coffee. Time seemed to slow down. I knew I had only seconds to act. Tom had stepped away to use the restroom, confident in his threats to keep me in line. With my heart in my throat, I approached the officer. "Excuse me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I need help. The man I'm with..." But before I could finish, I felt a hand clamp down on my shoulder. "There you are, honey." Tom's voice came from behind me, sickly sweet. "I was worried you'd gotten lost." The officer looked between us, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "Everything okay here?" I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Tom's grip on my shoulder tightened painfully. "Just fine, officer," Tom said smoothly. "My wife gets a little confused sometimes. Early onset dementia, you know how it is." The officer's suspicion faded, replaced by sympathy. "I'm sorry to hear that. You folks have a safe trip now." As the officer walked away, I felt the last of my hope drain away. Tom steered me back to the car, his fingers digging into my arm. "That was very stupid, Sarah," he growled as we pulled back onto the road. "I warned you what would happen if you tried anything." Tears burned in my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I tried to take stock of my situation. We'd been driving for nearly 12 hours now. My family would definitely know something was wrong. They'd have called the police by now. But how would anyone find me? That's when I saw it. A sign for an upcoming rest area. An idea began to form in my mind. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. "I need to use the restroom," I said, my voice hoarse from hours of disuse. Tom glanced at me suspiciously. "You can hold it." "No, I can't," I insisted, injecting a note of panic into my voice. "I'm going to be sick." He studied me for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine. But remember, I'll be right outside. Don't try anything stupid." I pulled into the rest area, my heart racing. As soon as I was in the bathroom stall, I pulled out the pen I'd palmed from the last gas station. On a scrap of toilet paper, I hastily scrawled, "Help. Kidnapped. Blue sedan license plate JKL 4567. I flushed the toilet and exited the stall, the note clutched in my sweaty palm. As I washed my hands, I saw my chance, a young woman about my age checking her makeup in the mirror. "Excuse me," I said, making eye contact with her in the mirror. "Could you hand me a paper towel?" As she turned to the dispenser, I pressed the note into her hand, giving her a desperate look. Her eyes widened in understanding, and she gave an almost imperceptible nod. Heart pounding, I exited the bathroom. Tom was waiting, his eyes scanning the parking lot suspiciously. "Let's go," he said gruffly, ushering me back to the car. As we pulled out of the rest area, I allowed myself a tiny flicker of hope. Would the woman understand the urgency of the note? Would she call for help in time? The next hour was the longest of my life. Every police car we passed made my heart race. Was this the one? Had my message gotten through? And then, finally, I saw them. A roadblock up ahead, a line of police cars with lights flashing. Tom saw it too. He cursed, his hand moving to his waistband. "Drive through it," he ordered, his voice tight with panic. But I'd been waiting for this moment. Instead of accelerating, I slammed on the brakes and cranked the steering wheel hard to the right. The car spun, tires screeching. Tom was thrown against the door, the gun flying from his hand. Before he could recover, I was out of the car, running towards the police with my hands in the air. "Help me," I screamed. "He's got a gun." What followed was a blur of shouted commands, hands pulling me to safety, the sound of a scuffle as Tom was subdued and arrested. Hours later, as I sat wrapped in a blanket in a police station, the full weight of what I'd been through hit me. I broke down, sobs racking my body as a kind-faced detective patted my shoulder. "You're safe now," she assured me. "And thanks to your quick thinking, we were able to catch a man wanted in 3 states for kidnapping and worse." In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, I grappled with the impact of those harrowing hours. I had nightmares, jumped at every unexpected sound, eyed every stranger with suspicion. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the unwavering support of my family, I began to heal. I learned that my ordeal had led to the rescue of 2 other women Tom had kidnapped, and the closure of several cold cases. I still drive that stretch of highway sometimes, usually with a friend or family member by my side. And every time I pass the spot where I first saw Tom's car, I say a little prayer of thanks. Thanks for my survival, for the kindness of strangers like the woman in the rest stop, and for the strength I found within myself when it mattered most. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore, but I haven't lost my belief in the goodness of people. I've just learned to balance it with caution, to trust my instincts, and to always have an escape plan. Because sometimes the real monster isn't hiding under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes it's sitting right next to you, asking for a ride. The moment I saw the glint of metal in his hand, I knew this wasn't just another routine patrol. What had started as a quiet night shift in Oakwood Estates had suddenly become a desperate race to prevent a crime I didn't yet understand. Little did I know, my decision to investigate that shadowy figure would unravel a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of our quaint suburban community. I'd been working security at Oakwood Estates for about 6 months. It was a cushy gig, mostly involving driving around in a golf cart, checking gates, and occasionally asking teenagers to keep the noise down. The residents were wealthy and private, the kind of people who valued their peace and quiet above all else. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 10 p.m., did my usual perimeter check, and settled in for what I expected to be another uneventful shift. The October air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant fireplaces. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed something off. I was doing my rounds in the golf cart when movement caught my eye, a figure darting between the shadows of 2 large oak trees. At first I thought it might be a deer. We got them sometimes, wandering in from the nearby forest. But the movement was too deliberate, too human. I slowed the cart, squinting into the darkness. There it was again, definitely a person, trying very hard not to be seen. My heart rate picked up. This was unusual. Oakwood residents didn't typically skulk around their own neighborhood in the middle of the night. I debated calling it in, but what would I say? That I saw a shadow? I needed more information. So against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. Leaving the cart, I moved quietly towards where I'd last seen the figure. The manicured lawns muffled my footsteps, but I still winced at every twig that snapped under my feet. As I drew closer to the house, the figure seemed to be circling. I recognized it as belonging to the Andersons. Tom Anderson was some big-shot lawyer or banker. I could never keep track of what all these rich folks did. That's when I saw it, the metallic glint that made my blood run cold. The figure was crouched by a ground-floor window, and in his hand was unmistakably a crowbar. This wasn't just trespassing. This was a burglary in progress. I reached for my radio, ready to call for backup, when a sound made me freeze. It was the creak of a door opening, followed by hushed voices. More than one person was involved. "Hurry up," a low voice hissed. "We need to be in and out before anyone notices." "I'm working as fast as I can," another voice replied, tension evident in every word. "You try picking a state-of-the-art lock with sweaty hands." I pressed myself against the side of the house, heart pounding. This was way above my pay grade. I should call the police, let them handle it. But something held me back. A nagging feeling that there was more going on here than a simple break-in. The sound of shattering glass made me jump. They'd given up on finesse and gone for brute force. I peered around the corner, just in time to see 2 figures slipping through the now broken window. I had to do something. The Andersons could be in danger, but I was unarmed, untrained for this kind of situation. My hand hovered over my radio, ready to make the call that would bring squad cars screaming into the quiet neighborhood. That's when I heard it. A child's frightened cry from inside the house. All hesitation vanished. I couldn't wait for the police. I had to act now. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, I moved toward the broken window. Glass crunched under my feet as I carefully climbed through, wincing as a sharp edge caught my arm. The interior of the house was dark, but I could hear movement and muffled voices from upstairs. I moved as quietly as I could, years of late-night snack runs finally paying off as I navigated the unfamiliar space. As I reached the top of the stairs, the voices became clearer. They were coming from a room at the end of the hall, a child's bedroom, judging by the decorations I could make out in the dim light. "Please," a woman's voice pleaded, thick with tears. "Don't do this. She's just a child." "Shut up," a harsh male voice responded. "You knew this could happen when your husband decided to grow a conscience." I edged closer to the partially open door, my heart in my throat. Through the crack, I could see Mrs. Anderson on her knees, arms wrapped protectively around a small pajama-clad figure. Two men stood over them, faces hidden by ski masks. "Where are the files?" one of the men demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about," Mrs. Anderson insisted. The man raised his hand and I saw the glint of a gun. "Wrong answer. I didn't think, I just acted." Bursting through the door, I tackled the armed man with all my might. We went down in a tangle of limbs, the gun skittering across the floor. What followed was chaos. Mrs. Anderson screamed. The child wailed. The second intruder lunged for the gun, but Mrs. Anderson was faster. She grabbed it, pointing it with shaking hands at the masked men. "Don't move," she said, her voice steadier than I would have expected. I managed to pin down the man I tackled, using zip ties from my utility belt to secure his hands. The other man raised his hands in surrender, clearly not willing to risk getting shot. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes before the wail of sirens filled the air. Someone must have heard the commotion and called the police. As squad cars flooded the street and officers swarmed the house, I found myself sitting on the front steps, giving my statement to a detective. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me shaky and exhausted. "You took a hell of a risk," the detective said, shaking his head. "But you probably saved their lives. Good work, kid." But as the night wore on and more details emerged, I realized this was far from over. The break-in wasn't a simple burglary. It was connected to something much bigger. Tom Anderson, it turned out, was a prosecutor who had been building a case against a ring of corrupt local officials. The men who broke in were sent to retrieve evidence he'd gathered, evidence that implicated some very powerful people in bribery, embezzlement, and worse. In the days that followed, as I gave more statements and watched the story unfold on local news, I grappled with the implications of what had happened. The quiet, affluent community I'd been patrolling wasn't as perfect as it seemed. Beneath the manicured lawns and pristine facades lurked secrets and corruption. My role in foiling the break-in had made me something of a local hero. Residents who had previously barely acknowledged my existence now stopped to shake my hand or offer thanks. But it also made me a target. Anonymous threats started appearing, notes left on my windshield, suspicious cars following me home. The police offered protection, but I knew they couldn't watch me 24/7. I considered quitting, moving away, starting fresh somewhere new. But something kept me in Oakwood Estates. Maybe it was a sense of duty, or maybe just plain stubbornness. I'd stumbled into this mess, and now I felt responsible for seeing it through. So I stayed. I kept working my night shifts, but now with a heightened awareness of the secrets that might be hiding behind every perfectly painted front door. I started paying more attention to the gossip, the whispered conversations that stopped when I approached. Slowly, I began to piece together a bigger picture. The corruption went beyond just a few officials. It was systemic, deeply ingrained in the very fabric of the community. And I realized that my accidental heroics that night had placed me in a unique position to do something about it. I started gathering my own evidence, carefully documenting suspicious activities and conversations. It was dangerous work, and there were nights when every shadow made me jump. Every unexpected sound had me reaching for a weapon I didn't carry. But I persevered, because that night had shown me something important, that one person, even someone as seemingly insignificant as a night security guard, could make a difference, could save lives, could uncover truths that others wanted to keep hidden. As I write this, the investigation is still ongoing. Tom Anderson's case has blown wide open, leading to arrests and resignations at the highest levels of local government. And me? I'm still here, still patrolling the quiet streets of Oakwood Estates. But now, when I look at these grand houses with their perfectly manicured lawns, I see them differently. I know that behind every pristine facade, there might be secrets lurking. And I'm ready to shine a light on those shadows no matter the cost. Because that's what I've become. Not just a security guard, but a guardian of truth in a place where lies have lived too comfortably for far too long. The cabin was supposed to be our escape. Instead, it became our prison. I remember the excitement in my kids' eyes as we pulled up to the secluded rental, nestled deep in the pine-scented forest. My wife, Sarah, squeezed my hand and smiled. "This is exactly what we needed, Jack," she said, her voice filled with relief. After months of stress at work and the kids' hectic school schedules, we were all ready for a week of peace and quiet. The cabin was everything the pictures promised, rustic charm with modern amenities. Warm, knotty pine walls welcomed us inside, and a stone fireplace dominated the cozy living room. Large windows offered breathtaking views of the surrounding wilderness. As I lugged our bags inside, our kids, Ethan and Lily, raced around exploring every nook and cranny of our temporary home. Their laughter echoed through the rooms, a sound I hadn't heard enough lately. "Dad, can we go explore outside?" Ethan, our 12-year-old, was already by the back door, practically vibrating with energy. I glanced at Sarah, who nodded. "Sure, but stay close to the cabin and be back in an hour for dinner, or..." The smell of Sarah's famous chili filled the air as I settled into an armchair with a book I'd been meaning to read for months. The quiet was blissful, broken only by the occasional bird call or the rustle of wind through the trees. An hour passed, then two. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. A knot of worry formed in my stomach. "Sarah, the kids should have been back by now," I said, setting my book aside. She frowned, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "You're right. Can you go check on them? Dinner's almost ready." I stepped out onto the back porch, the wood creaking beneath my feet. "Ethan, Lily, time to come in." My voice echoed through the trees, but no response came. The forest suddenly seemed much darker, the shadows deeper and more menacing. I jogged down the steps, leaves crunching under my feet. "Kids, this isn't funny. Come on out." A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, and I whirled around. "Ethan? Lily?" Nothing. The knot in my stomach tightened. I pulled out my phone, cursing when I saw no signal. Of course, we were miles from the nearest cell tower. I ran back to the cabin. "Sarah, the kids aren't answering. I'm going to look for them." Her face paled. "I'll come with you." We grabbed flashlights and jackets, then plunged into the darkening forest. Our beams of light cut through the gloom, illuminating gnarled tree trunks and dense underbrush. "Ethan? Lily?" We called their names until our throats were raw, but the forest remained eerily silent. An hour passed, maybe more. We'd wandered far from the cabin, and a chill seeped into my bones that had nothing to do with the cooling night air. "Jack," Sarah's voice quavered. "What if..." "No," I cut her off. "They're fine. They have to be." A rustling in the bushes nearby made us both freeze. Our flashlight beams converged on the spot, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light. But then, nothing. "Did you see that?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, my mouth dry. "Let's head back to the cabin. Maybe they returned while we were out here." We retraced our steps, but the trees all looked the same in the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized we were lost. "Jack," Sarah's voice was tight with fear. "Where's the cabin?" Before I could answer, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. It was Lily's voice. We ran towards the sound, branches whipping at our faces. Another scream, closer this time. Then Ethan's voice. "Dad, Mom, help." We burst into a small clearing, our flashlights illuminating a scene from a nightmare. Ethan and Lily huddled together at the base of a massive oak tree, their eyes wide with terror. And surrounding them, closing in, were shapes, dark, hunched figures that seemed to melt into the shadows. "Get away from them," I yelled, charging forward. The shapes retreated into the darkness, but I could still feel their presence watching us from just beyond the reach of our lights. I scooped Lily into my arms while Sarah grabbed Ethan's hand. "Are you okay? What happened?" Lily buried her face in my shoulder, sobbing. Ethan's voice shook as he spoke. We got lost. It got dark so fast. And then we saw them. Them? Sarah asked. Ethan nodded, his face pale. They've been following us, watching us. We tried to find our way back, but they kept herding us deeper into the woods. A twig snapped nearby, and we all jumped. We need to get back to the cabin, I said. Now. We stumbled through the forest, the children between us. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. The shapes kept pace with us, always just out of sight, but undeniably there. After what felt like hours, we finally saw the warm glow of the cabin's porch light through the trees. We ran the last 100 yards, not stopping until we were inside with the door locked behind us. Sarah immediately checked the kids for injuries while I made sure every window and door was secure. As I drew the curtains in the living room, I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the trees. A dark figure standing unnaturally still, watching the cabin. I quickly closed the curtain, my hand shaking. Jack? Sarah's voice pulled me back. The kids are okay, no injuries, just scared. I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. Good, that's good. We settled the kids on the couch, wrapping them in blankets. Ethan's eyes darted to every window while Lily clung to her mother, whimpering softly. What were those things? Sarah whispered to me. I shook my head. I don't know, but we're safe now. We'll leave first thing in the morning. A loud thump on the roof made us all jump. Then another, and another. It sounded like something, or multiple somethings, were walking around up there. Lily started crying again, and Ethan's face went even paler. They found us, he whispered. I grabbed the fireplace poker, holding it like a weapon. Sarah, take the kids to the bedroom, lock the door, and don't come out until I say it's safe. She nodded, ushering the children down the hallway. I heard the click of the lock and took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The thumps on the roof continued, now accompanied by scratching sounds at the windows. I moved from room to room, checking each one, the poker gripped tightly in my sweating hands. In the kitchen, a window shattered. I ran in just in time to see a dark, spindly arm reaching through the broken glass. Without thinking, I swung the poker, connecting with something solid. There was an inhuman shriek and the arm withdrew. More windows broke. Shadows moved just outside, their forms indistinct but unmistakably not human. I ran from room to room, swinging the poker at anything that tried to get in, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The assault seemed to last for hours. By the time the sun began to rise, every window in the cabin was broken. The floors were covered in glass and leaves blown in by the wind, but somehow, miraculously, nothing had gotten inside. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, the attack stopped. I cautiously approached a window, peering out into the forest. Nothing moved. The woods looked peaceful, innocent in the morning light. I unlocked the bedroom door. Sarah and the kids were huddled together on the bed, their eyes wide and fearful. Is it over? Sarah asked. I nodded, exhausted. I think so. Come on, we're leaving. Now. We threw our belongings haphazardly into our bags and ran to the car. As I started the engine, I looked back at the cabin one last time. For a moment, I thought I saw a face in one of the broken windows, pale, elongated with two large eyes. But then we were driving away, tires kicking up gravel. We didn't speak much on the long drive home, each lost in our own thoughts. The kids fell asleep in the back seat, the ordeal finally catching up with them. Sarah reached over and squeezed my hand. What do we tell people? I sighed, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The truth? That the woods aren't as empty as we think? That there are things out there we can't explain? I shook my head. They'd think we were crazy. She nodded, understanding. So we say nothing. We say nothing, I agreed. But as we drove back towards civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd brushed up against something ancient and unknowable. Something that had always been there, hiding in the shadows of the forest, watching and waiting. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that our quiet family vacation had changed us forever. The woods may be behind us, but the memory of those dark shapes, those inhuman eyes, would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The cabin was supposed to be our escape. Instead, it showed us a world we were never meant to see. A world that, try as we might, we could never unsee. The silver tray gleamed in the dim hallway light, but its contents made my blood run cold. I never ordered room service, especially not this. I'd checked into the Blackwood Hotel earlier that evening, exhausted from a long day of meetings. The lobby was grand, all polished marble and crystal chandeliers, but there was something off about it. Maybe it was the slightly faded carpet, or the way the receptionist's smile never quite reached her eyes. "Enjoy your stay, Miss Parker," she'd said, handing me the key card. Was it my imagination, or did her fingers linger a moment too long? My room was on the 13th floor. Of course it was. I'm not usually superstitious. But as the elevator climbed, each floor number lighting up in sequence, I felt a growing sense of unease. The room itself was nice enough, spacious, with a king-sized bed and a view of the city skyline. I set my laptop on the desk, intending to get some work done before bed. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. A single red rose in a vase on the nightstand. I hadn't ordered flowers. I picked up the phone to call the front desk, but the line was dead. Odd. I reached for my cell phone instead, only to find I had no signal. Frustrating, but not entirely unusual in an old building like this. Shrugging it off, I decided to take a quick shower before diving into my work. The bathroom was all gleaming white tile and fluffy towels, but the mirror above the sink was slightly tarnished around the edges. As I turned on the shower, the pipes groaned ominously before sputtering to life. The hot water helped ease some of the tension from my shoulders, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to rationalize it. New place, long day, too much coffee. But the nagging sensation persisted. Wrapped in a plush hotel robe, I settled at the desk and opened my laptop. The Wi-Fi was painfully slow, each page taking ages to load. I was in the middle of answering an email when I heard it, a soft knock at the door. I froze, fingers hovering over the keyboard. It was nearly midnight. Who could be knocking? "Room service," a muffled voice called out. My brow furrowed. I hadn't ordered anything. "I'm sorry, there must be some mistake," I called back. "I didn't order room service." Silence. Then another knock, more insistent this time. Sighing, I got up and approached the door. The peephole showed an empty hallway. Great, I thought, some kid playing pranks. But when I opened the door, I found myself face to face with a silver tray. And that's where I am now, staring at its contents with growing horror. Because on that tray is a collection of items that have no business being here. A worn teddy bear I'd lost when I was 8. A mixtape an ex-boyfriend made for me in college. A pair of earrings my grandmother left me in her will, earrings that should be locked away in my apartment back home. My hands shake as I lift the tray and bring it into the room. There's a note tucked underneath the bear. With trembling fingers, I unfold it. "Welcome back, Emily. We've been waiting for you." The door slams shut behind me, making me jump. I whirl around, but there's no one there. Just the empty hallway visible through the peephole. My heart races as I try to make sense of what's happening. How did these things get here? Who brought them? And what did that note mean? Welcome back. I've never stayed at this hotel before. I grab my phone again, desperately trying to get a signal. Nothing. The room suddenly feels smaller, the air thick and oppressive. I need to get out of here. I throw on some clothes and shove my feet into my shoes, not bothering with the laces. As I reach for the door handle, the lights flicker once, twice, and then go out completely. For a moment, I'm plunged into total darkness. Then slowly, a faint green glow emanates from the items on the tray. The teddy bear's eyes seem to follow me as I back away, my back hitting the wall. A low hum fills the air, growing louder by the second. It's coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The mirror in the bathroom begins to rattle in its frame. I fumble for the door handle, my sweaty palm slipping on the cool metal. It won't turn. I'm locked in. "Help!" I scream, pounding on the door. "Somebody help me." But my cries are drowned out by the intensifying hum. The floor beneath my feet begins to vibrate. Pictures fall from the walls, shattering on the carpet. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stops. The lights flicker back to life, revealing a room in disarray. But the tray and its impossible contents are gone. I slump to the floor, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath. What just happened? Am I losing my mind? A new sound breaks the silence, the cheerful ping of an arriving email. My laptop, somehow undisturbed on the desk, glows with an unread message. On shaky legs, I approach it. The email is from an address I don't recognize. Blackwood Hotel at Eternal. Com. The subject line reads, "Your stay with us." With a trembling hand, I click it open. Dear Miss Parker, we hope you're enjoying your return to the Blackwood Hotel. As a valued guest, we've taken the liberty of providing some mementos of your previous stays with us. Your room has been specially prepared to enhance your experience. We do hope you'll join us for the duration of your visit this time. Checking out early can be problematic. Sweet dreams, the management. Previous stays? I've never been here before, have I? A knock at the door makes me jump. Housekeeping, a cheery voice calls out. I approach cautiously, peering through the peephole. An older woman in a maid's uniform smiles back at me, her cart visible behind her. Against my better judgment, I open the door a crack. I'm sorry, I didn't request housekeeping. The maid's smile never wavers. Oh, but dear, you always do. Every time you stay with us, a chill runs down my spine. I've never stayed here before. I insist, my voice quavering. She laughs, a sound like brittle leaves crunching underfoot. Of course you have, Miss Parker. You've been our guest many, many times. You just never remember. Before I can respond, she pushes past me into the room. I stumble back, watching in stunned silence as she begins to tidy up the mess from earlier. Now, she tuts, picking up a fallen picture frame. We can't have you making such a fuss every time. It upsets the other guests. Other guests? I manage to croak out. What other guests? I haven't seen anyone else. The maid pauses, turning to face me with that same unchanging smile. Oh, they're here. They're always here. Just like you. She resumes her cleaning, humming softly to herself. I watch, paralyzed, as she moves around the room with practiced efficiency. When she's done, it's as if nothing had ever happened. The room is pristine, every item in its place. There we are, she says, satisfied. All better now. You should get some rest, dear. Tomorrow is always a big day here at the Blackwood. As she wheels her cart towards the door, a thought strikes me. Wait, I call out. What did you mean I never remember? What's going on here? The maid pauses in the doorway, her back to me. When she speaks, her voice has lost its cheery tone, replaced by something ancient and cold. Time works differently here, Miss Parker. For some, it's a moment. For others, an eternity. But for you, well, you're special. You keep coming back over and over, always forgetting, always reliving. It's quite fascinating, really. She turns to face me, and I gasp. Her eyes are completely black, like empty voids. Sleep now, she says softly. When you wake, it will all begin again. And who knows? Maybe this time you'll finally remember. The door closes behind her with a soft click. I rush to open it, but it's locked once more. The room spins around me as a wave of dizziness hits. I stumble to the bed, my limbs suddenly heavy. As my eyes close against my will, the last thing I see is the vase on the nightstand. A fresh red rose has appeared, its petals gleaming in the low light. In the morning, I'll wake up in my own bed, in my own apartment. I'll go about my day, attend my meetings, and eventually check into the Blackwood Hotel, tired from a long day of travel. The receptionist will smile, not quite reaching her eyes, and say, "Enjoy your stay, Miss Parker," and it will all begin again. The island wasn't on any map, but it was all I could think about. What started as a dream vacation quickly became a nightmare we couldn't escape. My wife, Lisa, and I had been planning this trip for months. 2 weeks in paradise, just the two of us, to celebrate our 5th anniversary. The brochure promised crystal clear waters, pristine beaches, and the ultimate in relaxation. What it didn't mention was the secrets lurking just offshore. We arrived at our resort on a sunny Tuesday afternoon. The view from our beachfront bungalow was breathtaking. An endless expanse of turquoise water stretching to the horizon. That first evening, as we sipped cocktails on our private deck, I noticed a small dark shape in the distance. "Hey Lisa," I said, pointing. "Is that an island out there?" She squinted, following my gaze. "Huh, I don't remember seeing that on the map. Maybe it's just a shadow." But it wasn't a shadow. As the sun dipped lower, casting a warm golden glow across the water, I could clearly make out the silhouette of an island, its jagged outline stark against the fading light. "We should ask about it tomorrow," Lisa suggested, settling back into her chair. "Maybe there's a day trip or something." I nodded, but something about the island's presence unsettled me. It seemed to loom larger than its size suggested, a dark blot on our perfect tropical landscape. The next morning, I approached the front desk while Lisa was still getting ready for breakfast. The clerk, a young local woman named Amy, greeted me with a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Thompson. How are you enjoying your stay so far?" "It's beautiful," I replied. "Actually, I had a question. That island offshore, is it open to visitors?" Amy's smile faltered for just a moment. "Island? I'm sorry, sir, but there are no islands within viewing distance of the resort." I frowned. "But I can see it from our bungalow. It's right there, maybe a few miles out." She shook her head, her expression now carefully neutral. "I assure you, Mr. Thompson, there is no island. Perhaps you saw a passing ship or a cloud formation." I wanted to argue, but something in her tone made me hold back. Instead, I thanked her and walked away, more confused than ever. Over breakfast, I told Lisa about the strange conversation. She looked concerned. "That's weird," she said, stirring her coffee absently. "Why would she deny it? We can both clearly see it." We spent the morning on the beach, but I couldn't relax. My eyes kept drifting to the island, which seemed even more prominent in the bright daylight. Its shoreline was ringed with dense vegetation, and I could swear I saw movement among the trees. As the day wore on, I noticed other guests pointing and whispering about the island. But whenever anyone approached a staff member about it, they received the same denial we had. That night, unable to sleep, I stood on our deck, staring out at the dark shape on the horizon. A faint light flickered among the trees, there one moment and gone the next. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warm night air. Suddenly, a low hum filled the air. I watched in disbelief as a small boat emerged from the shadows of the island, its running lights off. It sped towards the resort, disappearing from view as it neared the shore. Heart pounding, I shook Lisa awake. "Someone just came from the island," I whispered urgently. "We need to find out what's going on." She blinked at me sleepily. "What? Jack, it's the middle of the night. You're probably just seeing things." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I pulled on some clothes and slipped out of the bungalow, ignoring Lisa's protests. The resort was eerily quiet as I made my way towards the beach. As I rounded a corner, I saw a group of people unloading crates from a small boat. They worked quickly and silently, their faces hidden in the shadows. I ducked behind a palm tree, my heart racing. What was in those crates? Drugs? Weapons? My mind spun with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A twig snapped beneath my foot, and one of the figures turned sharply in my direction. I held my breath, pressing myself against the rough bark of the tree. "Hey!" a voice called out. "Who's there?" I ran. I didn't stop until I was back in our bungalow, gasping for air. Lisa sat up in bed, her eyes wide with concern. "Jack? What happened?" I told her everything I'd seen, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. She listened in stunned silence, her face growing paler by the second. "We need to leave," she said finally. "First thing in the morning. This isn't safe." I nodded, relieved she believed me. We spent the rest of the night packing our bags, jumping at every sound outside. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, we wheeled our suitcases to the front desk. Amy was there again, her smile as bright and false as ever. "Checking out early?" she asked, her tone light but her eyes sharp. "Family emergency," Lisa lied smoothly. "We need to get home right away." Amy's fingers flew over the keyboard. "I'm so sorry to hear that. Let me just pull up your reservation." She frowned at the screen. "Oh dear, it seems there's a problem with your booking. The system won't let me check you out." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean it won't let you? We're leaving. Now." Amy's smile never wavered. "I understand, sir, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Your stay with us isn't over yet." A cold feeling crept up my spine. I grabbed Lisa's hand and turned to leave, but two large men in resort uniforms blocked our path. "Please," Amy said, her voice suddenly hard. "Return to your bungalow. We'll sort this out later." The next few days were a blur of fear and confusion. We were prisoners in paradise, our every move watched. Other guests seemed oblivious to our plight, laughing and playing on the beach as if nothing was wrong. Each night, I watched the boat make its clandestine journey from the island. Once, I saw a group of people being escorted onto it, looking dazed and compliant. They never returned. We tried to warn other guests, but no one believed us. They all insisted there was no island, no boat, no danger. It was as if the entire resort was under some kind of spell. On our 5th night of captivity, Lisa shook me awake. "Jack," she whispered urgently. "Look." I followed her gaze to the window. A dense fog had rolled in, obscuring everything beyond our bungalow, but in the distance a light pulsed rhythmically. It was coming from the island. "It's a signal," I realized. "They're calling the boat." Lisa's eyes were wide with fear and determination. "This might be our only chance," she said. "We have to try to escape." Heart pounding, we gathered what we could carry and slipped out into the fog. The resort was eerily silent, the usual sounds of nighttime revelry absent. We made our way to the beach, the damp sand muffling our footsteps. The small dock where I'd seen the boat land was deserted. We crouched behind some crates waiting. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Then, finally, we heard it, the low hum of an approaching engine. The boat materialized out of the fog, a dark shape against the gray backdrop. As it bumped against the dock, we tensed, ready to make our move. But before we could, a group of resort staff appeared, led by Amy. They began unloading more crates, working with practiced efficiency. "Now," Lisa whispered, tugging my arm. We darted from our hiding place, sprinting down the dock. Shouts of alarm erupted behind us, but we didn't look back. We leapt onto the boat just as it started to pull away. The captain, a grizzled man with hard eyes, turned to us in shock. "What the?" I didn't let him finish. Adrenaline pumping, I tackled him, wrestling for control of the wheel. Lisa grabbed a nearby rope, quickly binding the man's hands and feet. Breathing heavily, I took the wheel, steering us into the fog. Behind us, angry voices faded into the distance. As we neared the island, its true nature became clear. What we had thought was dense vegetation was actually a jumble of buildings and equipment, carefully camouflaged. Lights blazed from windows, and figures moved about with purpose. "My God," Lisa breathed. "What is this place? We never got the chance to find out." As we approached the shoreline, searchlights suddenly blazed to life, blinding us. Alarms blared, and I could hear the sound of more boats approaching. "We have to go back," I said, my voice shaking. "We can't dock here." Lisa nodded, her face pale but determined. I spun the wheel, turning us back towards the open sea. We sped past the other boats, their occupants shouting and gesturing wildly. For hours, we pushed the little boat to its limits, always staying just ahead of our pursuers. As dawn broke, we finally spotted another island in the distance, a real one this time, with a bustling port and normal-looking buildings. We docked among a cluster of fishing boats, our legs shaky as we set foot on solid ground. The local police were skeptical of our story at first, but the boat's captain, once untied, corroborated enough of it to launch an investigation. Weeks later, we learned the truth. The resort was a front for a massive human trafficking operation. The island served as a processing center, where people were sorted and shipped off to buyers around the world. Hundreds of victims were rescued, and a network of corrupt officials and business owners was exposed. Lisa and I returned home, shaken but grateful to be alive. We never did take another tropical vacation. Some paradises, we learned, are better left unexplored. I never thought a smile could be so terrifying until I met Mrs. Anderson. Her friendly wave became the herald of my nightmares, and her constant presence turned our dream home into a prison of paranoia. It all started the day we moved in. The moving truck had just pulled away, leaving boxes strewn across our new front lawn. I was struggling with a particularly heavy one when I heard a cheerful voice behind me. "Welcome to the neighborhood." I turned to see a woman in her 60s, impeccably dressed with a plate of cookies in her hands. Her smile was wide, almost too wide, stretching across her face in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm Margaret Anderson," she said, extending the plate. "I live next door. Thought you might need a little pick-me-up after all that heavy lifting." "Thanks," I said, taking a cookie. "I'm Sarah. My husband Tom and our kids are inside somewhere, probably arguing about where to put the couch." Mrs. Anderson's eyes lit up. "Oh, you have children? How wonderful. I do so love the sound of little ones playing." Something in her tone made me pause mid-bite. There was an intensity to her words that seemed out of place. but I brushed it off as neighborly enthusiasm and invited her in for a tour. As we walked through the house, Mrs. Anderson commented on everything: the paint colors, the layout, even the view from each window. It was like she was cataloging every detail. When we reached the kids' rooms, she lingered, running her hand over the door frames with an almost reverent touch. "Such lovely spaces for growing minds," she murmured. "You must be so proud." I nodded, suddenly eager to end the tour. "Well, we should probably get back to unpacking. Thanks again for the cookies." Mrs. Anderson's smile never wavered. "Of course, dear. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. I'm always watching. I'm always around to help." As I watched her walk back to her house, a chill ran down my spine despite the warm summer air. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking, settling in, and starting new routines. Mrs. Anderson was a constant presence, always popping by with some baked goods or a helpful suggestion about lawn care or local schools. At first, I appreciated her friendliness, but soon her visits began to feel less like neighborly gestures and more like inspections. One afternoon, I was in the backyard with my daughter Emma, helping her practice cartwheels. I heard the distinct sound of a camera shutter and looked up to see Mrs. Anderson lowering her phone. "Oh, don't mind me," she called out, waving from her upstairs window. "I just love capturing special moments. You two look so adorable together." I forced a smile and waved back, but inside my stomach churned. Why was she photographing us? And how long had she been watching? That night I mentioned it to Tom. He laughed it off, saying she was probably just a lonely old woman who missed having kids around. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had taken root in my gut. As days turned into weeks, Mrs. Anderson's behavior grew increasingly erratic. She seemed to know our schedules better than we did, often appearing just as we were leaving for work or school. Once I came home to find her in our backyard, pruning our rose bushes without invitation. "I hope you don't mind," she said, her ever-present smile firmly in place. I noticed they needed a little TLC, and I just couldn't help myself. I wanted to be angry, to tell her to stay off our property. But something in her eyes stopped me. There was a hunger there, a desperate need that made me hesitate. "That's very kind of you," I managed to say. "But please, in the future, ask before coming onto our property." Her smile flickered for just a moment, a flash of something dark crossing her face. Then it was gone, replaced by her usual cheerful expression. "Of course, dear, I wouldn't want to overstep." But she did overstep again and again. She showed up at Emma's soccer game, cheering louder than any of the parents. She appeared at the grocery store, coincidentally shopping at the same time as me. She even started leaving voicemails with detailed weather reports, just in case we forgot to check the forecast. The breaking point came on a crisp October evening. Tom and I were enjoying a rare night out, leaving the kids with a babysitter. We returned home to find Mrs. Anderson sitting on our porch, a look of disapproval on her face. "I saw that young girl you left in charge," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "She had her boyfriend over. They were very inappropriate." My blood ran cold. How did she know? Had she been watching our house the entire time we were gone? Tom, usually the calm one, finally snapped. "Mrs. Anderson, this has to stop. You can't keep spying on us. We appreciate your concern, but it's becoming intrusive." For a moment, Mrs. Anderson's facade cracked. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of such raw pain and loneliness that I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. "I'm just trying to help," she whispered. "To keep you safe. To be part of..." She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. Tom softened slightly. "We understand you might be lonely, but this isn't the way to make friends. You need to respect our privacy." Mrs. Anderson stood up slowly, her shoulders hunched. "You don't understand," she said, her voice suddenly cold. "None of you ever understand." She walked away, disappearing into the darkness of her own home. Tom and I exchanged worried glances before hurrying inside to check on the kids. The next morning, Mrs. Anderson's house was quiet. No lights, no movement. Days passed, and we saw no sign of her. Part of me was relieved, but another part worried. Had we been too harsh? A week later, a police car pulled up in front of her house. Curious, I wandered over to where a small group of neighbors had gathered. "What's going on?" I asked. A woman I recognized from down the street leaned in, her voice low. "They found Mrs. Anderson. She took her own life." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Mrs. Anderson dead? Despite everything, I felt a pang of guilt. Had our confrontation pushed her over the edge? As the police conducted their investigation, more details emerged. Mrs. Anderson had lost her husband and young daughter in a car accident decades ago. She'd never fully recovered, becoming increasingly isolated and fixated on the families around her. In her house, they found dozens of photo albums filled with pictures of neighborhood children, including ours. There were journals detailing our daily routines, our conversations, even what we ate for dinner. It was a shrine to the family life she'd lost and desperately wanted to reclaim. The most chilling discovery was in her basement, a room meticulously decorated to match Emma's bedroom in our house, right down to the stuffed animals on the bed. On the wall, a calendar with a date circled in red, the day after we'd confronted her on our porch. The police believed she had been planning to take Emma, to recreate the family she'd lost. Our argument had derailed her plans, leading to her tragic decision. In the days that followed, our quiet suburb was a whirlwind of police interviews, concerned neighbors, and news vans. We installed a security system, added extra locks to the doors and windows, but no alarm could protect us from the guilt and fear that now permeated our once happy home. Months have passed, and life has slowly returned to normal, or at least a new version of normal. Mrs. Anderson's house stands empty, a silent reminder of the tragedy that unfolded. Sometimes I catch myself glancing at her windows, half expecting to see her watching us. The kids no longer play in the front yard, and I double-check the locks every night. We've talked about moving, starting fresh somewhere new, but part of me wonders, would it really make a difference? The world suddenly seems full of Mrs. Andersons, their smiles hiding desperate loneliness and dangerous obsessions. Every friendly wave from a neighbor now carries a hint of suspicion. Every act of kindness is scrutinized for ulterior motives. Our dream home has become a fortress, and trust feels like a luxury we can no longer afford. As I sit on our porch watching the sun set over our quiet street, I can't help but think about Mrs. Anderson, about the pain she must have carried for so long, and the desperation that drove her to such extremes. I think about how a simple act of neighborly kindness twisted into something dark and frightening. And I wonder, as I watch a new family move into Mrs. Anderson's old house, their children laughing as they explore their new home, how well do we ever really know our neighbors? What secrets lie behind those friendly smiles and waves? And how do we balance openness and caution in a world where the greatest dangers might be hiding in plain sight, just on the other side of a white picket fence? The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across our lawn. I stand up, take one last look at Mrs. Anderson's old house, and go inside. As I lock the door behind me, I say a silent prayer for Mrs. Anderson, for my family, and for all the lonely souls out there searching for connection in all the wrong ways. Because in the end, the scariest monsters aren't the ones that hide under our beds or in our closets. They're the ones that live next door, smile and wave, and offer us cookies, all while plotting to destroy the very thing they so desperately crave. The chairlift jerked to a halt, leaving us dangling over the abyss. As the icy wind whipped around us, I realized our dream ski vacation had just become a nightmare. It was supposed to be the perfect family getaway. My wife Karen and our two kids, Ethan 14 and Lily 10, had been looking forward to this trip to Aspen for months. I'd splurged on a fancy ski resort, determined to make up for all the weekends I'd missed due to work. The first couple of days were great. The slopes were pristine, the hot chocolate was rich, and the laughter of my family echoed through our cozy chalet. But on the third day, things started to go wrong. It began with little things. Ethan's ski bindings mysteriously came loose during a run, sending him tumbling. Lily's brand new goggles disappeared from our locker. Karen's favorite gloves went missing. "Must be gremlins," I joked, trying to lighten the mood. But Karen's frown told me she wasn't amused. That night, as we sat around the fireplace in the resort's grand lobby, I overheard a heated conversation between two staff members. "It's happening again," one whispered urgently, "just like last season." "Shh," the other hissed, glancing nervously around the room. Their eyes met mine and they quickly dispersed. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran down my spine. What was happening again? And why did they look so scared? The next morning, we decided to try a new trail, As we approached the chairlift, I noticed the operator looked tense, his eyes darting back and forth. "Everything okay?" I asked as we prepared to board. He plastered on a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, sir. Enjoy your ride." We were about halfway up the mountain when the lift shuddered to a stop. At first we thought it was just a momentary pause. These things happen, right? But as minutes ticked by, a sense of unease settled over us. "Dad, I'm cold," Lily whimpered, huddling closer to Karen. "It's okay, sweetie," I reassured her, even as doubt gnawed at my gut. "They'll get us moving soon." But they didn't. The wind picked up, howling around us like a hungry beast. Snow began to fall, thick flakes obscuring our view of the resort below. After what felt like hours, we heard a crackle from the speakers attached to the lift tower. "Attention passengers," a voice announced, tension evident even through the static. "We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please remain calm. Our team is working to resolve the issue." "Technical difficulties?" Ethan scoffed. "More like someone's messing with us." I wanted to dismiss his comment, but after the strange occurrences of the past few days, I wasn't so sure. As darkness fell, the temperature plummeted. We huddled together, sharing what little warmth we could. Lily had long since stopped complaining, her silence more worrying than her earlier whimpers. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, coming from further up the mountain. Karen grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. "What was that?" she whispered, her breath visible in the frigid air. Before I could respond, we heard it again, a horrifying shriek that seemed to echo off the surrounding peaks. It was followed by a series of loud cracks and a rumbling that shook our lift chair. "Avalanche," I breathed, my heart racing. But it didn't sound quite right. The rumbling was too rhythmic, almost like footsteps. A massive shape loomed out of the darkness, moving with impossible speed for its size. It was vaguely humanoid but grotesquely misshapen, with limbs that seemed too long and a head that was little more than a gaping maw. As it passed beneath us, I caught a glimpse of its eyes, cold, dead things that nonetheless burned with malevolent intelligence. It was carrying something, a limp form that I realized with horror was a person. "Oh my God," Karen gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth. The creature paused, its head swiveling in our direction. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure it had heard us, but then it continued on, disappearing into the swirling snow. "Dad," Ethan's voice quavered, all teenage bravado gone. "What the hell was that?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what we'd just seen. It was impossible, and yet the lift jerked back to life so suddenly that we nearly fell out. As we descended, I saw figures moving rapidly on the slopes below, their headlamps cutting through the darkness. When we reached the bottom, a group of grim-faced resort staff was waiting. They hurried us inside, their eyes darting nervously to the mountain looming behind us. The lobby was chaos. Guests were demanding answers, children were crying, and the staff looked overwhelmed. I managed to pull aside one of the employees I recognized from earlier. "What's going on?" I demanded. "What was that thing up there?" He paled, glancing around before leaning in close. "You saw it?" he whispered. When I nodded, he cursed under his breath. "They said it was just a story, a legend to scare the tourists. But it's real. The Wendigo is real." "Wendigo?" Karen interjected, overhearing. "Like the Native American myth?" The employee nodded solemnly. "This resort, it was built on sacred land. The elders warned us, but the owners didn't listen. And now it's awake and it's hungry." A commotion near the front desk drew our attention. A distraught couple was pleading with the manager. "Please, you have to help us find her," the woman sobbed. "Our daughter, she's missing." My blood ran cold as I remembered the limp form in the creature's arms. The manager tried to calm them down, spouting reassurances about search parties and bad cell reception. But I saw the fear in his eyes. He knew. As the night wore on, more reports of missing guests trickled in. The staff grew increasingly frantic, huddling in corners and whispering urgently. I overheard snippets about containing the situation and calling in the experts. I gathered my family close, grateful beyond words that we were all safe. But the terror of what we'd witnessed hung over us like a shroud. Around midnight, a group of stern-looking men in dark suits arrived. They conferred briefly with the manager before addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, one of them announced, his voice carrying an air of authority. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we are evacuating the resort. Buses will arrive shortly to transport you to a safe location. Please gather your belongings and prepare to depart. A ripple of confusion and fear swept through the room. Evacuating, in the middle of the night, during a snowstorm? As we packed our things, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were fleeing from something far worse than bad weather. The image of that monstrous shape on the mountain haunted me, its hunger palpable even from a distance. The bus ride down the mountain was tense and silent. Lily had finally succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping fitfully in Karen's arms. Ethan stared out the window, his face pale and drawn. Just as we reached the base of the mountain, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the night. The bus driver accelerated, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. We were housed in a nearby town, the authorities citing an environmental hazard at the resort. But I saw the way they looked at us, the survivors. They knew we'd seen something we shouldn't have. In the days that followed, news reports trickled in. The resort was closed indefinitely. Search parties combed the mountain but found no trace of the missing guests. Experts were flown in to assess the situation. But late at night, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can still hear it, that terrible hungry cry echoing across the peaks. And I know that somewhere up there, in the pristine snow and soaring pines, an ancient evil has awakened, an evil that no amount of luxury amenities or corporate cover-ups can contain. We never went skiing again after that. The mountains, once a source of exhilaration and beauty, now loom in my nightmares as dark sentinels hiding unimaginable horrors. And every winter when the first snow falls, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a misshapen shadow and those cold, dead eyes watching, waiting, hungry. The old house creaked and groaned, but it wasn't the pipes that kept me awake that night. It was the woman in the basement, her eyes wild and her words even wilder. I've been an emergency plumber for 15 years and I thought I'd seen it all. Burst pipes, flooded basements, even the occasional snake in a toilet. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered at 1313 Mockingbird Lane. It was a Tuesday night just past 1 a.m. when I got the call. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, giving me the address and a brief description of the problem. Leak in the basement, urgent situation. I sighed, grabbed my toolbox, and headed out into the night. The house loomed before me, a Victorian monstrosity that seemed to sag under the weight of its own history. Paint peeled from the siding in long, curling strips, and the porch steps groaned ominously under my feet. I hesitated for a moment before knocking, a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just as I was about to call it in as a no-show, the door creaked open of its own accord. "Hello?" I called out, peering into the dimly lit foyer. "Emergency plumber? Anyone home?" Silence greeted me, broken only by the steady drip, drip, drip of water from somewhere deep within the house. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The interior was a mess of faded wallpaper and dusty antiques. A single bulb flickered weakly in the hallway, casting long shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The dripping sound grew louder as I made my way towards what I assumed was the basement door. As I reached for the handle, a voice drifted up from below, so faint I almost missed it. "Down here," it whispered, sending a shiver through me. "Please help me." I hesitated, my hand hovering inches from the door. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to get out of this house and never look back. But I was here to do a job, and someone clearly needed help. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and descended into the darkness. The basement was a cavern of shadows, lit only by the weak beam of my flashlight. Water glistened on the concrete floor, reflecting the light in eerie patterns. And there, huddled in the far corner, was a woman. She was older, maybe in her 60s, with wild gray hair and eyes that seemed too large for her face. Her clothes were soaked, clinging to her thin frame like a second skin. As my light fell on her, she blinked rapidly like a creature unused to illumination. "Ma'am," I said, approaching cautiously. "I'm here about the leak. Are you all right?" She didn't answer directly, just kept muttering under her breath, her eyes darting around the room as if following invisible movements. As I got closer, I could make out some of her words. They're coming. The walls are too thin. Can't keep them out much longer. A chill ran down my spine. This was way above my pay grade. I needed to fix the leak and get out of here fast. I spotted the source of the problem quickly enough. A rusted pipe near the ceiling, water spraying in a fine mist. As I set to work, the woman's muttering grew louder, more frantic. "You don't understand," she said, suddenly clear. "The water isn't the problem. It's what's in the water." I tried to focus on my task, but her words wormed their way into my mind. "What do you mean, ma'am?" She crawled closer, her movements jerky and unnatural. "They use the pipes, you see, to get in, to whisper their secrets. But I've been listening. Oh yes, I've been listening for years." My hands shook as I tightened the last bolt. The leak slowed to a trickle, then stopped altogether. In the sudden silence, the woman's breathing seemed unnaturally loud. "There," I said, forcing a smile. "All fixed. Now, is there someone I can call for you? Family, maybe?" She laughed, a high, brittle sound that set my teeth on edge. "Family? Oh no, dear boy, they're long gone. Taken, you see. But I outsmarted them. I'm the only one left." I backed away slowly, my toolbox clutched to my chest like a shield. "Right. Well, if you're sure you're okay, I'll just be going then." As I turned to leave, her hand shot out, gripping my ankle with surprising strength. "Wait," she cried. "You have to listen, you have to understand." I tried to pull away, but her grip was like iron. "Let go, ma'am, please." Her eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment I saw something in their depths that turned my blood to ice. It wasn't madness I saw there, or at least not just madness. It was knowledge, terrible, burdensome knowledge that no human was meant to possess. "They're in the pipes," she whispered, her voice taking on a sing-song quality. "In the walls, in the very air we breathe. Watching, waiting. And now that you've fixed the leak, you've opened the door for them." A low rumble filled the air, like distant thunder. But the sky had been clear when I arrived. The woman's grip tightened, her nails digging into my skin. "Do you hear them?" she asked, a manic grin spreading across her face. "They're coming, and this time they're coming for you." With a burst of panic-fueled strength, I wrenched my leg free and bolted for the stairs. Behind me, the woman's laughter echoed off the damp walls, rising to a hysterical pitch. I took the steps 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the top, a gust of wind slammed the basement door shut, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for the handle, my fingers slipping on the smooth metal. The rumbling grew louder, and I swore I could hear voices in it now. Countless whispers layered over each other, speaking in languages I couldn't understand, but that filled me with a primal dread. Finally, the door gave way, and I stumbled into the hallway. I didn't stop running until I was out of the house and in my truck, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled away from the curb, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The woman stood in the doorway, her pale face gleaming in the moonlight, and behind her, in the windows of the upper floors, I saw shapes moving, fluid, impossible shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. I drove through the night, not stopping until I was miles away, and the sun was peeking over the horizon. Only then did I pull over and try to make sense of what had happened. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it all away. The woman was clearly disturbed, and the rest was just my imagination running wild in a creepy old house. But deep down, I knew better. I had glimpsed something that night, something ancient and alien and utterly terrifying. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Water made me nervous. Every dripping faucet, every puddle on the street seemed to hide unspeakable horrors. I started taking showers instead of baths, and I never lingered long under the spray. I considered quitting my job, but the thought of someone else encountering what I had, someone unprepared, kept me at it. I became known as the guy you called for the weird jobs, the ones in the old houses that other plumbers avoided. And every time I work on a pipe or fix a leak, I listen carefully. Not just for the normal sounds of water and metal, but for something else. For whispers. For the rumble of something stirring in the depths. Because now I know the truth that the woman in the basement tried to warn me about. The pipes aren't just for water. They're conduits for things we were never meant to encounter. And somewhere out there in the vast network of pipes and sewers that runs beneath our feet, those things are waiting, watching, and one day they'll find their way in. The forest had eyes, and they were all fixed on me. What started as a peaceful solo hike turned into a desperate fight for survival against an unseen predator. I've always been an outdoors enthusiast. There's something about the solitude of nature that recharges my soul like nothing else. So when I had a few days off work, I decided to tackle a challenging trail in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. The morning I set out was perfect crisp autumn air, a light mist hanging over the trees, and the promise of adventure ahead. I parked my car at the trailhead, double-checked my backpack, and set off into the woods with a spring in my step. The first few hours were everything I'd hoped for. The trail wound through ancient forests, the towering trees creating a cathedral-like canopy above me. I stopped occasionally to take photos or consult my map, reveling in the peaceful solitude. It wasn't until early afternoon that I first felt it, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as if someone was watching me. I whirled around, half expecting to see another hiker, but the trail behind me was empty, the forest still and silent. I shook off the feeling and pressed on, but it lingered, growing stronger with each passing mile. The woods seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening despite the midday sun. More than once I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turned to look. As the day wore on, my unease grew. The trail markers became less frequent, and I found myself checking my map more often. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied me earlier faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of leaves under my boots. I was considering turning back when I heard it, a low, guttural sound that was neither human nor any animal I recognized. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My heart rate spiked, and I picked up my pace, no longer caring about the scenery. The sound came again, closer this time. I broke into a run, my backpack bouncing painfully against my spine. Branches whipped at my face as I veered off the trail, driven by blind panic. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, I realized with growing horror that I had no idea where I was. In my panic, I'd left the trail far behind. Night was falling fast, the forest transforming into a maze of deep shadows and unfamiliar shapes. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. The narrow beam did little to penetrate the darkness, instead creating grotesque shadows that seemed to move and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. I needed to find shelter, to regroup and figure out a plan. As I scanned the area, my light fell on what looked like a small cave entrance partially hidden by undergrowth. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than spending the night completely exposed. I made my way towards it, every snapping twig and rustling leaf setting my nerves on edge. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard it again, that inhuman sound, much closer now. I dove into the cave, pressing myself against the cold stone wall. For hours I huddled there, straining my ears for any sign of pursuit. Occasionally I'd hear movement outside, heavy footsteps circling the cave, branches breaking under significant weight. Whatever it was, it knew I was there, and it was patient. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to overtake fear. Despite my best efforts, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a deafening roar just outside the cave entrance. I scrambled backwards, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the cave walls. And then I saw it, a massive shadowy figure blocking the entrance. It was vaguely humanoid, but much too large, with unnaturally long limbs and a head that seemed to shift and change shape as I watched. I wanted to scream, but terror had frozen my vocal cords. The creature took a step forward, its movements fluid and predatory. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of its eyes, cold, black, and filled with an intelligence that was anything but animal. In that moment, I knew with certainty that I was going to die. This thing, whatever it was, had been toying with me all day. The hunt was over and I had lost. But as it reached for me, a strange calm settled over me. If this was how it ended, I wasn't going to cower in the corner. I gripped my flashlight tightly and lunged forward, swinging it with all my might at the creature's head. To my utter shock, it connected. The thing reeled back with a shriek of pain or surprise. I wasn't sure which. Not waiting to see if I'd actually heard it, I ran. I burst out of the cave and into the pre-dawn forest, my feet barely touching the ground as I flew between the trees. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing as the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the canopy. For a long time, I just lay there, gulping in air and waiting for the attack that never came. As full daylight arrived, I slowly got to my feet, every muscle screaming in protest. I was lost, exhausted, and terrified, but I was alive. And in the light of day, my encounter in the cave seemed almost dreamlike. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw the state of my clothes, torn and dirty, with long scratches on my arms that I didn't remember getting, and clutched in my hand, my flashlight was bent and dented, dark stains on its surface that I didn't want to examine too closely. It took me most of the day to find my way back to a marked trail, and several more hours to reach my car. As I drove home, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Was it some unknown species, a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or something else entirely, something that defied rational explanation? In the weeks that followed, I scoured the internet for similar stories, for any clue as to what I'd encountered in those woods. I found more than I expected. Tales of hikers gone missing, of strange sightings and unexplained sounds in forests across the country. Most were easily dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, but some rang eerily true. I never reported my experience to the authorities. Who would believe me? But I did hang up my hiking boots, at least for solo trips. These days I stick to well-traveled trails and always hike with a group. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear that low, guttural sound outside my window, and I know deep in my bones that the thing from the forest is still out there, waiting, watching, and someday it might just come looking for me again. So if you're ever hiking alone in the deep woods, and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck like someone's watching you, don't dismiss it. Don't tell yourself it's just your imagination. Because sometimes the monsters in the shadows are all too real, and not everyone who encounters them lives to tell the tale. I never thought a kiss could taste like danger until I met him. What started as a harmless flirtation in our sleepy town quickly spiraled into a nightmare I couldn't escape. When Mark and I moved to Millbrook, we were full of hope. The quaint streets lined with maple trees and the friendly faces of our neighbors promised the fresh start we desperately needed after years of grinding in the city. Mark threw himself into his new remote job, and I set about making our little fixer-upper into a home. It was at one of those endless town socials that I first met James. He stood out immediately, tall with a rugged charm that seemed at odds with the wholesome small-town vibe. Our eyes met across a sea of gingham and polo shirts, and I felt a jolt of electricity I hadn't experienced in years. "New in town?" he asked, sidling up to me at the punch bowl. His voice was deep, with a hint of gravel that sent shivers down my spine. I nodded, suddenly tongue-tied. "Sarah," I managed, extending my hand. "My husband and I just moved here last month." If the mention of my husband bothered him, he didn't show it. "James," he replied, his hand lingering on mine a moment too long. "Welcome to Millbrook. I have a feeling you're going to shake things up around here." I laughed, but there was an intensity in his gaze that made me both thrilled and uneasy. As I watched him walk away, I tried to shake off the feeling that something momentous had just occurred. Over the next few weeks, I found myself running into James everywhere. At the grocery store, the local coffee shop, even on my morning jogs. Each encounter left me feeling flushed and slightly breathless. I told myself it was harmless, just a little excitement to break up the monotony of small-town life. But then came the night of the summer festival. Mark was stuck on a work call, so I went alone. The streets were alive with music and laughter, strings of lights turning the town square into a magical wonderland. And there was James, looking devastatingly handsome in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. "Dance with me," he said, pulling me close before I could protest. The band was playing a slow, sultry tune, and as we swayed together, the rest of the world seemed to fade away. I don't know who moved first, but suddenly his lips were on mine. It was electric, passionate, everything I'd been missing. For a moment, I forgot about Mark, about our life together, about everything except the feel of James's arms around me. Then reality came crashing back. I pulled away, mumbling apologies, and fled into the night. My heart raced, torn between exhilaration and guilt. What had I done? The next morning, a bouquet of red roses arrived at our door. The card simply read, "Until next time." I hid them in the garage, my stomach churning with a mixture of desire and dread. I tried to avoid James after that, but it seemed impossible in such a small town. He was always there, his eyes following me, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, our encounters became more frequent, more intense. A brush of hands at the farmer's market, a lingering glance across the church pews. Each time I felt myself being pulled deeper into his orbit. It was wrong, I knew that. I loved Mark. Our marriage wasn't perfect, but it was solid, built on years of trust and shared dreams. And yet I couldn't deny the thrill that coursed through me every time I saw James. One rainy afternoon, I ran into him at the bookstore. We got to talking about our favorite authors, and before I knew it, hours had passed. As we stood outside under the awning, watching the rain fall, he turned to me. "I can't stop thinking about you, Sarah," he said, his voice low and urgent. "I know you feel it too. We could be amazing together." I wanted to resist, to walk away, but instead, I found myself nodding. "Yes," I whispered, and then his lips were on mine again. What followed was a whirlwind of stolen moments and passionate encounters. We met in secret, always careful to avoid prying eyes. James was intoxicating, making me feel alive in ways I'd forgotten were possible. But with each clandestine meeting, the weight of my guilt grew heavier. It was Mark's worried face that finally snapped me out of it. "Are you okay, honey?" he asked one night, his brow furrowed with concern. "You seem distant lately." The genuine love and care in his eyes was like a bucket of cold water. What was I doing? I was throwing away a good man, a good life, for what? A fling? That night I ended things with James. It was harder than I expected. He didn't take it well. "You can't just walk away from this," he said, his eyes flashing with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "What we have is special." I stood my ground even as my heart ached. "It's over, James. I'm sorry, but I love my husband. This was a mistake. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong." The next day I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper. "I'm not giving up on us," it read. I crumpled it up, my hands shaking. But it didn't stop there. Texts from unknown numbers, hang-up calls in the middle of the night. Once I could have sworn I saw him standing outside our house just watching. Fear began to creep in, replacing the excitement I'd once felt. I changed my routines, always looking over my shoulder. But James seemed to be everywhere, his presence a constant, looming threat. One night I woke to the sound of breaking glass. Heart pounding, I shook Mark awake. "There's someone in the house," I whispered. We crept downstairs, Mark armed with a baseball bat. In the kitchen we found a broken window and muddy footprints leading to the back door. Nothing was taken, but on the fridge was a note. "You're mine." We called the police, but without concrete proof, there wasn't much they could do. "Probably just kids," the officer said, but the look he gave me said he didn't believe it any more than I did. The incidents escalated. My tires were slashed. Dead flowers were left on our porch. Each time the police were sympathetic but helpless. And through it all, James maintained his innocence, always with that same intense, unsettling smile. "You're being paranoid, Sarah," he said when I confronted him outside the grocery store. "I'm not doing anything. Maybe you're just feeling guilty about throwing away the best thing that ever happened to you." His words sent chills down my spine. There was a coldness in his eyes I'd never seen before, a glimpse of something dark and dangerous lurking beneath the charming exterior. I became a prisoner in my own home, jumping at every sound, afraid to go out alone. Mark was supportive, but I could see the strain it was putting on our marriage. The very thing I'd tried to protect by ending the affair was now being torn apart by its aftermath. It all came to a head on a stormy night in October. Mark was out of town for work and I was home alone. The power went out, plunging the house into darkness. As I fumbled for candles, I heard a noise from upstairs, a creak of floorboards that shouldn't have been there. My blood ran cold. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that James was in the house. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. Panic rising in my throat, I looked for a way out. But he was there, blocking the door, his silhouette illuminated by a flash of lightning. "We belong together, Sarah," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I'm not letting you go." What followed was a nightmare of cat and mouse through the darkened house. I managed to evade him, locking myself in the bathroom, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. As I heard him trying to break down the door, I realized with horrifying clarity the magnitude of my mistake. This man, whom I'd invited into my life with open arms, was now the greatest threat to my very existence. The sound of sirens cut through the storm. A neighbor, hearing the commotion, had called the police. James fled, but the damage was done. My sense of safety, of trust, lay shattered like the windows he'd broken. In the aftermath, we moved away from Millbrook, away from the idyllic small town that had become a prison of fear. I spent months in therapy, working through the guilt, the fear, the sheer stupidity of my actions. James was eventually caught and arrested, not just for his harassment of me, but for similar behavior with other women in town. The charming exterior had hidden a deeply disturbed individual, a predator who had been playing this game for years. Mark and I are still together, working to rebuild what was almost lost. Some days are harder than others. Trust, once broken, is not easily repaired, but we're trying, and that has to count for something. As for me, I've learned a hard lesson about the dangers that can lurk behind a charming smile and the high price of a moment's weakness. Every day I'm grateful for my second chance, and I live with the knowledge that things could have ended much, much worse. So if you ever find yourself tempted by the thrill of the forbidden, remember my story. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones we invite into our lives with open arms, and by the time we realize our mistake, it might be too late to escape. The library was supposed to be quiet, but the whispers I heard that night were anything but peaceful. What I discovered in that hidden room changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I've always been a night owl, which is why the graveyard shift at Miskatonic University's library suited me perfectly. The pay wasn't great, but the solitude gave me time to work on my thesis while keeping an eye on the occasionally rowdy student pulling an all-nighter. Plus, there was something comforting about being surrounded by all that knowledge, even if most of it gathered dust on rarely touched shelves. It was a Tuesday night, or Wednesday morning technically, when everything changed. The library was empty, save for a couple of grad students passed out in the far corner. I was making my usual rounds, reshelving books and straightening chairs, when I noticed something odd. A faint glow was coming from behind one of the bookshelves in the ancient history section. Now I knew every inch of this library, and there definitely wasn't supposed to be any light source back there. Curiosity piqued. I made my way over, the soft carpet muffling my footsteps. As I got closer, I realized the light was seeping through a crack between the shelving unit and the wall. Had someone left a flashlight on? But no, the quality of the light was all wrong. It pulsed and shifted, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. I ran my hand along the edge of the bookshelf, feeling for anything out of place. To my surprise, my fingers caught on a small hidden latch. With a soft click, the entire shelf swung outward like a door, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. My heart raced as I peered into the opening. This wasn't on any of the library floor plans I'd seen. The rational part of my brain said to close it up and call campus security. But a stronger, more primal part urged me forward. I'd always been too curious for my own good. Swallowing hard, I stepped into the passageway. The air was thick and musty, with an underlying scent I couldn't quite place, something ancient and vaguely metallic. The walls were lined with rough stone, and the floor sloped gently downward. The strange, pulsing light grew stronger as I descended. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the passage opened up into a circular room. And what a room it was. My jaw dropped as I took in the scene before me. The walls were covered in intricate symbols and diagrams, some carved directly into the stone, others painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Shelves lined the room, packed with books that looked far older than anything in the main library. But it was the center of the room that truly caught my attention. A pedestal stood there, and atop it sat an object that defied description. It seemed to shift and change as I looked at it, never quite settling on a single form. Sometimes it appeared as an ancient tome, its cover writhing with tentacles. Other times it was a crystalline structure that hurt my eyes to look at directly. And through it all, it pulsed with that same eerie light that had drawn me here. I approached cautiously, my curiosity overriding my growing sense of dread. As I got closer, I could hear it. Whispers, countless voices speaking in languages I'd never heard before. They seemed to be coming from the object itself, growing louder with each step I took. My hand reached out of its own accord, drawn to the shifting thing on the pedestal. Just before my fingers made contact, a voice cut through the whispers, clear as day. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." I spun around, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest. An old man stood in the doorway, his white hair wild and his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. I recognized him vaguely, Professor Armitage from the Occult Studies Department. I'd seen him around campus, but never spoken to him directly. What is this place?" I managed to stammer out. Armitage stepped into the room, his gaze fixed on the object behind me. "This, my young friend, is where we keep the real knowledge, the kind the world isn't ready for." He proceeded to explain, in a maddeningly calm voice, that the university had been protecting and studying artifacts of great and terrible power for generations. This room, and others like it hidden throughout the campus, contained truths that could reshape or destroy our understanding of reality. "But why show me?" I asked, still struggling to process everything. "Why not just send me away?" Armitage's expression turned grim. "Because you found your way here, which means you're now a part of this, and we need all the help we can get." Over the next few hours, as the night gave way to dawn, Armitage gave me a crash course in eldritch horrors and cosmic truths. He spoke of ancient beings that slumbered beneath the earth and beyond the stars, of cults that sought to wake them, and of the thin veil that separated our reality from chaotic dimensions beyond imagining. My head spun with information overload, but one thing became clear. The world was a far stranger and more dangerous place than I'd ever realized. And now, whether I liked it or not, I was part of a secret group tasked with keeping that danger at bay. As the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the library's high windows, Armitage led me back to the hidden door. "Go home, get some rest," he said. "But be back here tomorrow night. There's much to learn, and time is not on our side." I nodded numbly, still reeling from everything I'd seen and heard. As I turned to leave, Armitage placed a hand on my shoulder. "And remember," he said, his voice low and urgent, "speak of this to no one. The fate of the world may depend on our secrecy." The next few weeks were a blur of nighttime lessons and mind-bending revelations. By day, I went through the motions of my normal life, attending classes and working on my thesis. But my nights were filled with ancient tomes, arcane rituals, and discussions of cosmic horrors that threatened to drive me mad. I learned to read languages that had been dead for millennia, and to recognize signs of otherworldly influence in everyday events. Armitage and the other members of what I came to know as the Library Guard taught me protective spells and how to shield my mind from psychic attacks. But it wasn't all academic. One night, about a month after my initial discovery, alarms blared throughout the hidden chambers. A group of cultists had broken into one of the other secret rooms on campus, attempting to steal an artifact that could open a portal to a dimension of pure chaos. Heart pounding, I followed Armitage and the others as we raced across the moonlit campus. We arrived just in time to see the cultists completing a ritual, a swirling vortex of energy forming in the air before them. What followed was like something out of a nightmare. We fought not just against the cultists, but against tentacled horrors that began to squeeze through the forming portal. I found myself chanting spells I'd only recently learned, my voice joining with the others to create a barrier of pure will against the encroaching madness. In the end, we managed to close the portal and subdue the cultists, but the cost was high. 2 of our group lay dead, their minds shattered by what they'd seen. And I would never be the same. As we stood there, panting and shell-shocked in the aftermath, Armitage turned to me with a grim smile. "Still sure you want to be a part of this?" he asked. I looked around at the destruction, at the bodies of both allies and enemies, at the scorch marks on the walls where reality itself had begun to fray. And despite the terror still coursing through my veins, I knew there was only one answer. Someone has to do it, I said. If not us, then who? Armitage nodded, a mix of pride and sadness in his eyes. Welcome to the library guard, kid. The hours are hell, the pay is non-existent, and the retirement plan is probably an early grave or a padded cell. But we're the only thing standing between humanity and utter annihilation. As we made our way back to the library to clean up and debrief, I couldn't help but think about how much my life had changed in just a few short weeks. The quiet night security job I'd taken to help pay for grad school had turned into a frontline position in a secret war against cosmic horrors. I thought about the students peacefully sleeping in their dorms, the professors preparing lectures on mundane subjects, the world going about its business in blissful ignorance, and I realized that ignorance truly was bliss. But knowledge, terrible as it might be, was power, and we needed all the power we could get. So now, when you see me shelving books or shushing noisy students, know that there's more going on than meets the eye. The library is still quiet, but the whispers never truly stop. And in the hidden rooms beneath your feet, a battle rages to keep reality itself intact. Sweet dreams, and pray you never have to wake up to the truth I live with every day. The screams echoed through the forest, turning our peaceful camping trip into a waking nightmare. We thought we were alone in the wilderness, but something sinister was lurking in the shadows, waiting to make us its prey. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me and my 4 best friends from college, reuniting for our annual camping trip. We'd been doing this for years, ever since graduation, but this time we decided to try a new spot. Jake had heard about a secluded area deep in the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. It'll be an adventure, he said. If only we'd known what kind of adventure we were in for. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping low behind the trees. The drive-in had been rough, our SUV bouncing along overgrown logging roads until we finally found a suitable clearing to set up camp. As we pitched our tents and gathered firewood, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling of unease. The forest seemed too quiet, the shadows between the trees too deep. Relax, Alex, Lisa said, noticing my tense expression. You're just not used to being this far from civilization. Enjoy the peace and quiet. I forced a smile and nodded, but the knot in my stomach refused to unwind. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, passing around beers and swapping stories like we always did. Yet even as we laughed and reminisced, I found myself constantly glancing into the darkness beyond our little circle of light. It was close to midnight when we heard it. A scream, distant but unmistakable, cutting through the night air like a knife. We all froze, our laughter dying in our throats. What the hell was that? Mike whispered, his eyes wide. Probably just a mountain lion, Jake said, but his voice lacked conviction. They can sound pretty human sometimes. We listened intently, but the forest had fallen silent again. Slowly, conversation resumed, though more subdued than before. I could see the others casting furtive glances into the woods, just as I had been doing all night. As we were about to turn in, we heard it again, closer this time, and undeniably human. A scream of pure terror that made my blood run cold. That's no animal, Sarah said, her voice shaking. Someone's in trouble out there. We debated what to do. The smart thing would have been to stay put, to call for help on the satellite phone we'd brought for emergencies. But the screams continued, growing more desperate, and we knew we couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Armed with flashlights and a couple of hunting knives, we set out into the dark forest. The beam of my flashlight seemed pathetically inadequate against the vast darkness surrounding us. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when Mike suddenly stopped short. "Guys," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Look." His flashlight beam illuminated something on the ground, a scrap of fabric, torn and blood-stained. A few feet beyond it, we found a shoe, then another piece of cloth. It was like following a grotesque trail of breadcrumbs. The screaming had stopped, which somehow made everything worse. The silence pressed in on us, broken only by our ragged breathing and pounding hearts. We pushed on, deeper into the woods. The trail of discarded items continued, becoming more frequent, and then we smelled it, a sickly sweet odor that turned my stomach. As we rounded a large boulder, our lights fell upon a sight that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It was a clearing, but unlike any natural formation. The ground had been cleared in a perfect circle, the earth packed down and marked with strange symbols. At its center stood a crude altar, little more than a flat stone slab raised on pillars of stacked rocks. And on that altar, I'll spare you the details of what we saw. Suffice it to say, we found the source of the screams, though they would never scream again. Sarah retched, doubling over. Jake cursed under his breath. I stood frozen, my mind refusing to process the horror before me. That's when we heard the chanting. It started low, almost subliminal, but quickly grew in volume. Figures emerged from the trees, cloaked in dark robes, their faces hidden in deep hoods. There must have been at least 24 of them, forming a circle around us before we could even think to run. Well, well, a voice rang out, smooth and cultured, entirely at odds with the barbaric scene. It seems we have some uninvited guests. A figure stepped forward, lowering his hood. He was older, with silver hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. His smile was pleasant, almost fatherly, but there was a coldness behind it that made my skin crawl. We don't often get visitors out here, he continued. The energies of this place tend to discourage wanderers. But you, my young friends, you heard our call and came. How wonderfully brave of you. Call? Lisa managed to choke out. Those were screams. You killed someone. The man's smile never wavered. A necessary sacrifice, I'm afraid. The old ones demand tribute, and who are we to deny them? But now that you're here, well, I think they'll be quite pleased with the bounty we can offer tonight. It happened so fast. The cultists surged forward, grabbing us before we could react. I felt rough hands seizing my arms, a sharp pain as something pricked my neck. The world began to spin, voices becoming distant and distorted. I fought against the encroaching darkness, struggled to keep my eyes open. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness took me was the old man's face. Those cold blue eyes staring into mine as he spoke words I couldn't understand. I awoke to the sound of dripping water. My head pounded, my mouth dry as sand. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized I was in some kind of cave. The others were there too, still unconscious, bound hand and foot like I was. Fear and adrenaline helped clear the fog from my mind. I worked at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists. After what felt like hours, I managed to free one hand, then the other. I quickly untied my ankles and moved to help my friends. One by one they stirred, groggy and disoriented. We spoke in whispers, piecing together what had happened. None of us knew how long we'd been out or where exactly we were. All we knew was that we had to get out before those cultists came back. The cave had only one entrance, sealed by a heavy wooden door. It was locked, of course, but years of rock climbing had taught me a thing or two about problem solving. Using a broken piece of stalagmite and some shoelaces, I managed to create a crude lockpick. It took several tense minutes, but finally we heard the beautiful sound of the lock clicking open. We crept through dark, twisting tunnels, every shadow seeming to hide potential danger. Eventually, we saw a faint glow ahead, moonlight filtering in through an opening. Freedom was so close we could taste it, but as we approached the cave mouth, we heard voices. The cultists were out there, dozens of them engaged in some kind of ritual. Their chanting echoed off the cave walls, the words in no language I recognized, but filling me with a sense of creeping dread. We huddled in the shadows, trying to formulate a plan. That's when we saw it, a shape in the sky, descending towards the gathered cultists. It was huge, defying description, its form seeming to shift and change as it moved. All I know is that looking at it filled me with a terror so profound, so primal, that I thought I might lose my mind. We have to go, I whispered urgently. Now, while they're distracted, we made a break for it, sprinting past the oblivious cultists and into the woods beyond. Behind us, we heard shouts of alarm, then sounds that I can only describe as otherworldly, a cacophony of shrieks and roars that seemed to come from everywhere at once. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. Somehow, miraculously, we found our way back to our campsite. We piled into the SUV, not even bothering to grab our gear, and tore out of there like bats out of hell. It wasn't until we hit the main highway, the first glimmers of dawn breaking on the horizon, that we finally felt safe enough to stop. We pulled over at a rest area and just sat there in silence, each of us trying to process what we'd been through. What do we do now? Sarah finally asked, her voice small and scared. I thought about it for a long moment. "We go to the police," I said. "We tell them everything." And we did, but of course they didn't believe us. How could they? Our story sounded insane, even to our own ears. They found our campsite untouched except for some animal tracks. No sign of any cult activity, no mysterious cave, nothing to corroborate our tale. In the end, we were left with nothing but our memories and the nightmares that followed. We don't go camping anymore, at least not together. Some friendships can't survive the weight of shared trauma, of knowing things we were never meant to know. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls just right, I swear I can still hear those chants, still see that shape descending from the sky. And I wonder, with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity, what might have happened if we hadn't escaped. What horrors await in those deep, dark woods, and how long before they spill out into the world beyond? So if you're ever camping in the wilderness and you hear screams in the night, don't investigate. Don't try to help, just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some darknesses should never see the light of day. The headlights in my rearview mirror were relentless, growing larger with each passing second. What started as an ordinary drive home turned into a terrifying game of cat and mouse on a lonely stretch of highway. It was just past midnight when I left the office. I'd been burning the midnight oil, trying to finish a project before the weekend. The roads were empty, a rarity in our usually bustling city. I was looking forward to getting home, maybe having a glass of wine, and finally relaxing. As I merged onto the highway, I noticed a pair of headlights behind me. Nothing unusual about that, I thought. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized the car wasn't just going in the same direction. It was matching my every move. When I changed lanes, it changed lanes. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I sped up, trying to put some distance between us, it accelerated to match. A knot of unease began to form in my stomach. I tried to get a better look at the driver in my rearview mirror, but the glare from the headlights made it impossible. All I could see was a dark silhouette, featureless and menacing. "You're being paranoid," I muttered to myself. "It's just someone going the same way. Relax." But I couldn't relax. Every instinct I had was screaming that something was wrong. I decided to test my theory. At the next exit, I signaled and took the off-ramp at the last second. The car behind me swerved sharply, cutting across 2 lanes of traffic to follow me. My heart leaped into my throat. This was no coincidence. I accelerated, hoping to lose them in the unfamiliar side streets. But they stayed right on my tail, their engine roaring as they kept pace. I took random turns, my palms sweating on the steering wheel, but nothing I did seemed to shake them. As I barreled down a residential street, the car behind me suddenly sped up. With a sickening crunch, they rammed into my rear bumper. I screamed, fighting to keep control as my car fishtailed. "What do you want?" I yelled, knowing they couldn't hear me but unable to contain my fear and frustration. I managed to straighten out, but now the game had changed. This wasn't just following anymore. This was an attack. I had to get help. I fumbled for my phone, trying to keep one eye on the road and one on my pursuer. But as I went to dial 911, I realized with horror that I had no signal. Of course, we were in a dead zone, miles from the nearest cell tower. The car rammed me again, harder this time. I felt my back tires leave the ground for a terrifying moment before slamming back down. Ahead, I saw the road curved sharply. If they hit me again on that turn... At the last second, I yanked the wheel hard, swerving onto a dirt road I'd barely noticed. My pursuer, caught off guard, shot past me. I heard the squeal of brakes as they tried to correct, but it was too late. Their momentum carried them into a ditch. I should have felt relief, but I knew this was far from over. I accelerated down the dirt road, not caring where it led as long as it was away from here. Dust billowed behind me, obscuring my view of anything that might be following. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, its fluorescent glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pulled in, tires screeching, and practically fell out of my car. The attendant, a bored-looking teenager, glanced up from his phone. His eyes widened as he took in my disheveled appearance and the state of my car. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. Someone's after me. Can I use your phone?" He nodded, reaching under the counter for an ancient landline. As I dialed 911 with shaking fingers, I heard the roar of an engine approaching. "They're coming," I whispered, panic rising in my throat. The attendant, to his credit, acted quickly. He ushered me behind the counter and hit a button that locked the store's doors. We crouched down, peering over the edge of the counter as a car pulled into the lot. It was a dark sedan, nondescript except for the crumpled front end, evidence of our earlier collision. The driver's door opened slowly, and a figure emerged. In the harsh fluorescent light, I finally got a good look at my pursuer. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a black hoodie pulled low over his face. He stalked towards the store, his movements predatory and purposeful. When he reached the doors and found them locked, he began to pound on the glass. The whole store seemed to shake with each impact. "Come out," he shouted, his voice muffled but unmistakably angry. "I know you're in there." The attendant and I huddled closer together, neither of us daring to make a sound. I could hear the 911 operator on the phone, assuring me that help was on the way. But would it arrive in time? The pounding stopped abruptly. For a moment I thought maybe he'd given up. Then I heard a new sound, the tinkling of breaking glass. He was smashing the door. "We need to run," the attendant whispered urgently. "There's a back door through the stockroom." We crawled towards the rear of the store, the sound of shattering glass spurring us on. Just as we reached the stockroom door, I heard the crunch of boots on broken glass. He was inside. We raced through the stockroom, knocking over boxes in our haste. Behind us, I could hear him cursing, the sound of items being thrown aside as he searched for us. The back door was mercifully unlocked. We burst out into the cool night air, gulping it down in desperate breaths. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. Help was almost here, but our pursuer was closer. The door banged open behind us and I heard a roar of rage. Without looking back, I ran. The attendant and I split up, him heading towards the road while I made for a wooded area behind the station. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, getting closer with each second. He'd chosen to follow me. The woods were dark, the ground uneven. I stumbled over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face as I ran blindly forward. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under me. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rocks and twigs tearing at my clothes and skin. When I finally came to a stop, I lay there for a moment, dazed and winded. Then I heard it, the sound of someone sliding down the embankment after me. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain that shot through my body. But I'd only taken a few steps when a hand grabbed my ankle, yanking me back. I fell hard, the breath knocked out of me. As I gasped for air, I was roughly flipped onto my back. The man loomed over me, his face finally visible in the moonlight that filtered through the trees. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe in his early 30s. His features were twisted with rage, his eyes wild and unfocused. In his hand, he held a wicked-looking knife. "Why?" I managed to choke out. "Why are you doing this?" For a moment, confusion flickered across his face. Then he laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Why? Because you cut me off back on the highway. Nobody disrespects me like that." I stared at him in disbelief. All of this, the chase, the terror, the violence, over something so trivial, something I didn't even remember doing. Before I could respond, the woods were suddenly illuminated by flashing lights. The sirens, which had faded into the background of my panic, were now deafeningly close. The man's head snapped up, his eyes widening in fear. For a second, he seemed frozen, unsure whether to finish what he'd started or run. That moment of hesitation was all I needed. I kicked out hard, catching him in the knee. He stumbled backwards with a cry of pain, the knife falling from his grasp. I scrambled to my feet and ran towards the lights, towards safety. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the crashing of underbrush as the police gave chase. When I finally emerged from the woods, I was immediately surrounded by officers. They wrapped me in a blanket, asked if I was hurt, told me I was safe now. As the adrenaline wore off, I began to shake uncontrollably. They caught him, of course. He didn't get far, not with a whole squad of police on his tail. As they led him away in handcuffs, our eyes met for a brief moment. The rage was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like confusion, as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd done. In the days and weeks that followed, I learned more about my attacker. He had a history of road rage incidents, each one escalating in violence. I was just the latest in a string of victims, but I was the first he'd pursued for so long, so relentlessly. The legal proceedings were a blur of statements and testimonies. He was sentenced to years in prison, but that brought me little comfort. The real sentence was the one I was serving, jumping at every sound, unable to drive at night, constantly looking over my shoulder. It's been months now, and I'm slowly putting my life back together. Therapy helps, as does the support of friends and family, but I know I'll never be the same. That night changed me, showed me how quickly ordinary life can spiral into terror, how thin the veneer of civilization really is. So the next time you're driving and someone cuts you off, take a deep breath, let it go. Because you never know what's going on in someone else's mind, what demons they're wrestling with, and you never know when a moment of anger might turn into a nightmare that changes lives forever. As for me, I still drive that same stretch of highway sometimes. But now, when I see headlights in my rearview mirror, I can't help but wonder, is it happening again? And if it is, will I be strong enough, lucky enough to survive a second time? The first time I saw a man's face melt, I knew our quiet little town was doomed. What started as an exciting move to a charming community quickly spiraled into a nightmare of mad science and unspeakable horrors. My wife Emily and I had been searching for a place to settle down and start a family. When we stumbled upon Millbrook, it seemed perfect. Picturesque streets lined with oak trees, friendly neighbors, and a sense of community you just don't find in the city. The old Victorian house we bought needed some work, but I was handy enough to tackle most of it. Our first few weeks in Millbrook were idyllic. We painted rooms, planted a garden, and got to know our neighbors. Everyone was welcoming, if a bit reserved. There was an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Meaningful glances exchanged between longtime residents, conversations that stopped abruptly when we approached. I chalked it up to small-town wariness of newcomers. That is, until the night I saw Old Man Jenkins walking home from the market. I was out for an evening jog when I spotted him across the street. I waved, about to call out a greeting, when something changed. His face seemed to ripple like heat waves off hot asphalt. Then, to my horror, it began to sag, skin dripping off his skull like candle wax. I blinked hard, sure I was hallucinating. When I looked again, Jenkins was normal, continuing down the sidewalk as if nothing had happened. I stood there, heart racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. That night, I tossed and turned, the image of Jenkins' melting face playing on repeat in my mind. I didn't tell Emily. How could I? She'd think I was losing it. The next morning, I ran into our neighbor Sarah while getting the mail. "Everything okay?" she asked, brow furrowed with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, then found myself spilling the whole story. To my surprise, Sarah didn't seem shocked. Instead, her face paled and she glanced nervously up and down the street. "Come inside," she said, ushering me into her house. Once the door was locked behind us, she turned to me with a grim expression. "What I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy, but I swear it's true." Over the next hour, Sarah revealed Millbrook's dark secret. The town had been home to a brilliant but unethical scientist named Dr. Elliot Thorne. For years, he'd been conducting experiments on unwitting townspeople, testing serums designed to enhance human abilities and extend life. At first, the effects seemed miraculous, Sarah explained. People got stronger, healthier. But then, things started to go wrong. The mutations began slowly. Enhanced reflexes turning into uncontrollable spasms, improved eyesight leading to painful sensitivity to light, and in some cases, like what I'd witnessed with Jenkins, complete cellular instability. The town council tried to shut Thorne down, Sarah continued, but by then, half the population had been exposed. He threatened to withhold the treatments that were keeping people alive if they turned him in. I sat there stunned. It was like something out of a sci-fi horror movie, not the quaint small town we'd moved to. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "Because it's getting worse. People are dying or changing into things that aren't human anymore. We need help, but we can't risk outside attention. The government would quarantine us all." I left Sarah's house in a daze, my mind reeling. Part of me wanted to grab Emily and run, to put Millbrook in our rearview mirror and never look back. But I knew I couldn't abandon these people. They needed help, and for some reason, Sarah had decided to trust me. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into research, using my background in chemistry to try and understand Thorne's work. Emily noticed my distraction, my late nights poring over medical journals and genetics textbooks. I hated lying to her, but I couldn't bring her into this nightmare. Not yet. It was on one of these late nights that I heard a commotion outside. I peered out the window to see a group of people gathered around something in the street. As I watched, horrified, I realized it was a person, or what used to be a person. Their body was grotesquely misshapen, limbs elongated and twisted at impossible angles. I grabbed my coat and rushed outside, caution overridden by a need to help. As I approached, I recognized one of the onlookers as Dr. Hannigan, the town's only physician. "What's happening?" I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Hannigan turned to me, his face grim. "It's progression," he said quietly. "Stage 3 mutation. There's nothing we can do except make them comfortable." I watched in horror as Hannigan produced a syringe filled with clear liquid. The twisted figure on the ground let out a keening wail as the needle pierced their skin. Within moments, they went still. That was the night everything changed. I couldn't keep the secret from Emily any longer. Through tears, I told her everything. What I'd seen, what Sarah had told me, the horrible truth of our new home. To my surprise, after the initial shock wore off, Emily's response was one of determination. "We have to help them," she said, squeezing my hand. "Whatever it takes." With Emily's support, I redoubled my efforts to understand Thorne's research. We converted our basement into a makeshift lab, working tirelessly to develop a cure, or at least a way to halt the mutations. Weeks turned into months. The situation in Millbrook deteriorated rapidly. More and more people succumbed to the later stages of mutation. Those still holding on lived in constant fear of what they might become. We had a breakthrough when we managed to synthesize a compound that seemed to stabilize cellular degradation in lab samples. But we needed more data, more resources. That's when we made the difficult decision to reach out to an old colleague of mine at the CDC. We knew it was risky. If word got out about what was happening in Millbrook, the consequences would be dire. But we were running out of time and options. Dr. Amelia Chen arrived under the guise of investigating a rare fungal outbreak. With her help, we made rapid progress. We were on the verge of a viable treatment when disaster struck. I was working late in the lab when I heard glass shattering upstairs. I raced up to find our living room in chaos. Furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. And Emily? Emily was gone. A note was pinned to the wall with a scalpel. "You should have left well enough alone. The work must continue." E.T. Thorne had Emily. The next 48 hours were a blur of panic and desperate searching. The town mobilized, those still able-bodied combing every inch of Millbrook for any sign of Emily or Thorne. We found them in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Thorne had converted it into a grotesque laboratory, filled with cages containing things that used to be human. And there was Emily, strapped to a table, Thorne looming over her with a syringe of sickly green liquid. What followed was chaos. In the struggle to save Emily, vials were knocked over, mysterious chemicals mixing on the floor. A fire broke out, spreading rapidly through the dry timber of the old building. We managed to get Emily and as many of Thorne's victims as we could to safety. But Thorne himself, along with his research, was lost to the flames. In the aftermath, we worked tirelessly to administer the treatment we'd developed. It wasn't a cure, but it halted the mutations, giving the people of Millbrook a chance at something resembling a normal life. The official story was a chemical spill and fire that caused widespread illness. The CDC contained it, the government paid for ongoing medical care, and Millbrook slowly began to heal. But those of us who know the truth will never forget. The scars, physical and emotional, run deep. Every time I look at Emily, I'm reminded of how close we came to losing everything. Millbrook is quiet now, peaceful even. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear distant screams echoing from the woods. And I wonder, did we really see the last of Dr. Thorne? Or is he out there somewhere, continuing his twisted work? One thing's for certain, I'll never look at a small town the same way again. Because you never know what secrets might be lurking behind those picket fences and friendly smiles. Sometimes the most horrifying monsters are the ones we create ourselves. The crystal clear waters of the Bahamas turned dark with menace the moment we stumbled upon their secret cove. What started as a carefree day of jet skiing became a desperate fight for survival against an enemy we never saw coming. It was our third day in paradise. My girlfriend Mia and I had been saving for this vacation for months, determined to make the most of every sun-soaked minute. We'd spent the first couple of days lounging on the beach, sipping fruity cocktails, and generally letting the stress of our regular lives melt away under the tropical sun. But today we were feeling adventurous. We'd rented a pair of jet skis, eager to explore the coastline and maybe find a secluded spot for a private picnic. The rental guy gave us a map, pointing out the best areas and warning us about some shallow reefs to avoid. "Stay within sight of the resort," he advised with a friendly smile. "It's easy to get turned around out there." We nodded, only half listening. We were too excited about the prospect of zipping across those impossibly blue waters to pay much attention to warnings. For the first hour or so, it was everything we'd hoped for. The wind in our hair, the spray of the sea on our faces, the thrill of speed as we raced each other from one picturesque cove to another. We were living in a postcard and loving every second of it. It was Mia who spotted it first, a narrow opening in the cliffs that lined the shore, barely visible unless you were looking right at it. "Let's check it out," she called over the roar of the jet ski's engines. I hesitated for a moment. We drifted pretty far from the resort, and that little voice in the back of my head was reminding me of the rental guy's warning. But Mia's excited grin was infectious, and my own curiosity got the better of me. "All right," I shouted back. "But just a quick look." We maneuvered our jet skis through the opening, the cliffs rising up on either side of us like ancient guardians. The passage widened, revealing a hidden cove that took our breath away. Pristine white sand bordered crystal clear water so still it looked like glass. It was like we'd discovered our own private piece of heaven. We beached the jet skis and waded ashore, marveling at the untouched beauty surrounding us. "Can you believe this?" Mia said, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's like no one's ever been here before." But as we explored the small beach, an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. There was something off about this place. The silence was too complete, the stillness too perfect. It felt less like paradise and more like a carefully constructed set. That's when I noticed the first red flag. Literally. Half buried in the sand near the tree line was a scrap of red fabric. As I bent to examine it, I realized it was part of a life jacket, torn and stained with what looked disturbingly like blood. "Mia," I called out, my voice tight. "I think we should go." But Mia wasn't listening. She was staring at something in the water, her face pale. "Jake," she whispered. "Look." I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. Just beneath the surface of that impossibly clear water, I could make out the dark shape of a sunken boat, and it wasn't alone. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other shapes, more boats, some jet skis, even what looked like a small plane. This wasn't a secluded paradise, it was a graveyard. Before I could process what I was seeing, the relative quiet was shattered by the roar of approaching engines. 3 speedboats appeared at the entrance to the cove, cutting off our escape route. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Mia's hand and pulling her towards the trees. We'd barely made it a few steps when a bullet kicked up sand at our feet. "That's far enough," a voice called out. "Hands where we can see them." Heart pounding, we turned to face our captors. 6 men had disembarked from the boats, all armed, all looking at us with a mixture of annoyance and cold calculation that made my skin crawl. One of them, a tall man with a jagged scar running down his cheek, approached us. "Well, well," he said, his accent a mix of local island lilt and something harder, more European. "What do we have here? A couple of lovebirds who flew a little too far from the nest?" "We're sorry," I stammered. "We didn't mean to trespass. We were just exploring and—" The man cut me off with a laugh that held no humor. "Exploring," he says. "Tell me, boy, what exactly do you think you've discovered here?" I glanced at Mia, seeing my own fear reflected in her eyes. "Nothing," I said quickly. "We haven't seen anything. We'll just get back on our jet skis and go. You'll never see us again." The scarred man shook his head, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, this little cove of ours, it's a secret, and we go to great lengths to keep it that way." As he spoke, his men began unloading large crates from the boats. With growing horror, I realized what we'd stumbled into. This was a smuggling operation, using the hidden cove as a transfer point for who knows what. Drugs, weapons, maybe even people. "Please," Mia said, her voice shaking. "We won't tell anyone. We swear." The leader regarded us for a long moment, his cold eyes seeming to look right through us. "I believe you," he said finally. "I truly do. But you see, we can't take that risk. Nothing personal, you understand. It's just business." He nodded to one of his men who raised his gun. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot that would end it all. But instead of gunfire, I heard a sudden commotion and shouts of alarm. My eyes flew open to see absolute chaos erupting around us. A Coast Guard cutter had appeared at the mouth of the cove, and more boats were rapidly approaching. The smugglers scattered, some diving for their weapons while others made a break for their boats. In the confusion, I grabbed Mia's hand and ran. We sprinted for our jet skis, bullets whizzing past us as both the smugglers and the Coast Guard opened fire. I've never started an engine so fast in my life. We roared out of the cove, pushing the jet skis to their limits. I could hear the sounds of the firefight behind us, but I didn't dare look back. All that mattered was getting as far away from that nightmare as possible. It wasn't until we were within sight of our resort that we finally slowed down. My arms ached from gripping the handlebars so tightly, and my heart was still racing. Mia pulled up alongside me, her face streaked with tears and sea spray. "Are you okay?" I asked, reaching out to touch her arm. She nodded, managing a shaky smile. "I think so." "Jake, what just happened?" I shook my head, still trying to process it all myself. "I don't know, but I think we just had a very close call." We returned the jet skis and headed straight for our room, both of us badly shaken. As we walked through the lobby, we overheard excited chatter about a major drug bust that had just gone down. Apparently, the Coast Guard had been tracking this smuggling ring for months and had finally caught them in the act. Later that night, as we sat on our balcony watching the sunset, a sense of unreality washed over me. Just hours ago, we'd been staring death in the face. Now here we were, sipping cocktails and trying to act like normal tourists. "Should we tell someone?" Mia asked, breaking the long silence between us. "About what we saw, I mean." I considered it for a moment before shaking my head. "I don't think so. The Coast Guard got their bust. Anything we say would just complicate things and probably get us in trouble for being somewhere we shouldn't have been." Mia nodded, looking relieved. "You're right, let's just try to enjoy the rest of our vacation." But we both knew things had changed. The rest of our trip was subdued, the carefree joy of those first few days replaced by a constant undercurrent of anxiety. Every time we went near the water, I found myself scanning the horizon, half expecting to see those speedboats coming for us. We've been home for a month now, and life has mostly returned to normal. But sometimes, late at night, I'll jolt awake from dreams of hidden coves and men with cold eyes and guns. In those moments, I'm acutely aware of how fragile our sense of safety really is, how quickly an ordinary day can turn into a fight for survival. Mia and I are still together, our bond strengthened by our shared ordeal. We don't talk about it much, but sometimes I'll catch her staring out at the ocean with a faraway look in her eyes, and I know she's thinking about it too. We're planning another vacation for next year. This time, we're thinking mountains, somewhere landlocked, far from any hidden coves or crystal clear waters that might be hiding dark secrets beneath the surface. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that paradise can turn into a nightmare in the blink of an eye, and some adventures are best left undiscovered. The mirror showed 2 reflections, but only one was mine. That's when I knew our romantic getaway had turned into a nightmare. It was supposed to be a second honeymoon of sorts. After 5 years of marriage, the spark between Sarah and me had dimmed a bit. We both worked demanding jobs, and quality time together had become a rare luxury. So when I stumbled upon a great deal for a week-long stay at the historic Blackwood Hotel, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to reconnect. The Blackwood had quite a reputation. Built in the 1920s, it had hosted everyone from Hollywood stars to notorious gangsters. The website boasted of its old-world charm with modern amenities, and the photos showcased elegant furnishings and sweeping views of the surrounding mountains. We arrived late on a Friday evening, the sun already dipping behind the peaks. The hotel was impressive, a sprawling Victorian mansion that loomed against the darkening sky. As we pulled up to the entrance, I felt a slight shiver run down my spine. I chalked it up to excitement and the chill in the air. The lobby was everything the website had promised. All polished wood, gleaming brass, and plush carpets. But there was something off about it. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, and the smile of the clerk behind the desk seemed a bit too fixed. "Welcome to the Blackwood," she said, her voice syrupy sweet. "We hope you enjoy your stay." As she handed us our key cards, her fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold, and I could have sworn I felt a small static shock. I pulled my hand back quickly, earning a questioning look from Sarah. "You okay?" she asked as we headed for the elevators. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just tired from the drive. Let's check out our room." We were on the 13th floor, of course we were. As the elevator climbed, I noticed Sarah fidgeting with her necklace, a nervous habit she'd had since college. "Honey?" I said, reaching for her hand. "Everything all right?" She startled slightly, as if pulled from deep thought. "What?" "Oh yes, I don't know. Something feels strange." I was about to agree when the elevator dinged, doors sliding open to reveal our floor. The hallway stretched out before us, the wallpaper a faded floral pattern that seemed to shift and move in my peripheral vision. Our room was at the far end. As I slid the key card into the lock, I heard a faint whisper. I turned, but the hallway was empty. "Did you hear that?" I asked Sarah. She shook her head, looking concerned. "Hear what?" The lock clicked, and we stepped into our home for the next week. The room was spacious and well-appointed, with a large four-poster bed dominating the space. A set of French doors led out to a small balcony overlooking the mountains. "Well, this is nice," Sarah said, but her tone lacked conviction. I moved to open the balcony doors, hoping some fresh air would dispel the unease we both seemed to be feeling. As I reached for the handle, I caught a glimpse of movement in the large mirror hanging on the wall. I turned, but there was nothing there except Sarah unpacking her suitcase. I shook my head, blaming my imagination and fatigue from the long drive. That first night was unsettling. The bed was comfortable enough, but I tossed and turned, plagued by vivid, disturbing dreams. I woke several times, convinced I heard whispers or footsteps in the room, but each time all I saw was Sarah sleeping peacefully beside me. The next morning, things seemed better. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and the heaviness I'd felt the night before had lifted somewhat. We enjoyed a leisurely breakfast in the hotel's ornate dining room, then set out to explore the nearby town. It was as we were getting ready for dinner that evening that things took a turn for the truly bizarre. I was adjusting my tie in the mirror when I noticed something strange in the reflection. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me, a woman in an old-fashioned dress, her face pale and eyes dark. I whirled around, heart pounding, but the room was empty save for Sarah, who was putting on her earrings at the vanity. "Dan?" she said, noticing my expression. "What's wrong?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "Nothing," I said finally. "Just thought I saw something. Trick of the light, probably." But as we left the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Dinner was a tense affair. The food was excellent, but conversation was stilted. We both seemed on edge, jumping at small noises and glancing nervously around the dimly lit restaurant. Back in our room, Sarah finally broke. "Dan, I don't like this place," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Something's not right here." I wanted to comfort her, to tell her she was imagining things, but I couldn't, because I felt it too, a growing sense of wrongness that seemed to permeate the very air around us. "Maybe we should leave," I suggested. "Find a different hotel." Sarah nodded eagerly, relief evident on her face. But when I tried to call the front desk to check out, the phone was dead. My cell phone showed no signal. "Okay," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Let's just pack up and go. We can sort out the bill later." We threw our things haphazardly into our suitcases, both of us eager to be gone. But when I tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. The handle turned, but it was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. "This isn't happening," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I was about to try ramming the door with my shoulder when we heard it, a soft melodic humming coming from the bathroom. We turned in unison to see the door slowly swinging open. Sarah clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Dan," she said, her voice barely audible. "I shut that door. I know I did." Heart pounding, I approached the bathroom. Steam billowed out, though we hadn't used the shower since that morning. And there, in the fog-covered mirror, was a message written in a delicate, old-fashioned script. "Welcome home." I stumbled backward, nearly knocking Sarah over. "We need to get out of here. Now." We tried the balcony doors, but they too were locked, the key missing from its usual spot. Sarah was openly crying now, and I wasn't far behind. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank or shared hallucination. A loud knock on the door made us both jump. "Room service," a cheery voice called out. We exchanged confused glances. We hadn't ordered anything. "We didn't order room service," I called back, my voice shaking. There was a pause. Then the voice came again, lower this time. All cheer gone. "Oh, but you did. You always do." The door swung open, revealing not a hotel employee, but the woman I'd seen in the mirror earlier. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes, which were black as coal. "You're right on schedule," she said, gliding into the room. "You always arrive on this day, always try to leave on the next. But you can't, you see. You're part of the Blackwood now, just like me." Sarah screamed, the sound piercing the unnatural quiet that had fallen over the room. I tried to put myself between her and the whatever this thing was, but my legs wouldn't move. The woman, no, the entity, laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Oh, don't worry. It won't hurt much, and soon you won't even remember your old lives. You'll be happy here, I promise." As she spoke, the room began to change. The modern furnishings faded away, replaced by antiques. Our clothes transformed, Sarah's jeans and sweater becoming a flapper-style dress, my slacks and shirt turning into a pinstriped suit. I tried to speak, to protest, but no sound came out. I looked at Sarah, seeing my own terror reflected in her eyes. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be happening. But it was. The entity smiled again, gesturing towards the door, which now opened onto a bustling 1920s hotel lobby. "Shall we? The rest of the guests are waiting to meet you." As we stepped through that door, I felt the last vestiges of our old lives slipping away. We were part of the Blackwood now, trapped in an eternal loop of arrival and forgotten departure. Sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of our true selves in the mirrors that hang throughout the hotel. In those moments, I remember who we were, what we've lost. But then, the music starts up again. The ghostly laughter echoes through the halls, and we're swept back into the endless party that is the Blackwood. If you ever find yourself driving by an old Victorian hotel in the mountains, think twice before booking a room. Because some places don't just hide secrets, they collect souls. And once you check in, you might never truly check out. The moment I picked up that hitchhiker, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His eyes gleamed with a madness that turned my lonely drive into a highway to hell. I'd been on the road for nearly 14 hours straight, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional gas station stop and the changing colors of the sky as day faded into night. This cross-country haul was a regular gig for me. Chicago to Los Angeles, 5 days of nothing but asphalt, truck stops, and the company of my own thoughts. Usually I didn't mind the solitude. It gave me time to think, to sort through the cluttered attic of my mind. But this trip was different. I'd left Chicago with a heavy heart, the echoes of my latest fight with Sarah still ringing in my ears. 3 years together, and it felt like we were drifting apart, the miles I put on the road mirroring the growing distance between us. So when I saw the figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, I made a split-second decision that would change everything. Company, I thought. Someone to talk to keep the demons of my troubled relationship at bay for a few hours. I pulled over, the big rig's brakes hissing in the quiet night. As the man approached, I got my first good look at him. He was tall and lanky, with a scraggly beard and clothes that had seen better days. But it was his eyes that caught my attention. Wide and intense, with a glint that made me uneasy. "Where you headed?" I called out as he reached the passenger side. "West," he replied, his voice raspy. "As far as you're going." I hesitated for a moment, that little voice in the back of my head screaming that this was a bad idea. But the thought of another 100 miles of silence won out. Hop in, I said, reaching over to unlock the door. I'm headed to LA. He climbed in, tossing a battered duffel bag at his feet. The cab filled with the musty odor of unwashed clothes and something else, something I couldn't quite place but that made my nose wrinkle. Name's Jack, I offered as I pulled back onto the highway. He was quiet for a long moment, staring straight ahead. Just as I was about to repeat myself, thinking maybe he hadn't heard, he spoke. You can call me Randall, he said, still not looking at me. The next hour passed in awkward silence. Every attempt I made at conversation was met with one-word answers or non-committal grunts. I was starting to regret my decision, the unease I'd felt earlier growing with each passing mile. It was sometime after midnight when Randall finally started talking. At first I was relieved, but as he spoke, that relief quickly turned to dread. You ever think about how fragile life is, Jack? He asked, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. How easy it is to just snuff it out. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my voice steady. Can't say that I have, buddy. Randall turned to look at me then, and the intensity in his eyes made me want to crawl out of my skin. I think about it all the time, he continued. How many ways there are to die out here on the open road. A blown tire at the wrong moment, a driver falling asleep at the wheel, a stranger with bad intentions. My heart was pounding now, blood rushing in my ears. I tried to focus on the road ahead, on the soothing repetition of the white lines disappearing under the truck. You pick me up awful easy, Jack, Randall said, his tone conversational but with an undercurrent that sent chills down my spine. Didn't your mama ever teach you not to talk to strangers? I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. Look, man, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Why don't I let you out at the next rest stop? Randall's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. Oh, I don't think so, Jack. We're just getting to know each other. In fact, I think it's time for a little detour. He reached into his duffel bag, pulling out a wicked-looking knife. The blade caught the light from the dashboard, and I felt my blood turn to ice. Next exit, Randall said, his voice low and menacing. You're going to take it, and then you're going to drive where I tell you to drive. Understand? I nodded, my mind racing. How had I gotten myself into this situation? And more importantly, how was I going to get out of it? The next 20 minutes were the longest of my life. Randall directed me off the main highway and onto increasingly remote back roads. The darkness pressed in around us, the truck's headlights cutting through the night like twin beams of hope I was quickly losing grip on. Finally, we came to a stop on a dirt road surrounded by dense forest. The only sound was the idle of the engine and my own ragged breathing. Turn it off, Randall commanded. I complied, plunging us into near total darkness. The sliver of moon overhead did little to illuminate the cab. Please, I said, hating the tremor in my voice. You don't have to do this, I've got money. It's not much, but... Randall's laugh cut me off. It was a harsh, humorless sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. You think this is about money? He sneered. No, Jack. This is about something much more valuable. This is about life and death, about power. He leaned in close and I could smell his sour breath. You see, Jack, I've been traveling this road for a long time, and I've learned something. The only way to truly feel alive is to hold someone else's life in your hands. My mind was spinning, trying to process what was happening. This man wasn't just a criminal. He was something far worse, a predator who killed for the thrill of it. Now, Randall continued, we're going to play a little game. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I like your answers, you live. If I don't... He let the threat hang in the air, the knife glinting in his hand. What followed was the most terrifying hour of my life. Randall asked me questions about everything. My childhood, my job, my relationship with Sarah. With each answer, he seemed to be weighing my worth, deciding whether I deserved to keep breathing. I told him about growing up in a small town in Ohio, about how I'd always dreamed of seeing the world beyond those cornfields. I talked about how I'd fallen into trucking almost by accident, but had grown to love the freedom of the open road. And I poured out my heart about Sarah, how we'd met, how happy we'd been at first, and how things had started to fall apart. As I spoke, I noticed something changing in Randall's demeanor. The manic gleam in his eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by something that looked almost like Recognition? You love her? He said softly, interrupting my story. Even though it's hard, even though you're afraid it might not work out? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Randall was quiet for a long moment, the knife lowering slightly. I had someone like that once, he said, his voice distant. A long time ago. Before. He trailed off, lost in some memory. I held my breath, afraid to move or speak, lest I break whatever spell had come over him. Suddenly, Randall's head snapped up, his eyes focusing on me with renewed intensity. "Start the truck," he barked. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. As the engine roared to life, Randall spoke again. "Drive," he said. "Back to the highway." I didn't need to be told twice. I threw the truck into gear and peeled out, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. We drove in silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. As the lights of the highway came into view, Randall finally spoke again. "Pull over," he said, his voice weary. I complied, bringing the truck to a stop on the shoulder. Randall gathered his duffel bag, then turned to look at me one last time. "You've got a second chance, Jack," he said. "Don't waste it. Go home to Sarah. Fight for what you have." And with that, he was gone, disappearing into the night as quickly as he had appeared. I sat there for a long time, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. When I finally pulled back onto the highway, I knew two things with absolute certainty. First, I was the luckiest son of a bitch alive. And second, I was going home to Sarah. The load could wait. Some things were more important than a delivery deadline. As the miles rolled by, taking me back east instead of west, I thought about how close I'd come to losing everything. And I silently thanked whatever twist of fate had made Randall see himself in me, had made him choose mercy over murder. I've never picked up another hitchhiker, but every time I pass someone on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, I say a little prayer for them, for the driver who might stop, and for Randall, hoping that he found whatever redemption he was looking for out there on the lonely highway. The storm wasn't natural, and neither were the people of Millhaven. What started as an unplanned detour became a desperate struggle to escape a town with a terrifying secret. We were 3 hours into our family road trip when the first drops of rain hit the windshield. My wife Lisa was dozing in the passenger seat, and our kids, Ethan and Mia, were engrossed in their tablets in the back. I smiled to myself, enjoying the rare moment of peace on our journey to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. The radio crackled with a weather alert, warning of severe thunderstorms moving into the area. I frowned, glancing at the darkening sky ahead. We still had a good 5 hours of driving, and the last thing I wanted was to navigate unfamiliar roads in a downpour. "Maybe we should find a place to stop for the night," Lisa suggested, stirring from her nap. "Better safe than sorry." I nodded, already scanning the GPS for nearby towns. "Looks like there's a place called Millhaven about 20 miles ahead. Should have a motel or something." As we drove on, the storm intensified with alarming speed. Rain lashed the car, and wind buffeted us from all sides. Lightning split the sky, followed by thunder so loud it made Mia whimper in the back seat. "It's okay, sweetie," Lisa reassured her. "We'll be somewhere safe soon." If only we'd known how wrong she was. We rolled into Millhaven just as the tornado sirens began to wail. The town looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, quaint storefronts, a town square with a gazebo, and neatly kept houses lining the streets. But right now, it was a ghost town, every building shuttered tight against the storm. As I navigated the empty streets, searching for a motel or any sign of life, a figure suddenly darted in front of our car. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. It was an old man, soaked to the bone and wild-eyed. He pounded on the driver's side window. "You folks need to get inside," he shouted over the howling wind. "Follow me." Under normal circumstances, I might have hesitated. But with the storm raging and my family's safety on the line, I didn't see much choice. We followed the old man's pickup truck through the winding streets, finally pulling up in front of a large brick building. "Town Hall," the old man explained as we rushed inside. "It's our shelter during bad storms." The interior was dim, lit only by emergency lights. As my eyes adjusted, I realized we weren't alone. Dozens of people huddled in small groups, their faces a mix of fear and something else I couldn't quite place. "Name's Earl," our rescuer said, extending a gnarled hand. "Welcome to Millhaven." I introduced our family, thanking Earl for his help. As Lisa got the kids settled on a nearby bench, I asked about the storm. Earl's expression darkened. "Ain't no ordinary storm," he muttered. "It's him. He's angry again." Before I could ask what he meant, a booming voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. "Newcomers." A large man with a sheriff's badge strode towards us, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "I'm Sheriff Dawson. Glad you folks found shelter. Looks like you'll be our guests for the night." Something about his tone made me uneasy, but I chalked it up to the stress of the situation. We settled in as best we could, making small talk with some of the townspeople. But as the hours wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, it seemed to be getting worse, and the locals were acting strange. They spoke in hushed tones, casting furtive glances our way. More than once, I caught snippets of conversation that made no sense, talk of appeasing him and the choosing. Around midnight, Sheriff Dawson called for everyone's attention. "Folks, it's clear this storm ain't passing anytime soon. We all know what that means." A ripple of unease passed through the crowd. I felt Lisa's hand tighten around mine. "It's time for the choosing," Dawson continued. "As is our tradition, we'll draw names. One from the townspeople and one from our guests." My blood ran cold. What the hell was he talking about? Before I could voice my objection, 2 bowls were produced. Dawson reached into the first, pulling out a slip of paper. "From Millhaven, Sarah Collins." A young woman let out a choked sob, quickly hushed by those around her. Dawson's hand hovered over the second bowl, the one with our names. Time seemed to stand still as he unfolded the paper. "And from our guests, Mia Thompson." "No." The word tore from my throat before I could stop it. Lisa clutched Mia to her chest, eyes wide with terror. The room erupted into chaos. Townspeople surged forward, trying to separate us from our daughter. I fought like a madman, throwing punches at anyone who came near. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ethan biting the hand of a man who'd grabbed his arm. "Stop this!" I roared, my voice barely audible over the commotion. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Sheriff Dawson stood on a table, pistol raised. "That's enough," he bellowed. "You're only making this harder on yourselves." As the crowd fell silent, Dawson fixed us with a cold stare. "I understand this is difficult for you folks to accept, but you need to understand. This is how things work in Millhaven. The storm won't stop until he's appeased, and he demands a sacrifice." Lisa's voice shook as she spoke. "You're insane, all of you. We're leaving now." Dawson shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The roads are flooded, and even if they weren't, well, we can't let you leave. Not now that you know." The reality of our situation hit me like a physical blow. We were trapped in a town full of lunatics who wanted to sacrifice our daughter to some, what, storm god? I met Lisa's eyes, seeing my own fear and determination reflected there. Without a word, we knew what we had to do. What followed was a nightmare of biblical proportions. Somehow, in the chaos that erupted, we managed to fight our way to a side door. We ran into the storm, rain pelting us like bullets, wind threatening to knock us off our feet. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the baying of dogs. They were hunting us. We stumbled through flooded streets, trying to find our way back to our car. Lightning illuminated the town in strobes, revealing glimpses of figures in robes, carrying torches despite the downpour. At one point, we ducked into an alley, huddling behind a dumpster as a group of searchers passed by. Mia whimpered, and I pressed her face against my chest, praying she'd stay quiet. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we finally spotted our car. But as we approached, my heart sank. The tires were slashed. "Over there," Lisa whispered, pointing to a battered pickup truck. The keys dangled in the ignition. I didn't hesitate. "Get in," I told my family, sliding behind the wheel. The engine roared to life, drowning out the sound of approaching voices. We tore out of town, windshield wipers barely keeping up with the deluge. In the rearview mirror, I could see headlights following us. The sheriff and his posse, no doubt. What happened next, I still have trouble believing. As we reached the town limits, the storm intensified to a degree I wouldn't have thought possible. The wind howled like a living thing, and the rain came down so hard it felt like we were driving underwater. And then, rising out of the maelstrom, I saw something. A shape, massive and impossible, writhing in the clouds. For a moment I could have sworn I saw eyes, ancient, malevolent, and fixed directly on us. I gunned the engine, pushing the old truck to its limits. Behind us I heard a sound that will haunt my nightmares forever. A roar that shook the very air around us, filled with rage and hunger. We drove for hours, the storm gradually lessening as we put distance between us and Millhaven. It wasn't until we reached the next town, soaked and shaking, that we finally felt safe enough to stop. The police, of course, didn't believe our story. They found no record of a town called Millhaven, and when they sent cars to investigate, they reported finding nothing but empty fields where we swore the town had been. It's been years, but I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights. The memory of that writhing shape in the clouds fresh in my mind. We don't take family road trips anymore, and every time I see storm clouds gathering on the horizon, I say a silent prayer of thanks that we escaped, and hope that whatever lurks in Millhaven never decides to venture beyond its borders. Because out there, somewhere, is a town that doesn't appear on any map. A town where the storms are alive, and the price of calm weather is paid in blood. And God help you if you ever find yourself seeking shelter in Millhaven. The antique music box played a melody of dread, and I knew the Wellington family's secrets were far darker than I'd ever imagined. What started as a simple house-sitting job became a desperate fight to survive a night of occult horrors. When my college roommate Jess asked if I'd house-sit for her wealthy aunt and uncle, I jumped at the chance. A week in a luxurious mansion, getting paid to lounge by the pool and raid the fridge? It sounded like a dream gig. If only I'd known the nightmare that awaited me. The Wellingtons' estate was impressive, to say the least. Sprawling gardens surrounded a massive Victorian-style home that looked like something out of a Gothic novel. As Jess gave me the grand tour, I couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. "Don't worry, Em," Jess said, noticing my wide-eyed expression. "It's not as complicated as it looks. Just water the plants, feed the cat, and make sure nothing burns down." She laughed, but there was an edge to it that I couldn't quite place. As we reached the master bedroom, Jess's demeanor changed. She lowered her voice, glancing nervously at the closed door. "One more thing. Whatever you do, don't go into my aunt and uncle's room. They're very private people." I nodded, though I couldn't help but feel curious. What could they possibly be hiding in there? Jess left, and I settled in for what I thought would be a relaxing week. The first couple of days were uneventful. I lounged by the pool, explored the extensive library, and got to know Mr. Whiskers, the Wellingtons' rather aloof cat. It was on the third night that things started to get weird. I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't quite place, a tinkling melody that seemed to be coming from somewhere in the house. Groggy and disoriented, I followed the music, my bare feet silent on the plush carpets. The sound led me to the second floor, right to the door of the master bedroom. My hand was on the doorknob before I remembered Jess's warning, but the music was so haunting, so alluring. Surely a quick peek wouldn't hurt. I opened the door and the melody grew louder. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight filtering through heavy curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I saw the source of the music, an ornate antique box sitting on a dresser. Drawn as if by some unseen force, I approached the box. It was beautiful, covered in intricate carvings that seemed to move in the dim light. Without thinking, I reached out to touch it. The moment my fingers brushed the smooth wood, the music stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was deafening, and then I heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding. There, emerging from the shadows, was Mr. Whiskers. But this wasn't the standoffish house cat I'd been feeding for the past few days. His eyes glowed an unnatural red, and he seemed to be growing. I watched in horror as the cat's form twisted and expanded, fur giving way to leathery skin, claws lengthening into razor-sharp talons. In a matter of seconds, what stood before me was no longer a cat, but a monstrous creature straight out of a nightmare. I ran, out of the bedroom, down the stairs, my mind reeling as I tried to process what I'd just seen. But the house had changed. Corridors stretched impossibly long, Doors led to rooms that shouldn't exist. It was as if the entire structure had come alive, determined to keep me trapped inside. As I rounded a corner, I collided with something solid. I looked up to see a man in dark robes, his face hidden beneath a hood. He grabbed my arm, his grip inhumanly strong. "You shouldn't be here," he hissed, his voice like gravel. "The ritual has already begun." Before I could react, more robed figures emerged from the shadows. They surrounded me, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made my skin crawl. I broke free from the man's grasp and ran again, no destination in mind other than away. I could hear them pursuing, their chants growing louder, more frenzied. I found myself in the library, desperately searching for a way out. As I ran my hands along the bookshelves, I felt something give way. A hidden door swung open, revealing a narrow passage. Without hesitation, I ducked inside. The passage led down deep beneath the house. The air grew cold and damp, the only light coming from strange, phosphorescent fungi growing on the walls. The tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. Torches lined the walls, illuminating a scene that turned my blood to ice. In the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, surrounded by more robed figures. And on that altar, bound and struggling, was Jess. "Emily," she cried out when she saw me. "Run! Get out of here!" But it was too late. Strong hands grabbed me from behind, dragging me towards the altar. I fought with everything I had, but it was useless against their supernatural strength. As they forced me to my knees, I got my first clear look at the leader of this twisted cult. It was Mr. Wellington, Jess's uncle, but his face was wrong. His features seemed to shift and change, as if multiple faces were trying to occupy the same space. "Ah, the uninvited guest," he said, his voice resonating with an otherworldly power. "How fortunate. The Great One will be pleased with this additional offering." "Please," I begged, my voice shaking. "What is this? What are you doing?" Wellington's laugh was like nails on a chalkboard. "We are ushering in a new age, child. The old ones will rise again, and we shall be their loyal servants." He turned to the assembled cultists. "Brothers and sisters, the stars are aligned. The gateway is opening. It is time to complete the ritual." The chanting resumed louder than ever. The air in the chamber began to ripple and distort like heat waves on asphalt, and in the center of it all, above the altar, a tear began to form in the very fabric of reality. Through that impossible opening, I caught glimpses of something beyond comprehension. A writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, ancient and malevolent. The sight of it threatened to shatter my sanity. As Wellington raised a wicked-looking dagger, preparing to plunge it into Jess's chest, something inside me snapped. With strength born of desperation, I broke free from my captors. I lunged for the altar, knocking the dagger from Wellington's hand. What followed was chaos. Cultists swarmed around us as Jess and I fought for our lives. The thing in the portal reached out with impossible tentacles, grasping at anything within reach. In the melee, I found myself once again near the music box. Acting on instinct, I grabbed it and hurled it towards the portal with all my might. The moment the box passed through the opening, an unearthly shriek filled the chamber. The portal began to collapse in on itself, pulling everything nearby into its swirling vortex. Cultists screamed as they were sucked in, their bodies twisting and contorting as they vanished into the nothingness beyond. Wellington made a desperate grab for us, but he too was pulled in. His final cry cut short as the portal snapped shut, and then silence. Jess and I clung to each other, battered and terrified, but alive. The aftermath was a blur. We managed to find our way out of the tunnels and called the police. They didn't believe our story, of course. How could they? The official report chalked it up to a home invasion, with the Wellingtons listed as missing persons. Jess and I know the truth, though. We saw behind the veil that night, glimpsed horrors that no human was meant to see. The Wellingtons' mansion has been demolished, the land salted and declared unfit for habitation. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear that haunting melody playing on the wind. I don't house sit anymore. In fact, I rarely leave my apartment these days, because now I know that there are things lurking in the shadows, ancient and hungry, and sometimes all it takes is the turn of a key or the opening of a door to let them in. So if you ever find yourself in a strange house and you hear an alluring melody coming from behind a locked door, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some secrets are better left uncovered, and some doors should never be opened. The darkness in the mine wasn't natural, and neither were the sounds echoing through the tunnels. What started as an adventurous exploration turned into a desperate fight for survival against something inhuman lurking in the depths. It was supposed to be the highlight of our camping trip. 5 friends reunited after years apart, seeking one last adventure before real life pulled us in different directions again. When Mike suggested exploring the old Holloway mine, it seemed like the perfect way to recapture that sense of excitement we'd shared in our younger days. If only we'd known what was waiting for us in those dark tunnels. The day started bright and clear, a perfect September morning in the mountains. We'd spent the previous 2 days hiking, fishing, and reliving old memories around the campfire. But as we approached the mine entrance, a sense of unease settled over me. The opening was larger than I'd expected, a gaping maw in the mountainside partially obscured by overgrown vegetation. A weathered sign warned of danger and prohibited entry, but Mike just laughed it off. "Come on, guys," he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Where's your sense of adventure?" Sarah, always the cautious one, voiced what I was thinking. "I don't know, Mike. This seems pretty risky. What if there's a cave-in or something?" But Jason and Liz were already following Mike towards the entrance, their headlamps cutting through the gloom. I exchanged a worried glance with Sarah before sighing and following suit. I couldn't let them go in there alone, could I? The first 100 yards or so weren't too bad. The main tunnel was wide and relatively stable, supported by old timber frames. Our voices echoed off the rocky walls as we marveled at the remnants of mining equipment left behind decades ago. It was when we reached the first junction that things started to feel off. The air grew colder, heavy with a musty scent that made my nose wrinkle. And there was something else, a faint vibration that I felt more than heard, like the mountain itself was humming. "Which way?" Jason asked, his voice unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence that had fallen over us. Mike consulted the crude map he'd downloaded from some urban exploration forum. "Left, I think. That should take us to the main excavation chamber." As we ventured deeper, the tunnel narrowed and the ceiling lowered. We had to duck in places to avoid scraping our heads on jutting rocks. The beams from our headlamps seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, barely penetrating more than a few feet ahead. That's when we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in this long-abandoned mine. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible beneath the sound of our own breathing and footsteps. But as we paused to listen, it grew clearer, a rhythmic scratching like claws on stone coming from somewhere up ahead. "What is that?" Liz whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Probably just some animal," Mike said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "A raccoon or something that wandered in." I wasn't convinced. Whatever was making that sound was bigger than a raccoon, and somehow, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core, it was aware of our presence. We should have turned back then. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out, to run back towards the sunlight and safety. But a morbid curiosity pushed us forward, deeper into the mine's twisted labyrinth. The scratching grew louder as we approached another junction. This time it was accompanied by something else, a low, guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Suddenly Sarah screamed. Her headlamp had illuminated something on the tunnel floor, a dark, wet stain that could only be blood. And leading away from it, drag marks disappearing into the darkness. Panic set in. We turned to retrace our steps, but nothing looked familiar. Had we come from the left tunnel or the right? The mine seemed to have shifted around us, the passages twisting in impossible ways. "This way," Mike shouted, taking the lead. We followed blindly, our earlier excitement replaced by raw fear. We ran through the darkness, the sound of our pounding footsteps eclipsed by that terrible scratching, now seeming to come from all around us. The air grew thicker, filled with a choking dust that made it hard to breathe. I don't know how long we ran. Time lost all meaning in that lightless maze. But eventually we burst into a large chamber, our headlamps revealing rusted mining equipment and a partially collapsed ceiling. "Look," Jason cried out, pointing to a shaft of natural light filtering down through a crack in the rock above. "We can climb out." But as we moved towards our potential escape route, a bone-chilling roar echoed through the chamber. And then we saw it. It emerged from one of the tunnels, a creature that defied description. In the frantic sweep of our headlamps, I caught glimpses of pale, leathery skin stretched over an emaciated frame. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, ending in wicked claws that scraped against the stone floor. but it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. A noseless, eyeless visage dominated by a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth. We scattered, primal terror overriding any semblance of rational thought. I found myself pressed against the chamber wall, my heart threatening to burst from my chest as I watched the monstrosity stalk towards Mike, who had tripped over a piece of old equipment. What happened next is a blur of screams, blood, and frantic scrambling. I remember Liz throwing a rock at the creature, buying Mike enough time to crawl away. I remember Sarah pulling me towards the shaft of light, her nails digging into my arm as she urged me to climb. Jason didn't make it. The last I saw of him, he was disappearing down one of the tunnels, the creature in pursuit, his agonized screams echoing through the mine until they were suddenly, horribly silenced. The four of us that remained clawed our way up through the narrow opening, scraping skin from our hands and knees in our desperation to escape. We emerged into the fading afternoon light, gasping and sobbing, but our nightmare wasn't over. As we stumbled away from the mine entrance, we heard that scratching again, growing louder. The creature was coming. "Run!" I screamed, my voice raw with terror. We fled through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Behind us, I could hear the sound of pursuit, the crack of breaking branches, the thud of inhuman feet on the forest floor. I don't know how we made it back to our campsite. By some miracle, we managed to reach my truck. As I fumbled with the keys, I saw movement at the edge of the clearing, a pale, horrific shape emerging from the underbrush. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. As we sped away, I caught one last glimpse in the rearview mirror of that nightmarish face, mouth open in a silent roar of fury and hunger. We drove for hours, not stopping until we reached the nearest town. The police, of course, didn't believe our story. They searched the area but found no sign of Jason or the creature we described. The mine entrance had collapsed, they told us, probably due to our reckless exploration. It's been 5 years since that day, but the memories still haunt me. I can't look at a cave or even a dark room without breaking into a cold sweat. The others have tried to move on, to rationalize what happened, but I know the truth. There are things in this world that defy explanation, horrors lurking in the dark places of the earth. And sometimes, if you go looking for adventure in those shadowy depths, you might just find something looking back. I don't go camping anymore. I stay in the city surrounded by light and noise and people. But on quiet nights, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear it. That faint rhythmic scratching. A reminder that the creature is still out there, waiting in the darkness for its next unsuspecting victim. So if you're ever tempted to explore an abandoned mine or cave, think twice, because you never know what might be waiting in the shadows, hungry and patient, ready to drag you down into the depths where the sun never shines and screams echo endlessly through lightless tunnels. The first time I saw a patient's eyes glow in the dark, I knew Millbrook wasn't just a quaint small town. It was the epicenter of a medical nightmare that threatened to consume us all. I'd been thrilled when I landed the position at Millbrook General Hospital. Fresh out of residency, I saw it as the perfect opportunity to make a difference in a rural community while paying off my mountain of student debt. The town itself was picturesque, all tree-lined streets and friendly faces. But beneath that Norman Rockwell exterior lurked horrors I could never have imagined. My first few weeks were uneventful. I treated the usual array of minor injuries and illnesses, getting to know the townsfolk and settling into the rhythm of small-town life. It was during a late-night shift in the ER that I first noticed something was amiss. A man came in complaining of severe abdominal pain. As I examined him, I noticed his skin had an odd, waxy texture. When I mentioned it, he brushed it off, claiming it was just dry skin from working outdoors. But there was something in his eyes, a flicker of fear, quickly suppressed, that set my nerves on edge. As I was preparing to order some tests, the power in the hospital flickered. In that brief moment of darkness, I could have sworn the man's eyes emitted a faint, greenish glow. I blinked, and when the light stabilized, everything seemed normal again. I tried to convince myself I was just overtired, seeing things that weren't there. But that incident marked the beginning of a series of strange occurrences that would shatter my understanding of medicine and reality itself. Over the next few months, I encountered more patients with unusual symptoms, skin abnormalities, unexplained lumps, and in one terrifying case, a child whose teeth seemed to be constantly growing and reshaping. Each time I tried to investigate further, I hit a wall of silence. Patients would clam up, suddenly remembering prior commitments and rushing out of the hospital. My colleagues were no help. Whenever I tried to discuss these cases, they'd change the subject or give me patronizing looks, as if I were some naive city doctor who couldn't handle rural medicine. But I knew something was wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong. It all came to a head one stormy night in October. A young woman was brought in, unconscious and convulsing. Her skin was covered in a fine, moss-like growth, and her veins pulsed with an unnatural, bioluminescent glow. As I frantically worked to stabilize her, Dr. Emerson, the hospital's senior physician, burst into the room. "Step away from the patient, Dr. Chen," he barked, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "What? No, she needs help," I protested, continuing to administer treatment. Emerson's hand clamped down on my arm with surprising strength. I said, "Step away." Now, before I could argue further, a team of men in hazmat suits rushed in, quickly transferring the woman to a sealed container. They were gone as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving me standing in stunned silence. Emerson's expression was grim as he turned to me. "We need to talk," he said quietly. "But not here. Meet me at the old Millbrook Mill in an hour. Come alone." My mind reeled as I drove through the rain-slicked streets to the abandoned mill on the outskirts of town. What the hell was going on? Who were those men, and what had happened to that poor woman? Emerson was waiting for me in the shadows of the dilapidated building. He looked older than I'd ever seen him, his face lined with worry and fatigue. "I suppose I owe you an explanation," he began, his voice barely audible above the patter of rain on the rusted metal roof. "But I need you to understand. What I'm about to tell you will change everything. Your life, your understanding of medicine, of the very nature of reality itself. Are you sure you want to know?" I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. Emerson sighed heavily. "Millbrook has a secret, one that goes back generations. There's something wrong with this place. The soil, the water, maybe even the air itself. It changes people, Dr. Chen, alters them on a fundamental level." He went on to describe a history of mutations and strange afflictions that had plagued the town for over a century. The local government and medical community had been covering it up for decades, fearing mass panic and government intervention. "But lately it's been getting worse," Emerson continued, his eyes darting nervously around the empty mill. "The changes are happening faster, becoming more extreme. We can barely keep up with the cases, let alone find a way to stop it." I listened in horrified fascination as Emerson outlined the town's desperate attempts to contain the situation. Secret medical facilities hidden in abandoned mines, experimental treatments that often did more harm than good, and a complex system of misdirection to keep outsiders from discovering the truth. "Why are you telling me all this?" I asked when he finally fell silent. Emerson's gaze met mine and I saw a glimmer of hope there. "Because we need help, Dr. Chen. Fresh eyes, new ideas. The old guard, we're running out of options. And time." What followed was a crash course in fringe science and medical horrors. I spent my days maintaining the facade of normalcy at the hospital, while my nights were consumed with clandestine research and treatment of the most severe cases. I saw things that defied explanation. Patients whose bodies were literally reshaping themselves, organs migrating and fusing in impossible ways. I assisted in surgeries that would have made Frankenstein blanch, desperately trying to reverse mutations that threatened to rob people of their humanity. But for every small victory, there were a dozen crushing defeats. The anomalies were spreading, becoming harder to conceal. And worse, I began to suspect that some in the town's leadership saw these mutations not as a curse, but as an opportunity. I discovered files detailing attempts to weaponize the mutations, to create super soldiers with enhanced abilities. The ethical implications were staggering, and I knew I couldn't stand by and let it happen. With Emerson's help, I began secretly documenting everything. The treatments, the cover-ups, the town's hidden history. We were going to expose it all, consequences be damned. But someone must have gotten wind of our plan. One night, as I was leaving the hidden facility deep in the old mine system, I was ambushed. A group of men in dark suits cornered me, their eyes gleaming with that now familiar bioluminescence. "Did you really think we wouldn't notice, Dr. Chen?" One of them sneered, his voice distorted by the mutations ravaging his vocal cords. "This is bigger than you." bigger than Millbrook. The changes, they're just the beginning. I fought back with everything I had, my physician's oath to do no harm, momentarily forgotten in the face of this existential threat. In the chaos of the fight, a stray bullet hit something in the cavern wall, something that definitely wasn't rock. A noxious gas began filling the tunnel, causing my attackers to convulse and collapse. I held my breath and ran, not stopping until I reached the surface. Behind me, I heard inhuman screams echoing from the depths. I fled Millbrook that night, taking with me only the clothes on my back and a hard drive full of evidence. I've been on the run ever since, trying to stay one step ahead of those who would keep Millbrook's secrets buried. I'm writing this now from a motel room in a town whose name I don't even know. My skin itches constantly, and sometimes in the mirror I swear I see a faint glow in my eyes. I don't know if I was exposed to whatever is causing the mutations or if it's just paranoia taking hold. But I do know this. The truth about Millbrook needs to come out. Whatever is happening there, it's not contained. It's spreading, evolving, and God help us all if it can't be stopped. So if you're a doctor and you get an offer to work in a quaint little town called Millbrook, do yourself a favor. Run. Run as far and as fast as you can, because some medical mysteries are better left unsolved, and some cures are far worse than the disease. The stranger on the island watched us with hungry eyes, and I knew our paradise had become a prison. What started as a romantic getaway on a secluded houseboat turned into a desperate fight for survival against a madman who saw us as his prey. When Sarah suggested renting a houseboat for our anniversary, I was all for it. 2 weeks of floating serenity, just the two of us, far from the chaos of our busy lives in the city. The brochure painted a picture of crystal clear waters, breathtaking sunsets, and absolute privacy. It sounded perfect. We arrived at the marina on a sunny Tuesday afternoon. The rental agent, a weathered old man with a permanent squint, gave us a quick rundown of the boat's features and handed over the keys with a gruff warning. "Stay away from Osprey Island," he said, jabbing a gnarled finger at a spot on our map. "Nature preserve, off limits." We nodded, not really paying attention. We were too excited about starting our vacation to worry about some restricted island. The first few days were bliss. We lounged on the deck, swam in the warm waters, and reconnected in ways we hadn't in years. On the fourth night, as we sipped wine and watched the sun dip below the horizon, Sarah pointed to a dark shape in the distance. "Is that Osprey Island?" she asked. I squinted, following her gaze. "Must be. Looks closer than I thought." As darkness fell, I noticed a pinprick of light on the island's shore. A campfire, maybe? But that didn't make sense if it was a restricted area. "Probably just some kids sneaking over there to party," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Sarah frowned. "Should we report it?" I shook my head. "Let's not worry about it. We're here to relax, remember?" But as we settled in for the night, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Something about that light, that island, felt wrong. The next morning I woke early and went up on deck to watch the sunrise. As I sipped my coffee, movement on the island caught my eye. A figure stood on the shore, motionless, facing our boat. Even from this distance, I could feel the weight of their stare. A chill ran down my spine. I hurried back inside, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. It was probably just a ranger checking on the island, nothing to worry about. But over the next few days, the sightings continued. Sometimes it was just a glimpse of movement among the trees. Other times the figure would stand openly on the beach, watching us, always watching. Sarah noticed my growing agitation. "What's wrong, Jack? You've been on edge for days." I hesitated, not wanting to frighten her. But as I opened my mouth to make up some excuse, a flash of metal on the island's shore caught my eye. The stranger was there again, and this time I could have sworn I saw the glint of binoculars. "There's someone on that island," I blurted out. "They've been watching us." Sarah's eyes widened. "What? For how long?" I told her everything I'd seen. As I spoke, her face paled. "We need to leave," she said, her voice shaking. "Now." I nodded, already moving to start the engine, but when I turned the key, nothing happened. The motor sputtered weakly, then fell silent. Panic rose in my throat as I tried again and again to start the boat. Nothing. We were dead in the water. The radio, Sarah said. Call for help. But the radio, like the engine, was silent. No static, no signal, nothing. As the reality of our situation sank in, a new sound reached us, the low purr of an outboard motor. We rushed to the deck to see a small boat speeding towards us from the direction of the island. Get inside, I told Sarah, trying to keep my voice steady. Lock the door. Don't come out no matter what you hear. She squeezed my hand, fear plain in her eyes, then disappeared below deck. I stood my ground, heart pounding as the boat drew near. The man who stepped aboard our houseboat was not what I expected. He was tall and lean, with sun-weathered skin and piercing blue eyes. He could have been anywhere from 40 to 60. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Well, hello there, he said, his voice surprisingly cultured. Having some engine trouble? I nodded warily, keeping my distance. Yeah, can't seem to get it started. You live on the island? His smile widened. Oh yes, Osprey Island has been my home for quite some time now. I do hope I haven't alarmed you with my presence. It's just been so long since I've had visitors. There was something in his tone, a barely concealed eagerness that made my skin crawl. I realized with growing horror that this man hadn't just been watching us, he'd been hunting us. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice even. We appreciate your concern, but we've got help on the way. Why don't you head back to your island and we'll be out of your hair soon? The man's smile faded, replaced by a look of cold calculation. Now, he said, taking a step closer. There's no need for lies between friends. We both know your radio isn't working, just like we both know I made sure your engine wouldn't start. My blood ran cold. I glanced around, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. What do you want? I asked, buying time. He sighed, as if disappointed by my lack of understanding. Company, of course. Do you have any idea how lonely it gets out here? How maddening the silence can be? His eyes glittered with a manic light. But now you're here, both of you, and we're going to have so much fun together. He moved with shocking speed, closing the distance between us before I could react. I felt a sharp pain in my neck and the world began to spin. As I collapsed to the deck, my last conscious thought was of Sarah, trapped below, unaware of the nightmare that had just begun. I woke to the sound of waves lapping against the shore. My head throbbed and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. As I blinked away the fog, I realized I was no longer on the houseboat. I was on the island, tied to a tree at the edge of a small clearing. Panic surged through me as I remembered what had happened. I twisted against my bonds, ignoring the pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists. Sarah, I called out, my voice hoarse. Sarah, where are you? She can't hear you, I'm afraid. The man from the boat emerged from the trees, that unnerving smile still plastered on his face. Don't worry, she's quite safe. For now. If you've hurt her, I swear to God. He cut me off with a laugh. Hurt her? My dear boy, why would I damage my new toys so quickly? No. The game has only just begun. Over the next few hours, he outlined his twisted plan. He'd been living on the island for years, occasionally luring in unsuspecting tourists for his deranged games of cat and mouse. Sarah and I were just the latest in a long line of victims. But you two, he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're special. So much fight in you both. This is going to be exhilarating. As night fell, he untied me from the tree, keeping the bonds on my wrists. Let's go see how your lovely wife is doing, shall we? He led me through the dense forest to a dilapidated cabin. Inside, Sarah was tied to a chair, her face tear-streaked but defiant. Jack, she cried out when she saw me. Are you okay? I nodded, relief flooding through me at the sight of her alive and seemingly unharmed. I'm fine. We're going to get out of this, I promise. Our captor clapped his hands together. Touching reunion, truly. But now it's time for the real fun to begin. What followed was a nightmare beyond imagination. He released us into the forest, giving us a head start before he began his hunt. We ran blindly through the underbrush, the sound of his laughter echoing behind us. For days, we played this deadly game of hide and seek. We'd find moments of respite, huddled in caves or dense thickets, only to hear his taunting voice drawing near. He seemed to toy with us, always letting us think we'd escaped, only to appear when we least expected it. On the third night, as we cowered in the hollow of a massive tree, Sarah turned to me with determination in her eyes. "We can't keep running," she whispered. "We need to fight back." She was right. We were exhausted, dehydrated, and running out of options. It was time to turn the tables on our tormentor. Using skills I didn't know we possessed, we set traps throughout the forest. We fashioned weapons from branches and stones, and when he came for us again, we were ready. The final confrontation was brutal and terrifying. He was stronger and more experienced, but we had the desperation of those fighting for their lives. In the end, it was Sarah who landed the decisive blow, sending him tumbling down a rocky slope. We didn't wait to see if he survived the fall. We sprinted for the shore, found his boat, and fled the island as fast as the small motor would carry us. The authorities didn't believe our story at first, but the evidence we led them to on the island, the cabin, the remnants of past victims, was undeniable. They never found our tormentor's body, though. Sometimes I wake in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear his laughter on the wind. Sarah and I are in therapy now, trying to process the trauma of those days on the island. Our marriage is stronger than ever, forged in the crucible of shared survival. But we'll never be the same. We don't go near large bodies of water anymore, and the sight of a houseboat is enough to send us into a panic. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see him standing on that shore watching us with those hungry eyes. And I wonder, with a chill that reaches my very soul, if somewhere out there, he's still watching, waiting for his next unwary victims to drift into his twisted game. So if you're ever planning a quiet getaway on a houseboat, do yourself a favor. Stay away from remote islands, no matter how picturesque they might seem, because you never know what kind of predators might be lurking in paradise, waiting to turn your dream vacation into a waking nightmare.